Kindly watch this introduction video of mine before you directly proceed to the respective timestamp. Most important instructions I'm giving you so that you can get maximum output, maximum, benefit by watching this marathon. Very simple. The first and foremost instruction. In the marathon, we have used materials, right? Like some material we have used. That material is available at free of cost in PDF format in our website, cma.com. Just open our website. Inside there, something called free resources is there. Inside that, you just have to select a CMA Inter option. Then you will find all the subjects. That is first important thing. Second, now these marathons are being handled by our Shrestha team. I think many of you, whoever is watching this revision class, are well aware of our faculty team. The law is being handled by Subramaniam sir, and financial accounting P6 and P10A is being handled by Sai Babu sir. Remember, for all the 8 subjects we are uploading marathon, not just for 1 or 2 subjects, for all the 8 subjects of CMA Inter under one roof, that is under Shrestha for CMA, you are going to get revision classes, access. Then P6 and P10A, accounting, both the accounting in group 1 and group 2 are being handled by Sai Babu sir. P7A, income tax, my classes will be there. Whatever my CA Inter revision class is there, part 1 and part 2, the same revision class you can use for CMA Inter for December as well. Then GST is handled by Pawan sir. P8, cost accounting. P12, management accounting, both are costing related, is handled by Ganesh Bharadwaj sir. Then P9A, O&M, operations management, is again handled by Subramaniam sir. P9B, strategic management. P10B, auditing. P11B, analytics. All the 3 papers revision classes are being handled by Harish Krishnan sir. P11A, financial management, again by Funny sir. So these are the subjects and the faculties who are handling it. So I just want to give you an information about what subjects we are uploading for marathon. Coming to income tax, like I don't know whether you're whether you're a group 1 student or group 2 student, I just want to give one clarification. For December 24 attempt, there are no separate amendments for any subject, including tax. Even for income tax, whatever amendments that are there for June attempt, the same amendments will be applicable for December. You need not even think about amendments. Just to watch the marathon we uploaded. Whatever marathon I have uploaded for recently September attempt of CA Inter, the same marathon you can use it for, December attempt of CM Inter, because the same is applicable for even CA Inter January 25 attempt. So you can use absolutely the same. And the respective material you can find in the, as I already told, in our free resources in the website, you can find under CMA Inter option the respective materials. And third important thing, we have given for all the subjects 3/4 preparation strategy. What is 3/4 preparation strategy? In every subject, we identify 1/4 of the chapters, nothing but, suppose if financial accounting is there, in that let us assume 12 chapters are there. We will identify 3 to 4 chapters that occupy 25 to 30 marks of the weightage in the exam. 25 to 30 or some worst case 35 marks. From these chapters, worst case 25 to 30 or 35 marks is what going to come in the exam. You have to leave it. These chapters you should ignore it completely. Sir, what does it mean? Remaining chapters you have to be 100% pakka. This is called 3/4 preparation strategy. Like many students are asking, sir, we are unable to complete syllabus in time in the exam. So can you suggest us some important questions in each and every chapter? I tell them that is a very risky strategy. Choosing important questions in every chapter is a risky strategy. Don't do it. If you don't have time, take some 3 or 4 chapters in every subject which occupy 30 to 35 marks weightage. Keep them aside. Remaining chapters, 100% you should prepare. By doing so, no matter how tough the paper, let it come, no matter how tough the paper it might be in the CMA Inter. It may be like in every chapter they might be asking C category questions. Let us assume, you need not worry, because 75 to 85 marks worth of syllabus you studied 100%. So you can handle any level of paper even with limited preparation. Like you ignored 1/4 syllabus straight away. So that is what 3/4 preparation strategy is all about. Regarding that, in each subject, in paper 5, law and ethics, what are the 1/4 chapters that you can keep them as a last priority? In financial accounting, what chapters are last priority? In income tax and GST, what are last priority? For every subject in group 1 and group 2, we have identified what are the chapters that you can absolutely ignore without any second thought. Or you don't want to ignore, keep them as a last priority. First finish, suppose you might be group 1 or you might be group 2. First finish each and every subject, 3/4 chapters, 3/4 chapters, 3/4. Like take P5, all first priority chapters as per our PDF, finish it off. P6, all first priority, finish it off. P7, all first priority, finish it off. P8, P9, P10, P11, P12, finish all the first priority. Whatever you are targeting for the coming December exam. After finishing that, you still have time. Then do focus on the remaining chapters which you originally ignored. This is called 3/4 preparation strategy. Now, one more important advice. You please focus single group only for the coming December, especially if at all you are a repeater. Means you gave an attempt in June or that before attempt, but you failed. I request you to focus only single group for the December. And by the way, what should be your preparation strategy for December attempt? I have already uploaded a video on preparation strategy in the same YouTube channel. Go to that YouTube channel. So, you go to that particular video, you will understand how to plan your preparation for the coming December. And not just that, we even gave timetable for CMA inter students who are planning to write single group for the December exam. If at all you do not have any control on your preparation process, all that, daily 7 to 8 hours of study timetable we have already given. Actually, there's a timetable which we give for our subscription course students who are watching classes. The same timetable you can use for preparing the subject also. It is like a study timetable as well as it is a timetable for watching our classes. Actually, the timetable is made for watching our classes. Every day, what subject, which class you need to watch for how many hours. Instead of watching class, if at all you want to prepare on your own, instead of watching class, you study that particular chapter, that particular subject. So, timetable is also provided. The timetable also you can find in the same website, restofuscma.com. Under, free resources, you can find the timetable as well. So that's it. I just want to give some, these instructions. Make use of this marathon carefully. And by the way, do not watch at higher playback speed. Kindly watch at standard speed. Do not rush up. You have enough time. Getting it? Plan your preparation carefully. That's it. Continue watching the marathon class and do very well. All the very best. And please do comment below. How is this marathon session? Getting it? Your suggestions, your appreciation definitely motivates us a lot. So kindly do comment how do you felt after listening to our marathon sessions. So that's it. Thank you. All the very best.
Hello students. In this lecture I am revising module 6 of operations management subject. You all know operations management subject is having a weightage of 60 marks in paper 9. And this module 6 project management is having a weightage of 15 marks. That means 25% of operations management weightage. In this module, we are having both the theoretical content and problematic part. So from problems, you can expect 10 to 12 marks, and theory content, you can expect 2 to 4 marks. Is it clear? So if you look at this module, this module includes 5 topics: project planning, project lifecycle, Gantt charts, PERT, CPM, basics of MS project. Out of these 5 topics, topic 3 and topic 4, Gantt charts, PERT and CPM, problematic part. Some 15 to 16 illustrations are there, and you need to practice each and every illustration minimum 3 times. Simple scoring provided you need to practice each and every illustration 3 times. Next, project planning, project lifecycle, basics of MS project, purely theory content. Understood? So now I'm going to revise important theory topics and I'm going to solve few illustrations, which were asked in previous examinations. Chalo, come on, tell me, my dear students, what is meant by project? What is meant by project management? So a project is defined as one-time activity with a series of tasks to produce a specific outcome to attain organization goals. And project management is a discipline of organizing and managing resources in such a way that a project is completed within defined scope, time and cost constraints. So two statements I made. So far 2 statements I made. One is, project is defined as one-time activity with a series or sequence of tasks that produces a specific outcome to attain organization goals. This is one statement. And second statement, project management is a discipline of organizing and managing resources. For example, labor, manpower. Discipline of organizing and managing resources in such a way that a project is completed within defined scope, time and cost constraints. So to understand these 2 statements, I'll give you one example. If you take construction of house, example, construction of house, definitely it is a one-time activity. So only one time we can construct a house on the given land. But if you observe, for construction of house, we need to perform some sequence and series of tasks. Example, obtaining approvals from municipality, excavation works, nothing but digging land for laying foundation. Next, construction of walls, laying slab, roof, construction of roof, and then cement plastering works. Next one, interior works, almaras, example, kitchen works. Next one, painting works. And finally, handing over project to the client. Now, these series of activities you need to perform, then only, a house gets completed. So generally, if you are a construction, for example, my company is involved in construction. So suddenly one client came to me. So he is having a land of some 480 square yards, and he gave me some specifications. So he need a triple bedroom flat. So 3 BHK, 3 BHK, and each and every bedroom he need, each and every bedroom with so and so measurements. So now, looking at the client specifications, I need to construct house. Then only I can deliver, a house to the client as per the defined scope, as per the defined cost, and as per the defined time constraints. So client asked me, sir, please complete this property within 1 year. And client budget is, for example, 1 crore. Now looking at this time 1 year, looking at the cost of, looking at the budget of 1 crore, and looking at the specifications, scope. So now I need to design the activities. I need to assign duration to each and every activity. Are you all getting my point, students? So far I told you some 9 activities I need to perform to complete construction of a house. So now I need to assign duration to each and every activity. I need to assign cost for each and every activity, so that I can finish the project within the defined time period, within the defined budget, and as per defined scope. Is it clear? Now, using project management techniques, we had 2 techniques. One is PERT, program evaluation review technique, and CPM, critical path method. So what is PERT, what is CPM, I'll discuss with you shortly. Just wait. So now, using these techniques and using network diagram, we will present these activities, and then we will evaluate the project. Suppose, getting approvals from the municipality. This is first activity, activity A. Understood? Next one, excavation works, activity B. Simultaneously, parallelly, yes, I'll procure materials from the suppliers. Next, once I got materials, and once excavation works completed, now I'll start construction of laying foundation works. Next, construction of walls. Next one, construction of roof. Everything, I'll perform all these activities. Yes or no? Now all these activities are presented using a network diagram. Understood, everyone? Now each and every activity will have 2 events. One is start event. We call it as tail. And that same activity will have a finish event. Start event, finish event. And finish event is also known as head event. So each and every activity will have 2 events. One is tail event, the other one is head event. Tail event is known as start event, start point. Understood? And finish event is a head point. Are you all getting my point, students? Now if you look at the B, activity B, number 2 becomes start event, and 3 becomes end event or finish event. So with respect to activity B, tail event is 2, head event is 3. Are you all getting my point, students? So each and every activity will have start event and finish event. Start event is nothing but tail, finish event is nothing but a head. And each and every activity, yes, definitely we will assign duration. Are you all getting my point, students? Now using this network diagram, we will evaluate, we will control, we will monitor the entire project. Understood? So only important theory content, I'll mark and I'll explain to you. I'll revise it to you. Is it clear? So based on the past examinations, yes, I prepared a notes and I'll mark it in the study material. I'll mark the same in the study material. So important content which can be asked for 2 to 4 marks Clear? So project planning is a part of a project management which relates to the use of schedules such as Gantt chart. This is the one project management technique to plan and subsequently report progress within the project environment. So project management is the discipline of organizing and managing resources in such a way that project is completed within defined scope, quality, time and cost constraints, as I told you. A project is a temporary and one-time endeavor. Yes, once project is completed, we'll go to another project. That's what it's a one-time activity. It's a temporary. It's not permanent in nature. Once project is completed, once house construction is completed, we will go to another project. Yes or no? So this project is completed. That's what, temporary and one-time endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or service. So based on client specifications, we will create a unique product which brings about beneficial change or added value. This property of being a temporary and one-time undertaking contrasts with processes, operations, which are permanent or semi-permanent ongoing functional works. Obviously, whenever you shift to a new project, again you need to perform same activities, obtaining approvals from municipality, excavation works, procurement of raw materials, construction of walls, construction of roof, plastering works, painting works, interior works. These activities are permanent in nature, but the project is temporary. Once project is completed, we shift to another project. Again, we perform same activities, but another project maybe it may be bigger than previous project or smaller than previous project. So depending on the client specifications, depending on the land area, yes, we need to change the duration. We need to increase the activities or we need to decrease the activities. Understood? So next time, if a client comes to you, he's having only 100 square yards land. Previous project 480. This is just 100 square yards land. Now, will you take only one? Will you take same time period to complete the project? And will you take same cost to complete the project? No. 480 square yards land, 1 year. And the project cost is 1 crore. 100 square yards land, maybe 6 months you can complete it within 6 months. Here the budget maybe maybe 30 to 40 lakhs. Are you getting my point, students? Next one, to create same product or service over and over again, the management of these two systems is often very different and requires varying technical skills and philosophy, hence requiring the development of project managements. Understood? Next one, Gantt chart. Gantt chart. So Gantt chart I'll discuss with you while solving a problem. Next one, activity. As I told you, each and every activity is represented by a single arrow. So this is simply activity. Activity will have two events. One is start event, the other one is finish event or end event. So this is known as tail and this is known as head. Next one. So predecessor activity. First activity is definitely an independent activity. Next one, suppose if you observe this one. So 2, 3, this is I name it as B and I name it as A. Now A is a predecessor to B. A is a predecessor to B. That indicates you can't start B until you complete A. Only after completion of A you can start B. That is the significance of predecessor activity. Understood? Successor activity. So to activity A, B is the successor. That means after completion of A, you need to start B. Next one, concurrent activities. Suppose 2 to 3, 2 to 4, 3 to 5, 4 to 5. Suppose if you observe carefully, 2 to 3 B and 2 to 4, for example, activity C. Now BC activities are concurrent activities. BC are concurrent activities. So for starting activity C, just finish off A is sufficient. If A gets completed, you can start B, C parallelly. So C is not depending on B. B is not depending on C. Understood? So BC, concurrent activities. So which occurs simultaneously. Next one, event. Start event, end event. So event represents a specific accomplishment in the project and takes place at a particular instant of time and does not therefore consume time or resources. It can be considered as a time-oriented reference point. Start event, finish event. Events are represented by circles in a network diagram. Events are also known as nodes. Next one, merge event, burst event. Merge event, if two or more activities, coming together, and then a new activity comes into the picture, sir. that point we call it as merge event. Suppose event 5, if you look at event 5, yes, we call it as merge event. Merge event. So what it indicates, sir, you can start F only after completion of D and E. You can start F only after completion of D and E. So 2 or more activities to be completed in order to start a successor activity. Then at that point we call it as merge event. Understood? Burst event means exactly opposite to the merge event. For example, if you look at event 2, from event 2 onwards, 2 activities we can undertake simultaneously. Activity B and activity C. Activity B and activity C. So at event 2, we can call it as, we can call event 2 as a burst event. Understood? Everyone. Next one, merge and burst event are those events where more than one activity ends and more than one activity starts. In other words, these are the combination of both merge and burst events. I'll tell you, just look at this diagram. Suppose, 1 to activity A, activity B. Just wait. I need more space, ma. Just look at this diagram. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if you observe carefully, at event 6, merge is happening. 2 activities are getting merged at 6th event, and at same event, another 2 activities are getting started. So burst. These 2 are happening at a single event, so we call it as merge and burst. Understood? Once again, I'm telling you, this is not a detailed lecture. This is a revision lecture. Detailed lecture, this module requires some 10 hours. To complete this module, 10 hours needed. 10 to 12 hours. So this is a marathon lecture, ma. So detailed explanation, I can't provide you. But important topics, I can explain you in a detailed manner. Next one, dummy activity. This is most important and irritating point, ma. Important and irritating point. Suppose, 2 activities having a common start. 2 activities having a common start. Yeah, these 2 activities, suppose, B, C. They had a common start point, that is, start point is 2. And if this 2 activities wants to end at same event, same 2 activities want to end at the same event, at the common event, then there arises a dummy activity concept. Practically, I'm asking you, just see. So this is the diagram, yes or no? So as per the question, in the question, sometimes what they tell you, 2 activities having same common start point and having a same common end point, common finish point. Practically, it is not possible. So number 3, you can give number 3 only to the one node, one event. Understood? So in these cases, what we do, simply we will draw a dummy activity line. It's a dashed line. It's not complete line, it's a dashed line. Now, if you observe carefully, BC is having a common start and having a common end. So for satisfying that condition, we introduce dummy activity. So in question, how can we know whether 2 activities are getting 2 activities are having common start, 2 activities are having common end? How can we know, sir? Very simple. So in the question, they will tell like this: A is a predecessor. So BC will have A as a predecessor, and D will have B as well as C as predecessors. Observe carefully, just listen to me carefully. A is the starting point, D is the end activity. A is the starting activity, D is the end activity. From A, A is a predecessor to B and C. D is the successor to B and C. D is the successor to B and C. So if I present the same in the using network diagram, the network diagram will be like this. Just observe carefully. So 1 to activity A. So activity A is a predecessor to BC. Therefore, you should draw diagram like this, BC. And what they are telling, both BC are predecessors to D. Suppose if I draw line like this and if I name this activity as D, If I name this activity as D, now observe carefully, only B is acting as a predecessor to D. But the point is C is also predecessor to D. So to satisfy this condition, we'll just draw a dummy dashed line and we'll name it as D1, dummy activity. Obviously, dummy activity duration will be 0. Now, if you observe carefully, so the numbering 3, for example, for example, 4, 3. So this is a dummy dashed line. Definitely, this is not an activity. Now, if you observe carefully, so D can start only after completion of B and C. D can start only after completion of B and C. So this condition we are able to satisfy only with the help of dummy activity. Since this activity is dummy, no need to assign any resource here. No need to assign any duration here. Understood? So to make activities with common start and common endpoints distinguishable, we introduce a dummy activity. So in the diagram, you can observe it carefully, ma. Next one. So procedure for drawing a network diagram, I explained you. Slack and float. What is this slack and what is this float? I'll discuss it with you after completion of some 2 to 3 illustrations. Now it's time to discuss illustrations, ma. So 2 illustrations I'll solve for understanding network diagram. Just look at this. A project consists of 7 activities. Activity P, Q are run simultaneously. Okay. So total 7 activities are there, P, Q, R. And the relationships among the various activities is as follows. Don't look at the solution. So activity P, Q, R run simultaneously, and this is the starting activities. So P, Q, R is not having any predecessor first of all. And activity P is having immediate successor, yes. Activity Q is having immediate successor T. Activity R is having immediate successor U. That means yes, we can start yes only after completion of P. We can start T after completion of Q. We can start U after completion of R. Understood? Now, activity V is the last operation of the project. It is also immediate successor to STU. That means after finishing of STU, you can start V. So simply STU gets merged at one event. From that event, you can observe activity V. So yes, look, fulfilling these conditions, let's draw a network diagram. So PQR runs simultaneously. They told PQR runs simultaneously from start point. So P, Q, R. So each and every activity will have an end point, definitely 2, 3, 4. And what they told, Q is the PQR. Yes, S is the immediate successor to P. Yes, Q is having immediate successor T, and U is the immediate successor to R. Once STU completed, we can start activity V. Activity V. So this is the network diagram. Network diagram completed. Network diagram completed, ma. So relationship based on the relationships, yes. I drawn a network diagram. Very simple. If this question comes, if they want to ask this question, they can ask this question for 3 to 4 marks, ma. 3 to 4 marks. Drawing a network diagram, obviously it will have a weightage of 3 to 4 marks. And in past examination, this question was asked one time, ma. One time this question was asked for 2 marks. 2 marks. But in that question, 2014 June attempt. 2014 June attempt, this question was asked for 2 marks, but there is no R and U activities. No R and U activities. Only they mention 5 activities. The project consists of 5 activities. Activity P and Q run simultaneously, and the relationship, P immediate successor R, Q immediate successor S, and T is the last operation of the project. So this is the past examination question. I'm having past examination questions in my hand. So that question was asked for 2 marks. And another time, same question, June 2016. So June 2014, this question was asked for 2 marks. Same question without any change. June 2016, this question was asked for 4 marks. No change at all. Same, P successor is R. Q successor is S. R and S is having a common successor, that is, T. Very, very simple. Very simple. Clear? So if they want to ask this question, definitely they can ask this question for some 4 to 6 marks. That's it. Next one. Next. illustration 2. Illustration 2. So illustration 2. Yes, this question was also asked one time for 6 marks ma. June 2017. June 2017, this question was asked for 6 marks. So let's solve this illustration. Okay, clear? So activity A, activity B, C, D, E, F. Predecessor A, B. A is the predecessor to C, B is predecessor to D, A and B are predecessors to E, E is the predecessor to F. So we got duration also. So let's find out the duration of the project. Let's find out the duration of the project. So duration of the project, for finding out the duration of the project, obviously we need to draw a network diagram. So let me copy this question ma. Is it visible? Still visible? Yeah, fine. Activity A and B are not having any predecessors. So activity A and B, obviously starting point. Starting point. Activity AB starts from a common point. Number 1, A, activity A, activity B. So activity A duration is 2 days. Activity B duration is 4 days. Okay. So you can number this, no problem. You can number this as 2, 3, no problem. Next one, C is a successor to A, and C is not having any successor. In the entire question, if you observe, C is not having any successor. So that means, maybe by the completion of C, we can complete a project, one aspect. Next one, B is a predecessor to the D, and D is not having any successor. So D is D ends at the last event. D ends at the last event. D may have a last event. Next one, AB or predecessors to E. AB or to predecessors to E. Just now I told you, no two common activities will have common start and common end. Common start and common end. If you observe A, B having common start, and for the purpose of satisfying this condition, we should have a common end, and it is not possible. So that's why what we will do. So let's draw a dummy dashed lines. Dummy activity. Introduce a dummy activity. From here onwards, just draw D. Now, both the conditions are satisfied. A and B are predecessors to D. B is only predecessor to D. Sorry. I need to name it as E. Forgot. C. To C, only A is the predecessor. Next, E is the predecessor to F. Completed. Why? Because C, D, F are not having any successors. C, D, F are not having any successors. That means, the project gets ended at that point. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now assign the duration ma. C require 1 day, E require 3 days, F require 2 days, D require 2 days. So we assigned duration. Now for each and every point each and every activity, you need to calculate ET, LT. ET means earliest time, LT means latest time. ET, LT. You need to find out ET, LT. Each and every point you need to find ET, LT. Remember two principles ma. ET calculation is always a forward based calculation. Forward based calculation. LT is always backward based calculation. Backward based calculation. In case of merge event, ET shall be higher of these activities. You have to consider higher of the activities. Highest duration of the activities. In case of LT, burst event, you need to consider lower of the activity's duration, lower of the activity duration. For understanding this, let's solve this illustration. So starting point, earliest time will always be 0. Now 0 plus 2 ET will be 2. 0 plus 4 ET will be 4. Dummy is always 0, right? Okay. Now here ET 4 plus 0 or 2 plus 0, whichever is higher, you need to consider 4. Why? Because higher is 4. Now 4 plus 3 ET will be 7. 7 plus 2, if you observe at event 6, 7 plus 2, one possibility. Other possibility, 2 plus 1, another possibility, 4 plus 2. Out of these 3, whichever is higher you need to consider. Higher is 9. So ET will be 9. And at the last event, ET equal to LT. ET equal to LT. Remember this point. Now LT, yes, remaining activities, remaining events, LT, backward computation. So 9 minus 2, so 7. You should not write straight away like that. Why? Because here burst event is taking place. 3 to 4, 3 to 6. Understood? So 9 minus 2, 7. 7 minus 3, 4. Now 4 minus 0, 4, or 9 minus 2, that is 7. Whichever is 9 minus 2, 7, whichever is lower, you need to consider. So that is 4. Now here if you observe, 4 minus 0 or 9 minus 1, backward calculation, LT of tail event equal to LT of head event minus duration. So 9 minus 1 or 4 minus 0, whichever is lower, 4. Now 4 minus 2 or 4 minus 4, whichever is lower, 4 minus 4 is the lower. So ET, LT, 0. So starting event always, ET equal to LT. Ending event, finish event, last event, ET equal to LT. Now looking at this diagram, we can write a possible paths to finish this project. Possible paths and assign duration. So possible paths 1, 2, 6. This is one possible path from start to end. Another possible path 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Another possibility 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another possibility 1, 3, 6. Now assign, we already assigned duration. Calculate duration for all these activities. 1 to 2 it's 2, and 2 to 6 is 1. So 2 plus 1, that equal to 3. Next one, 1 to 2 is 2, plus 2 to 4, dummy 0. 4 to 5, duration is 3. 5 to 6, duration is 2. So 2 plus 3 plus 2, how much it is? 7. 1 to 3, 4. 3 to 4, 0. 4 to 5, 3. 5 to 6, 2. So it's 9. 1 to 3, 4 plus 3 to 6, 2 equal to 6. So out of this, highest duration, a path having highest duration, we call it as critical path. And the duration of the critical path is the duration of the project. And you need to interpret like this. Activities falling on the critical path, you should not make any delay. If you delay any activity which is falling on the critical path, the entire duration of the project gets disturbed. Example I am telling you. Even if you make a delay of 2 days with respect to 3-6 activity, there is no difference in the duration of the project. But if you modify, for example, if you want to increase the activity B duration, to 5, for example, obviously the duration of the project, from 9 to 10, the duration of the project gets changed from 9 to 10. So activity falling on critical path, if you make any delay, it disturbs the duration of the project. It disturbs the entire project. Activity not falling on critical path, even if you make a delay, reasonable time, 1 day or 2 days, it will not impact project duration. That means you can complete project within the specified 9 days. Now, looking at this network diagram, we can give assurance to the client. We can give a word to the client. Yes, we will complete this project within 9 days. And the moment we complete activities, we will observe whether any deviation is there or not. There is any deviation. So we'll try to overcome in future activities, in further activities. Understood? Everyone. Another detailed interpretation I'll give you while solving a next illustration. While solving next illustration. So Gantt chart for early start schedule. Gantt chart. Gantt chart. It is also one of the project management technique. You can look at here. So it is having two axes. One is x-axis, y-axis. X-axis, y-axis. X-axis represents duration. Y-axis represents activities. I repeat, x-axis represents duration. Y-axis represents activities. So let me draw the diagram here itself. Gantt chart. So x, y. So y-axis, activities to be performed, activities. X-axis, duration. So duration, just now I told you 9 days is required for completion of the project. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So activity A, activity B, you can start parallelly. There is no much difference. Activity A, activity B, you can start parallelly. Activity A required 2 days. So I'm just drawing here. Just observe carefully. Activity A, 2 days. Whereas activity B, 4 days. Activity B, 4 days. So AB completed. Take question in your hands, ma. Take question bank in your hands. Then only you can understand. So A, B completed. Then I can start E. E is having a duration of 3 days. So E, from this point onwards, definitely I'll start E. So it will end at by 7th day. So E. Next after E, F. F, 2 days. A, B, where is C? So C require 1 day, right? So C, I can start after completion of A. So it may be like this, 2 to 3, 2 to 3. Or even I can make delay. I can start, 3 to 4 point. Or I can start at 4, 5 point also. Why? Just 1 day required for completing a C activity, right? So C, I can plan, even after completion of B or after completion of E, after completion of F. C, I can plan any point of time. So if you observe carefully, B, E, F or something, you can't reschedule them. If you reschedule them, it disturbs the entire duration of the project. Coming to the C, I'm having, after completion of A, I'm having 7 days to complete C. After completion of B, I'm having 5 days to complete D. So D activity requires 2 days. So from here only, I can start a D activity also, D. Or I can start from 5 to 7, or I can start from 6 to 8, or I can start from 7 to 9. Understood. So if you draw this diagram, you can analyze, okay, these activities I can't reschedule. B, E, F, I can't reschedule. If I reschedule them, definitely, if any delay happens in B, E, F activities, if any delay happens in B, E, F activities, it disturbs the duration of the project. But coming to C, coming to D, you can start them even with 1 day delay. There is no problem. Now, if you understand this, what you can do, resources you can assign in such a manner that you will find in such a manner that B, E, F, no disturbances. B, E, F starts at the earliest start point, ends at earliest finish point. Understood. And then I'll plan C, D when I had more resources. At the end, by the end of the 9th day, I'll finish all these activities and I'm going to hand over the project to client. So that's what the interpretation. Next one, peak duration. It's altogether a different point. So next, illustration 3. Illustration 3. For the time being, I'm covering only critical path method and I'm covering only activities falling on critical path. Illustration 3, a project has following time schedule. Yes, this question is also past examination question. So as I told you, I'm explaining you only the problems which were asked in previous examination. So yes, illustration 3, yes, it was asked one time 2017 December. Yes, ma'am. 2017 December attempt, and this question came for 6 marks. This question came for 6 marks. Very simple. And 2018 December also similar problem. It came for 6 marks. It came for 6 marks. So that is all about, illustration 3. Illustration 2, last point was not yet tested so far. So in detailed lecture, you'll find that last part of the illustration 2. In my regular classes, you'll find answer for third question in illustration 2. And since this was not asked, and we are covering only marathon, revision, I'm not going to explain that part in this lecture. So illustration 3, a project has the following time schedule. Activity 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 2, 5, 2, 3, 6, okay. Time, months. So construct a PERT network and compute critical path and its duration. Calculate total float for each and every activity. Very simple. So looking at these activities, let's draw first network diagram. Yeah. First, we'll draw network diagram. Not that much complicated. Very simple. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. 3 activities, having a common point. So 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. So 2 completed. Sorry, 3 completed. 2 to 5 and then 5 to 8. Just half. Next one. 3 to 6, 6 to 9. After 3, 6, 6 to 9. And then 3 to 7. That means, 3 is having a 2 successors. Event 3 is having 2 successors. Burst event is taking place. 3 to 6, 3 to 7. From 7, activity 7, 8. And 4 to 6. So this will be merged at 6 to 9 and finally 8 to 9. Okay. So considering these points, we need to draw a diagram. So 2 to 5, independent only. So 2 to 5. Next, so 3 to 6, 3 to 7. So 3 to 6, 3 to 7. Sir, why you draw like this? I'll tell you. I need to draw 4, 6 also. That's why. 4, 6, right? 4, 6 is also there. So 3, 6, 3, 7, 4, 6 completed. 2, 5 also completed. Next one, 5 to 8, 7 to 8. So 5 to 8, 7 to 8. And finally, 6 to 9 is there. And last, 8 to 9 is also there. So all these conditions satisfied. All these conditions satisfied. Now come on, assign duration ma. 2, 2, 1, 2, 5, 4, 3, 6, 8, 3, 7. This is 8. 3, 7, 3, 7 it is 5. 4, 6 it is 3. 6, 9 it is 5. 7, 8, 4. 8, 9, 3. And 5, 8, 1. So duration also completed. Now, immediately you need to calculate ET, LT. ET, LT. ET. Come on, ET is a forward computation based method. How to calculate ET? Forward based. LT, backward based. So forward based, you need to add duration. Starting event always ET will have 0. So 0 plus 2, 2. 0 plus 2, 2. 0 plus 1, 1. Understood up to here? Okay. Next one. 2 plus 4, ET 6. 2 plus 5, ET will be 7. And 2 plus 8, ET will be 10. Sir, 1 plus 3 is there? No. I told you higher of the activities. Higher of the activities. So 1 plus 3 is just 4. Whereas 2 plus 8 is 10. Next one. 7 plus 4 is 11. 6 plus 1 is 7. Whichever is higher, 11. 11 plus 3 or 10 plus 5. Whichever is higher, 10 plus 5, 15. At last event, ET equal to LT, 15, 15. Now backward calculation. 15 minus 3, LT will be 12. 12 minus 1, LT will be 11. Understood? 11 minus 4, LT will be 7. So far, all activities, parallel, not parallel, no burst event take place there. So that's what calculation is like this. Next, 15 minus 5, 10. 12 minus 4, LD equal to 8. Okay. Now coming to event 3, there arises a problem. The problem is 10 minus 8, 2, or 8 minus 5, 3, whichever is lower. So 2 is lowest one. So 10 minus 3, it is 7. 7 minus 1 or 2 minus 2 or 7 minus 2, whichever is lower, means 2 minus 2, LT equal to 0. So each and every point ETLT completed. ETLT completed. So the next step is construction of a table, activity relationship table. Activity relationship table. So very important. Activity, duration. Next one, EST. EST means ET of what? Tail event. ET of tail event. Remember this point. Next, EFT. EFT means EST plus duration. Next one, LST, latest start time. LST means latest start time. LFT minus duration. Next, LFT. LFT means LT of head event. LT of head event. From here, we'll calculate total float. So total float means formula. Total float means either LFT minus LST or LFT minus EFT. I'm sorry. LFT minus EFT or LST minus EST. LST minus EST, both are same. If not same, that means you committed a mistake. You committed a mistake. So let me write all activity numbers first of all. So looking at the question only, 1 2 1 3 1 4 2 5 3 6 3 7 4 6 5 8 6 9 7 8 8 9. So duration 2 2 1 4 8 5 3 1 4 8 5 3 1 5 4 3. Now it's time to observe EST from the diagram itself. From the diagram, EST means I told you ET of tail event. ET of tail event. So 1 2 activity, ET is 0. So EST is 0. 1 3 also is having common start, 1. So at 1, ET is 0. So 0 0 0. Next 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 5. Tail event is 2. At 2, ET is 2. Just copy it, ma. Just copy it. That's it. Construction of diagram is important. If diagram is over, easily you can write remaining points. Next, 3 to 6. Where is 3 to 6? Yeah, 3 to 6 is this point. So 3 to 6, tail event is 3. 3 ET 2. 3 to 7 also 3 2. Next 4 to 6. If you observe 4 to 6, 4 at 4 ET is 1. 5 to 8. Where is 5 to 8? Yeah, 5 to 8. Tail is so 5 to 8, tail is 5. At 5 ET is how much? ET is how much? 6. 6 only, right? 6 only. Oh my god. Next 6 9, tail is 6. At 6 ET is 10. 7 9, tail is 7. Tail 7, ET equal to 7. Next 8 9, ET equal to 11. 8 11. So now add duration to these points, 2 0 plus 2 2 0 plus 1 1 2 plus 4 6 2 plus 8 10 2 plus 5 7 1 plus 3 4 6 plus 1 7 15 11 14. LFT means LT of head event. 1 2 head is 2. 1 2 head is 2. Yes or no? Each activity 2 is the last event, is the head event. Yes or no? So 1 2 2 is the head event. At 2 LT is 7. LT is 7. And 1 3 LT is 2. 1 4 LT is 7. 2 5 LT is 11. 2 5 5 LT 11. 6 LT, where is 6 LT? 10. Next one 7LT 8. Next one 4 6, right? 4 6 6 ka LT 10. Next one 5 to 8 8 LT 12. 6 9 9 LT 15. 7 8 8 LT 12. 8 9 LT 9 LT 15. Now you know LFT minus duration. 7 minus 2 5. 2 minus 2 0. 7 minus 1 6. 11 minus 4 7. 10 minus 8 2. 8 minus 5 3. 10 minus 3 7. Next one 12 minus 1 11. 15 minus 5 10. 12 minus 4 8. 15 minus 3 12. Now calculate total float. Calculate total float. The total float is difference of LFT, EFT. So just I'll find out difference between these two. Later you can find out the difference between EST, LST. Both will have common point only, or else your answer somewhere went wrong. 7 minus 2 5. 2 minus 2 0. 7 minus 1 6. 11 minus 6 it is 5. 10 minus 10 0. 8 minus 7 1. 10 minus 4 6. 12 minus 7 5. 15 minus 15 0. 12 minus 11 1. 15 minus 14 1. So if you observe carefully, wherever total float is 0, wherever total float is 0, so there the resources are sufficient. Adequate resources are there. Adequate, not excess, not deficit. And if you observe carefully, these are the activities of falling on critical path. So critical path is a path which is having a highest duration. Yes or no? Critical path is a path having a highest duration. So let me write possible paths and let me calculate duration here itself. Possible paths, duration. So possible paths 1 2 5 8 9. So duration 2 plus 4 plus 1 plus 3. How much it is? 2 4 6 6 1 7 10. Next another possibility 1 to 3, 3 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. So duration 2 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3. So 7, 11, 14. Another possibility 1 3, 3 6, 6 9. So duration 2 plus 8 plus 5. So 15. Another possibility 1 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 9. So possible duration 1 plus 3 plus 5, 8. So highest duration you will find third path 15. So let me draw a critical path line 1 3 3 6 6 9. And if you observe carefully, total float is 0 only at 1 3, next one 3 6 and 6 9. If resources, suppose if in these cases if resources somewhere some delay happened, resources are not adequate, then total float becomes negative. So total float negative means what? The resources are not adequate, inadequate resources, insufficient resources. Definitely some delay will happen in that activity. Total float positive means what? Excess resources are there. Understood? Excess resources are there. Suppose for completing activity 1 to 2 days required. 2 days required. However, we can finish it by 7th day. That means maximum time available is 7 days. Maximum time available is 7 days. And time required to complete this activity is just 2 days. So time available is 7. Time required is 2. The difference is nothing but total float. Difference is nothing but total float. Are you all getting my point, students? So here resources are in excess of required. This resources simply. Even you make delay of this activity, even you reschedule these activities, the duration of the project, there will be no change. That's what that's what the significance of total float. Understood? So looking at total float, 3 points important. One is total float positive, excess resources. Total float 0, sufficient resources. Total float negative, shortage of resources. You need to increase these resources or else there will be delay in the project. Everyone getting my point, students? That's it, ma. Very simple, I told, right? Completed. Illustration completed. Illustration completed. Next, one more illustration, I'll solve it. One more illustration. And then I'll discuss with you crashing technique. The project consists of 5 activities. PQ run simultaneously. Relationship among the activities is as follows. Yeah, this question, I'm sorry, this question was asked 2 times. One is for 1 time 4 marks, 1 time 6 marks. Same this question only. Illustration 1 and 4 both are similar. In illustration 1, you will find 2 extra activities. So total 7 activities in illustration 1, whereas illustration 4 only 5 activities are there. Is it clear? Everyone. Next, PERT, CPM, all these points I'll explain you in the I'll explain you shortly. So one more illustration I'll solve here. One more illustration. Let me check previous examination question. If that illustration falls in previous examination questions, definitely I'll explain. So everything I covered. To here everything I covered. So crashing, I'll tell you. Crashing, I'll after completion of illustration 5, I'll discuss with you crashing. Okay. So let me check whether any of the remaining illustrations, before I start crashing, any other illustration, if it is asked in the previous examination, I'll explain those illustrations first. Whether 5 or 7. Let me check in previous examination papers. So very, very important. Once you need to go through previous examination papers. Why? Because there is a chance of getting a repetition. Repetition of questions is possible. Repetition of questions is possible. No. So all previous examination questions I discussed with you. So I'll solve illustration 5 and then I'll start crashing technique. Crashing. So crashing almost 1.5 hour, 1 to 1.5 hour time needed for crashing. Chalo, let's solve illustration 5. Yeah, this is also a previous examination question. Attempt to not mention here, but this is also a previous examination question. I think 2013 December attempt. So let's solve this illustration and then we'll discuss crashing. Clear? So XYZ Auto Manufacturing Company has to prepare a design of its latest model of motorcycle. The various activities to be performed to prepare design are as follows. So A, first activity, and 2A we are having successor activities, BC or successor. How can you tell, sir? To BC preceding activity is A, and to D preceding activity is C. To E, BC are preceding activities, F, D, E are preceding activities, G, E is the preceding activity, H, G is the preceding activity, I, F is the preceding activity, J, I, H are the preceding activities, K, J is the preceding activities. Now let's construct the network diagram. That's it. Only construction of network diagram is sufficient. So for you it will be a practice problem. So how to construct a network diagram? So here if you observe, 2 dummy lines we need to draw. So let me copy this question. Visible only, right? Not visible. Problem is I need to draw diagram. Yeah, sufficient. So activity A is independent activity. So starting point, 1 activity A. BC or successors to A. So B, C. So I'll number it as 3, I'll number it as 4. Next one, D is having a C as a predecessor. Oh, sorry. D. B, C are predecessors to E. B, C already started at common point and they must set and common point so that E comes into the picture, which is not possible. That's why what I'll do, I'll just include a dummy activity line, dummy line. So I'll name it as this activity as E. Okay, now. So this is dummy 1. Now if you observe carefully, B, C are predecessors to E. Only C is predecessor to D. Understood? Next one, ED completed. Yes, up to here completed. Both D, E having a common successor, that is F. That is F. So definitely I need to add one more time in the dummy line. So dummy 2. So here onwards, I'll draw F. Now if you observe carefully, D, E both are predecessors to F. Sir, why like this only, sir? Can I draw like this? It's up to you. No problem. Dummy activity, you can draw, up arrow or down arrow. There is no problem. It's up to you. So F. Next one. This one also completed. Next, G is having E predecessor. So G is having E as a predecessor. 7, 8. Next one, H having G predecessor. H having G predecessor. Let me number it as 9. And I is having F as a predecessor. And both I, H had a common successor, that is J. I, H both had common successor, that is J. So simply let me draw like this. J. So to satisfy this condition, obviously this is the only possibility. So I is having F as a predecessor, I is having F as a predecessor, condition satisfied. J is having IF as a predecessor, condition satisfied. And then K is having J as a predecessor. So total all conditions satisfied. Just observe this diagram. Observe this diagram one time. Observe these conditions, all conditions satisfied. All conditions satisfied. So 2 times dummy activity was introduced. One is before E and other one is before F. E and F are having a dummy activities. Is it clear, ma? Everyone. Our next topic for discussion is project crashing technique in project management. To understand project crashing technique, let's have general discussion for 2 minutes, ma. As we all know, project management is the discipline of organizing and managing resources in such a way that a project is completed within defined time and cost constraints. And project is defined as sequence of activities undertaken to produce a specific outcome to achieve business goals. Yes or no? And this sequence of activities are presented using network diagram for the purpose of making decisions. So let's have one example, ma. So this is a project, and this project is divided into 5 activities, ma. A, B, C, D. Let me present all these 5 activities using network diagram. So activity A, activity B, activity C, activity D, and finally activity E. So let me number the events, ma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let me assign duration for each and every activity. So activity A, 3 days. B, 2 days. C, 2 days. D, 3 days. And finally E, 4 days. Next step, we need to calculate start time and finish time. Yes or no? ETLT, earliest time, latest time. So earliest time is always forward computation based. So earliest time at start point is 0. So earliest time, here it is 0 plus 3, 3. Here earliest time 3 plus 2, duration of the activity 3 plus 2, 5. And in the case of merge event, suppose if you observe at 4. Number 4. So two activities, activity B and D are getting merged. So at merge event place, you need to take earliest time, higher of these activities, higher. So here 5 plus 3, 8 or 3 plus 2, 5, whichever is higher. So obviously earliest time is 5. Next one, here earliest time is 8 plus 4, 12. Understood? Last event, ET equal to LT. Now LT calculation is backward based one, backward computation. Understood? ET forward based, LT backward based. So now 12 minus 4, LT equal to 8. Next here, LT 8 minus 3 equal to 5. So here, at event 2, burst event is happening. So activity A is having two successors, B as well as C. So we call it as burst event. At burst event, you need to consider lower of latest time of these two activities. Lower. So simply 5 minus 2, 3 or 8 minus 2, 6, whichever is lower. So finally 3. And at one latest time, 3 minus 3, that equal to 0. So we calculated ET as well as LT. Understood? Now using this diagram, just calculate the critical path. So first of all, what is critical path? Critical path is the duration of a project. Critical path is nothing but duration of the project. The duration of critical path is nothing but duration of the project. And we need to consider a critical path, the path which is having a longest duration. Suppose if you observe this diagram, network diagram, so we had two possible paths. One is 1 to 2, 4, 5. This is one possible path we are having. The another possible path is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So let's calculate duration for each and every path. Duration for each and every path. 3 plus 2 plus 4. So 3 plus 2 plus 4, 9. And here it is 3 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, 12. So path having longest duration, we call it as critical path. So minimum or simply 12 days time is required to complete this project. So if you plan carefully, you can complete this project within 12 days. Understood? So this is normal duration. This is what normal duration. Sometimes we need to reduce our duration in order to meet client expectations. Suppose client is facing some emergency situation, we need to deliver this project within reduced time. And that reduction is nothing but crashing technique. So project crashing is nothing but reducing the normal duration of the project. Sir, how can we reduce the duration of the project, sir? Very simple, by employing additional resources. Suppose for completing activity A, I need 3 days. If I employ additional labor, I can complete activity A within 2 days. If I complete activity A within 2 days, total project I can complete it within 11 days. Yes or no? So reducing by 1 day, reducing activity A by 1 day, I can reduce total project duration by 1 day. Yes or no? So for crashing, we need to employ additional resources. I'm asking you, employing additional resources, will it happen at zero cost? No. Definitely we need to incur additional cost. That cost is nothing but crashing cost. Are you all getting my point, students? Everyone. Now listen to me carefully. So we are having a sequence of activities. In that I'll take one activity, activity A. Normal duration is 3 days. Crash duration, that means when we reduce it, we can reduce it to the extent of 2 days. Normal cost in case of 3 days is 600 rupees. Crash cost in case of reduction of days, crash cost is 800 rupees. That means if I complete activity A within 3 days, then 600 rupees I need to spend. 600 rupees I need to spend to complete activity A within 3 days. Understood? Everyone. So how to take interpretation in this case? With 600 rupees, you can complete activity A within 3 days. By employing additional resource, simply by incurring extra 200 rupees, you can complete activity A within 2 days. Are you all getting my point, students? Everyone. So normal duration, normal cost. Crash duration, crash cost. Next one, So let me take two activities. Activity A, activity B. Activity A, normal duration 3 days, normal cost 600 rupees. Activity B, normal duration, imagine 4 days, normal cost 800 rupees. Next one, crash duration 2 days, crash cost 800 rupees. Crash duration 2 days, crash cost 1200 rupees. Or let me take 1100 rupees. 1100 rupees. Now tell me, my dear students, which activity I need to crash? Which activity I need to crash? So before answering this question, first tell me the objectives of operations management. No, optimum utilization of resources. Optimum utilization of resources is possible only with maximizing the utilization of resources. Simply maximize the output with the given input, or minimize the cost at the given level of output. Yes or no? That means either maximization of output should take place or minimization of cost should take place. So here our objective should be, while reducing the duration of the project, our objective should be crash the activity which is having a lowest cost. Are you all getting my point? Sir, how to find out lowest cost? Very simple. So here I can reduce 1 day. Maximum I can reduce it to 2 days. Yes or no? Normal duration 3, I can reduce it to 2 days. So maximum I can reduce activity A by 1 day. And for reducing this activity A 1 day, additional cost I spent is 200 rupees. 200 by 1, so 200 rupees. I need to spend 200 rupees to reduce 1 day with respect to activity A. Coming to activity B. Activity B. To reduce activity B by 1 day, how much cost I need to incur? Let's calculate. So crash cost is 1100. Normal cost is 800. Coming to the duration, crash duration is just 2, whereas normal duration is 4. Are you getting my point? Sima, 800 rupees for completing activity B in 4 days. Whereas 1100 rupees I need to complete activity B in 2 days. So for each day, for reducing 1 day, how much cost I need to incur extra? Understood? So variation per day, I'm making calculation, variation per day. So 1100 minus 800, that is 300 by 2, so 150 rupees. Now I'm asking you, my dear students, which activity I should select for the purpose of crashing? Activity A or activity B? Come on, tell me, activity A or activity B? Sir, obviously activity B. Why? If you reduce 1 day in activity B, you need to spend only 150 extra. Suppose ignoring activity B, if you want to reduce activity A, then you need to spend 200 rupees extra. So which one is beneficial? Come on, tell me. Cost is nothing but money outflow. Money outflow. So outflow of 150 rupees is better, or outflow of 200 rupees is better? Sir, obviously minimization of cost means outflow of 150 rupees is better, sir. So we need to reduce activity B. Understood? Everyone getting my point, students? Everyone. So by reducing 1 day, yes, we can complete a project with a 1 day short. Are you all getting my point, students? Suppose 3 plus 4, so total project duration is 7 days. Now when you reduce activity B by 1 day, you can complete this project within 6 days. Is it clear, everyone? Now get back to the example. So here we are having a total how many paths? We are having 2 paths. And out of 2 paths, one is a critical path. Now crashing is applied on the activities falling on critical path. Why, sir? Why? So let me give you one example. Suppose if I reduce the duration of 2-4 activity, will it show any impact on the project? No. Why? The reason 2-4 is not falling on critical path. Duration of the project is nothing but duration of the critical path. So you need to reduce duration of the critical path. That means duration of the activities falling on the critical path. Are you all getting my point, students? Everyone. First of all, what is the objective of crashing? So reducing the duration of the project, delivering the project within a short time. Understood? So crashing will not happen at 0 cost. Definitely for making for implementing crashing technique, we need to spend extra money. We need to employ additional resources. We need to spend extra money. Now let's solve one illustration. So we are having only one illustration, that is illustration 6. So illustration 6 is with respect to crashing, project crashing technique. Follow me carefully. The following table gives data on normal time and normal cost, crash time and crash cost for a project. So we are having activities 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 3, 4, 4, 6, 5, 6, 6, 7. So first we'll draw a diagram. So draw the network diagram. So they're asking draw the network diagram. So let me draw network diagram. So in this case, take a question bank separately. Take question bank separately. So it is not possible for me, to keep on changing the page. So that's why I'm taking a question bank. You also take question bank. Now, yes, look at the question and draw the diagram simultaneously. So activity 1, 2 and 1, 3. Okay. Next 2, 4, 2, 5, 3, 4. Okay. So 2, 4. So that 3, 4 activity you can draw. Next one, yes, draw 2, 5. Next one, 4, 6, 5, 6. 4, 6, 5, 6. And finally, 6, 7. Okay. Now assign the duration, normal duration. Just assign the duration. 1 to it's 6. 1 to 4 is 1 to 3, 4. Next 2 to 4, 5. 3 to 4, 6. 2 to 5, 3. 5 to 6, it's 4. 4 to 6, 8. And 6 to 7, it's 3. Now come on, calculate ETLT at each and every event. ETLT. Come on. Do calculation ETLT. So remember the rules for calculating ETLT. What are the rules for calculating ETLT? ET at start point is always 0. And ET is forward based computation. So in case of merge event, ET will be the higher of activities which are getting merged at that point, higher. Next one, LT rules. LT calculation is always backward computation. And in case of burst event, LT will be the lower of the values of these activities. Understood? So ET equal to 6, 0. 0 plus 6, 6. 6 plus 3, 9. So here it is, merge event is happening. Just wait. So here ET will be 4. 4 plus 6, 10. 10 plus 8, 18. So 18 or 13, whichever is higher, 18. Now next one, 18 plus 3 equal to 20. 22. At one point you missed out. So you need to consider these two, right? So 6 plus 5, 11. So 11 or 10, whichever is higher means 11 only. 11 plus 8, 19. So here it is 19. 19 plus 3, 22. Understood? So like this, in examination, you'll commit mistakes. And finally, you'll end up with writing wrong answers. Understood? So practice each and every problem minimum 3 times so that in examination, you can easily crack it. So before drawing a diagram in the examination, in the answer sheet, first practice it using pencil and apply all the conditions. If everything is okay, then draw it using pen, or else erase it, make small modifications. Are you all getting my point? Everyone. So last event ET equal to LT. Now backward calculation, 22 minus 3, 19. 19 minus 4, 15. Next one, 19 minus 8, 11. 11 minus 6, 11 minus 6, 5. Next, 11 minus 5, 11 minus 5 or 15 minus 3, whichever is lower. So lower is 6, 11 minus 5. Next, 6 minus 6 or 5 minus 4, whichever is lower. 6 minus 6 is the lower. So LT equal to 0. So understood everyone? Understood? So let me present it in brackets 0, 0, 4, 5, 6, 6, 9:15, 11:11, 19:19, 22:22. Understood? Now identify the critical path, ma. So critical path is the path having the longest duration. So first write down the path and a duration. So if a question, if there is a chance of asking a question for 12 to 15 marks, then definitely this question will come for 12 to 15 marks, ma. So path 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, one possibility. Next possibility 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Another possibility 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. Now note down the durations, ma. So simply 6 plus 5 plus 8 plus 3. 1, 2, that is 2, sorry, 6 plus 3 plus 4 plus 3. Next one 4 plus 6 plus 8 plus 3. Okay, so 6 plus 5, 11, 22. Okay, next one 9, 12, 16. Next one 10, yeah, 21. So calculate it, ma. Just observe it carefully and calculate. So any mistake, let me know. So yes, longest duration path 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 6 and 6, 7. So 22, right? Everyone getting my point? So here it is 6 plus 3, just use calculator. 6 plus 3 plus 4 plus 3, so 16. So next possibility 4 plus 6, 10, 10 plus 8, 18, 18 plus 3, 21. Yes. So yes, identification of critical path is also completed. Now get back to the question. So network and identify the critical path. Yeah, completed. First point completed. So what is the normal project duration and associated cost? The normal project duration is 22. Normal project duration is 22. So normal duration 22. Associated cost. So simply, cost is nothing but, direct cost plus associated cost, direct cost plus indirect cost. Direct cost plus indirect cost. Direct cost is nothing but, cost for completing the activities. Cost for completing the activities. So yes, we need to complete all the activities. At the end, we need to complete all these activities. Then only we can deliver the project. So all the activities associated cost, just calculate here itself, ma. 600 plus 600 plus 500 plus 450 plus 900 plus 800 plus 400 plus 450. So it is 4,700. So direct cost 4,700. Indirect cost. The indirect cost per day during the project is 100. As we all know, normal duration is 22 days. So 100 per day into 22 days. Into 22 days. So now calculate, ma. So 2200 plus 4700, that means 6900. So this is the normal project duration and this is the normal project cost. Normal cost. So far crashing technique not yet implemented. Next question. Crash the relevant activities systematically and determine the optimum project completion time and cost. So simply now we need to implement a crash technique. For implementing a crashing technique, you need to follow some series of steps. First, you need to identify the activities falling on critical path. And you need to crash the activity which is having a least cost. So technically speaking, we call it as least cost slope. Cost slope. Sir, cost slope. How to calculate cost slope, sir? Very simple. Just now, in example, I told you. So normal cost, crash cost minus normal cost divided by normal duration minus crash duration. So this is the formula. What is the formula for finding cost slope, ma? Crash cost minus normal cost divided by normal duration minus crash duration. Simply, variation per day. So if you want to reduce one day in an activity, how much additional costs I need to incur? Okay. So we'll calculate, cost slope for each and every activity, ma. So it will be useful. It will be useful. So just note it down, ma. Activity, normal crash. I need to write all the things. Okay, just copy it. 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 2 to 4, 2 to 5, 3 to 4, 4 to 6, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. Next one, normal, days as well as cost. Days as well as cost. So days, ma, 6, 4, 5, 3, 6, 5, 3, 6, 8, 4, 3. Crash duration, we can reduce this 6 to 4. Maximum we can reduce 6 to 4. 2, 3, 1, 4, 4, 2, 2. So a reduction in terms of days, maximum reduction in terms of days. Okay, so 6, I can do this activity within 4 days. So maximum I can reduce it to 2 days. Maximum 2 days. Understood? 4 to 2, that means maximum 2. 5 to 3, maximum 2. 5 minus 3. 3 to 1, maximum 2 days. 6 to 4, 6 minus 4, 2 days. 8 minus 4, 4 days. Here, crashing can be done up to 4 days. And 4, 2, crashing can be done up to 2 days. 3, 2, crashing can be done up to 1 day. 3 minus 2, understood, everyone? Everyone. So this is with respect to days. Now let's note down the cost also. Normal cost 600, 600, 500, 450, 900, 800, 400, 450. Crash cost 1000, 2000, 1500, 650, 2000, 3000, 1800. Let's find out cost slope for each and every activity. What is the formula for cost slope? Come on, crash cost minus normal cost divided by normal duration minus crash duration. Understood, everyone? So here, it is 1000 minus 600 divided by, so reduction is by 2. So that will be 200 per one crash day. One crash day, 200 rupees extra for activity 1, 2. Next one here, 2000 minus 600 divided by 2. How much it is? 700. Activity 1 and 3. Activity 1 and 3, how much it is? 700. Next one, 1500 minus 500, difference duration 2. So 500. Are you all getting my point? 2 to 4, 500. Next, 2 to 5, 650 minus 450 divided by 2 days. Divided by 2 days. So that is 100 only. Next one, 2000 minus 900 divided by 2. So 1100 by 2, 550. Are you all getting my point, students? Each and every calculation is very critical, ma. Very critical. One place if you commit any mistake, at any place, 1 point if you commit mistake, total sum wrong. 12 marks. So you need to pay lot of attention. Nothing will be free in this universe. Yes or no? Nothing is free. Even knowledge is also not at free of cost. You need to pay attention. Understood? Here, 3000 minus 800, crash days, 4. So 3000 minus 800 divided by 4. So it is 550. Next one, 5 to 6. Crash cost 1000 minus 400 divided by 2. So 600 by 2, 300. Next, 6 to 7. 800 minus 450 divided by 2. So 350 by 2, right? 350. Just wait. It's not 2 here. Here it is 1, right? 1. So 350 rupees. Is it clear up to here? Sir, that denominator 2, where you got it, sir? See, ma, 2, 4, 2, 1. How you got it, sir? Crash duration minus, normal duration minus crash duration. Normal duration minus crash duration. Sir, out of these, out of these activities, the least cost slope is 100 rupees, no, sir. So, can we crash activity 2 to 5 first? No. Why? Activity 2 to 5 is not falling on critical path, ma. Activity 2 to 5 is not falling on critical path. Just observe here carefully. Activities falling on critical path is 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 7. So 2, 5 is not falling on critical path. So you should not touch activities that are not falling on critical path. You need to reduce the duration only with respect to activities falling on critical path. Everyone. So first, let me write activities falling on critical path. Activities falling on critical path. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Yes or no? 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Now, just write cost slope and crash, reduction. Total duration is 22 days, right? So 1, 2, so 200 rupees is the cost slope. 2, 4, cost slope is 500. 4, 6, cost slope is 550. 6, 7, cost slope is 350. Out of this 4, which one is the least one, ma? 200 is the least one. So select a 1, 2 activity. Sir, in 1, 2 activity, crashing can be done up to 2 days. No, sir. So can I reduce it by 2 days? No. So why? The reason is immediately the next path is having 21 days duration. So if you reduce 1, 2 activity by 2 days, what happens? 22 minus 2, it falls to 20. Whereas it is not a critical path. The critical path becomes, the third path becomes critical path. So here, reduction of up to 2 days is not possible. You reduce it by 1 day only. Now 22 minus 1, 21. So in this case, you will find 2 critical paths. Now we need to apply crashing technique with respect to these 2 paths. Understood? You will get clarity. Just follow me carefully. So now, apply crashing technique with respect to 1, 2 activity. So actually duration for 1, 2 activity is, 6. 2, 4 activity. Come on, tell me. 2, 4 activity, 5. Next, 4, 6 activity, 8. 6, 7 activity, 3. Clear? Now I'm reducing, 1 day from activity 1, 2. So the result will be 5, 5, 8, 3. So after crashing, what is the duration of the project? 21 days. After crashing, the duration of the project is 21 days. Coming to the cost, we need to calculate cost also. Yes or no? Come on, tell me, yes or no? Cost very simple, ma. Normal cost plus the crash cost. Normal cost plus crash cost. Normal cost already calculated, 6,900. 6,900. Yes or no? Yes or no? Then plus crash cost. How much crash cost per day? 200 rupees. The total 7,100. Again wrong. Why wrong, sir? In normal cost, we had direct cost plus indirect cost. Yes or no? Indirect cost is based on number of days of the duration of the project. Yes or no? Indirect cost is based on duration of the project. When duration is getting reduced, indirect cost will also fall. Now, if you take 6,900 straight away, then it gives you wrong answer. So instead of doing like this, let's calculate like this: direct cost plus crash cost plus indirect cost. So direct cost 4,700, there is no change. Crash cost, 200 rupees extra we are spending in order to reduce activity 1, 2. And indirect cost, duration of the project is 21 days into 100 per day. So 4,700 plus 2,100 plus 200. 4,700 plus 2,100 plus 200. So now the total cost after crashing 1-2 activity by 1 day is 7,000 rupees. So come on, my dear students, tell me, for completing project within 21 days, by 21st day, the cost I need to spend is 7,000 rupees. Understood? Sir, some completed, not completed. We need to apply crashing technique till no further crashing is possible. Until then, you need to apply crashing technique. Just one part completed. One part completed. Now, a recompute a critical path. Recompute critical path. So same diagram, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 5, 2, 4, 3, 4, 4, 6, 5, 6, 6, 7. So after crashing, 1, 2 activity, 5 days it is. So remaining, no change, 4, 3, 5, 6, 4, 8, 3. Now once again, come on, calculate ETLT. ETLT. This time no need to write ETLT. So 0. So 0 plus 4. 4 plus 6, wait. 4 plus 6, wait, in case of merge event, you need to consider higher. Yes or no? So here it is 5, 0. Sorry, wait. 5. Next, here it is 5 plus 3, 8. So here, 5 plus 5 or 4 plus 6, both, 10 only. Next one, 10 plus 8, 18. 8 plus 4, 12 or 18, whichever is higher, 18. 18 plus 3, 21. So last event, ET equal to LT, 21, 21, 18. 18 minus 4, it will be 14. Okay, 18 minus 8, 10. 10 minus 6, 4. 10 minus 5, 5. 4 minus 4, 0. 14 minus 3 or 10 minus 5, whichever is lower, 5. 5 minus 5, 0. So ETLT completed. So now if you observe, two critical paths we are having. This is one critical path and this is another critical path. Very simple to identify critical path. It's not only longest duration, and you can compare like this, where ET equal to LT. Simply slack time, if slack time is 0, where ET equal to LT. So if you observe ET equal to LT, ET equal to LT. So wherever ET equal to LT happens, that also becomes a critical path only. Are you all getting my point, students? Everyone? Now, chalo. So yes, we are having two critical paths. Note down those two critical paths, ma. Note down those two critical paths. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay. Duration, possible duration, obviously 21 days. 21 days. You can calculate 21 days. Now we need to apply crashing technique, ma. We need to apply crashing technique. So if you observe it carefully, total 1, 2, 3, 4. In each and every path, we are having 4 activities. Yes or no? In each and every path, we are having 4 activities. 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 7. 4 activities. 1, 3, 3, 4, 4, 6, 6, 7. 4 activities. 4 activities are there. Now you need to select, you need to reduce it by 1 day. In 2 paths, you need to reduce 1 day. So simply when you reduce 1 day from first path, obviously second path becomes critical path. What is our objective? So critical path duration should come down. Critical path duration should come down. So now here, if you observe carefully, I need to reduce 1 day from 2 paths. So it is possible in the following combinations. Suppose if you select 6, 7, if you select 6, 7, 6, 7 is common here. So when you reduce 1 day in 6, 7 activity, obviously 2 paths activities, obviously 2 paths duration will come down equally. And 4, 6 also common. If you observe, 4, 6 also common. 4, 6 also common. So out of 4 activities in path A, and in first path, and 4 activities in second path, 2 activities are common. What are those common activities? 4, 6. Excuse me. 4, 6 and 6, 7 common activities. Understood? So if you reduce 4, 6 by 1 day or 6, 7 by 1 day, obviously 2 paths duration will come down. Are you all getting my point, students? Automatically duration will come down. But if you observe carefully, 1, 2, 2, 4, 1, 3, 3, 4 are different activities. Not same activities coming to these 2 paths. Everyone getting my point? So now, for reducing 1 day in each and every path, these following combinations are possible. What are those following combinations, sir? One is, 4, 6. The second one is 6, 7. So this is one possibility and this is another possibility. One possibility 4, 6. Second possibility 6, 7. Third possibility, just observe carefully, ma. 1, 2, 1, 2 and 1, 3. Fourth possibility 1, 2 and 3, 4. Are you getting my point? That means here if you apply one crashing technique of 1 day, 2 paths duration will come down. Here if you apply crashing technique for 1 day, 2 paths duration will come down. But coming to the third combination, I need to reduce 1 day in activity 1, 2. I need to reduce 1 day in activity 1, 3 simultaneously. Coming to the fourth combination, 1, 2 1 day, 3, 4 1 day. Then only, total duration of each path, 1 day will come down. Are you all getting my point, students? Everyone. Next possible combination. Simply, permutations, combinations. You read in mathematics, right? So here the possibility is 2, 4 activity and 1, 3 activity. Next 2, 4 activity and 3, 4 activity. So total 6 combinations we are having, ma. Total 6 combinations we are having. If you observe each and every combination, just observe each and every combination. So yes, obviously 2 paths duration will come down. If you select a combination 1, first one, 4 to 6. If you reduce 4 to 6, obviously 2 paths duration will come down. If you select 6, 7 activity, 2 paths duration will come down. Coming to the third option, you need to select 2 activities, 1, 2, 1, 3. Why? They are not same. 1, 2, 1, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 1, 3 or 2, 4, 3, 4. Understood, everyone? First of all, in the beginning the table, just reduce here, 1, 2 activity, 1 day. So now 1, 2 activity maximum you can reduce only another day. Why? Already 1 day crashing completed. 1 day crashing completed. So for crashing only 1 day is left over with respect to 1, 2 activity. Remaining activities, original crashing duration is same. There is no change at all. Understood? Understood, everyone? Okay. Now come on. So all these combinations, find out the cost to slope, ma. Find out cost to slope. Follow me carefully, cost to slope. So for 4, 6 activity, just go to the above table, ma. 4, 6 activity. Where is it? Yeah, where is the mouse? Yeah. 4, 6 activity. Yeah, 550 it is. 550. 6, 7 activity. Where is 6, 7 activity? It's 350. 350 rupees. Understood, everyone? Just wait. Yeah. Next one, 1, 2 and 1, 3. 1, 2 and 1, 3. 1, 2, 200. 1, 3, 700. So 200 plus 700. So total 900, ma. Understood here? So I need to reduce 1, 2 by 1 day. 1, 3 also by 1 day. Why? Sir, you reduce only 1, 2 activities, sir. In that case, 21 minus 1, 20. So this loses the characteristic, this loses the character of critical path. It should not happen. Understood? So 2 paths simultaneously, the duration should come down. So yes, 1 2 1 possibility, 1 3 1 possibility. So combination 1 possibility, for that 200 plus 7 day 900 rupees. So reducing 1 day of first path as well as second path, 900 rupees is required if you select 1 2 activity and 1 3 activity. Next one, 1 2 activity 200 already we know. 3 4 activity, come on, go to the table and find out. 3 4 activity, 3 4 activity is 550 ma. 550. So 550. So total how much? 750. Next one, 2 4 activity, you need to find it out. 2 4 activity, yes, 2 4 activity, the cost slope is 500 rupees. 500 rupees. So 500, 500. 2 4, 500, 500 plus 1 3 already calculated. 1 3 700. 3 4 it is 550. So 1200, 1050. Come on, my dear students, select the cost slope. Which cost slope I need to select? Least cost slope. So 350, sir. 350. So 6 to 7, if you observe crashing, 6 to 7 crashing, 6 to 7, only 1 day I can reduce, ma. Only 1 day I can reduce. Are you getting my point? So reduction is possible only for 1 day, one single day. So obviously for 1 day 350 rupees I need to spend. So now actually total duration of the project after 1 2 crashing is 21. Now I can do one more time crashing technique with respect to activity 6 and 7. With respect to activity 6 and 7. So a project will be completed within 20 days. For this 20 days, what is the cost, sir? Direct cost, there is no change, already 4,700. Crash cost. Activity 1 2 already we spend 200 rupees. Now activity 6 7 we need to spend 350 rupees. Indirect cost total 20 days into 100 rupees. Now total this 4,700 plus 550 plus 2,000. So total how much it is, ma? Come on, tell me how much it is. 7,250 rupees. 7,250 rupees. So if you want to finish the project within 20 days, then total cost you need to spend is 7,250 rupees. And further crashing is still possible. So now if you observe this table, 6 to 7 already completed. So 1 minus 1, 0. 1 minus 1, 0. That means crashing with respect to 6 7 already completed. So close it. Understood? Close it. Everyone. So crashing with respect to 6 7 activities completed. Now crashing technique with respect to 6 7 activities is not possible. Only 1 day is possible, and that 1 day I reduced. Understood? Next one. So with this this combination, this option is closed, ma. This option is closed, and still we are having only 2 critical paths. Still we are having same 2 critical paths with a modified duration of 20 days and 20 days. Sir, third path is also there, no sir? Yes, third path already it is, if you observe third path, it is 16 days, right? Third path is just 16 days. Now if you observe, path 1 came to 20, path 2 same duration 20. No more new critical path. Yes or no? No more new critical path. And 16 is still there. So we can reduce it. We can reduce it further also. Sir, to what extent we can reduce, sir? Let's see. Let's find out the least cost slope. Next one, ma. Let's find out the least cost slope. So 350 completed. So remaining activities, remaining options, if you select the remaining options, out of remaining options, 550 is the second least cost slope. After 350, 550 is the least cost slope we are having. Understood? 550 is the least cost slope. Now activity 4 to 6, crashing is possible. Activity 4 to 6, crashing is possible to the extent of 4 days. So 20 modified duration minus 4, it comes to 16. Okay, third path total duration is also 16. No problem. So here you can apply crashing technique for all 4 days. Understood, everyone? So now modified duration, simply 20 minus 4 days. So it will be 16 days. 16 days. Understood? Now direct cost, there will be no change in direct cost, ma. 4,700. All activities direct cost 4,700. Indirect cost, very simple to calculate, ma. 16 days only, modified duration 16 days. 16 into 100, 1600. Crash cost, very important, very important. Originally 200, right? First time crashing 200, activity 1 2. Next, second time crashing, 350 rupees I spent extra. Plus this time 4 days I'm making I'm applying crashing technique. So each day 4 days into each day 550 rupees. Cost slope is nothing but per day calculation. Yes or no? Cost slope, if you observe above calculation table also, if you observe it, I calculated cost slope, it is per day basis, per day. Observe carefully, ma. 1000 crash cost, normal cost 600, 1000 minus 6, 1000 minus 600. So I'm not writing 400 directly. I'm dividing it with reduction days, reduction period. 2 days reduction is possible. So yes, that means normal duration minus crash duration by 2 equal to 200. That means all these costs are per day basis. Yes or no? So yes, here I selected 550 rupees. Here 4 days crashing is possible. So 4 into 550. 4 into 550. Now come on, calculate, ma. 4,700, 1600. 4 into 550 plus 350 plus 200. So 2,750. So 2,750 plus 1600 plus 4,700, 9,050 rupees, ma. So 16 days, modified duration of 16 days. So total cost is 9,050 rupees. So here I am writing, if you want to complete project within 16 days, then minimum cost you need to spend on this project is 9,050. So beyond this, below this is not possible, ma. Below 9,050, achieving the same within 16 days is not possible. You just follow the calculations, you will get to know. I'm selecting the activity with the least cost slope. Understood? So now it's time to draw one more time, critical path. Or let's see one more time. Yeah, let's draw one more time critical path for understanding purpose. 1 2 1 3 2 5 2 4 3 4 4 6 6 7 5 6. Now 1 2 originally 6 days, right? Originally 6 days. Come on, my dear students, but already 1 day crashing technique applied, 5. So 5 1 3 crashing till date not happened. 1 3 crashing till date not happened. So 4 2 5 crashing not yet applied, right? 2 4 2 5 3 days. So last crashing, I made it to 4 6 activity, right? Just observe the table. 4 6 also completed. 4 6 also completed. So 4 6 6 7 only crashing happened. 1 2 4 6 6 7. So 1 2 4 6 6 7. So 6 7, just write down the crash duration. 6 7, it is 2 days. And 4 6 also crash duration, 4 days. Remaining you can copy it from question mark. So here it is 2 to 4, 2 to 4 it is 5, 3 to 4 it is 6, 5 to 6 it's 4. Only so far crashing is applied with respect to these 3 activities. These 2 activities crashing is exhausted. You can't crash it further. Crash duration 6 7 is 2, 4 6 is 4. Normal equal to crash. After applying crash duration, after applying crashing technique, actual duration equal to crash duration. It came into the picture. Are you all getting my point? Now find out the ET of each and every point, ma. So obviously starting point it is 0 0 only. Okay, fine. So here it is 4 comma 5 comma 5 plus 3 8 comma 5 plus 5 10, 4 plus 6 10. So 10 comma 8 plus 4 12, 10 plus 4 14, 14 comma 14 plus 2 16. So last event, ET equal to LT 16 16 14 14 minus 4, 10. 14 minus 4, 10. 10 minus 6, 10 minus 6, it will be obviously 4. Next one, 10 minus 5, 5. Okay. Completed? Yes, completed. Now, yes, find out the possible paths, possible paths. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. Once again write duration, once again write duration. So 1, 2, 2, 5 plus 2, 2, 4, 5 plus 4 plus 2, 16. So next one, 1, 2, 2, 5 plus 2, 2, 5, 3 plus 4 plus 2, 5 plus 3, 8, 8 plus 4, 12, 12 plus 2, 14. Correct only? Yeah. Next 1, 3, 4 plus 6 plus 4 plus 2, 16. So there is no more no new critical path, only two critical paths we are having. As usual, this is 1 and this is 2. Only two critical paths we are having. Only two critical paths we are having. And we can reduce this 16 also. But here, you need to identify the possibilities. Identify the possibilities. See, 4, 6, 6, 7. 4, 6, 6, 7 already finished. Further crashing is not possible. Further crashing is not possible. Now, what are the remaining combinations we are having? Come on, tell me. Remaining combinations. No, you need to select activity only from critical path. Sir, 1, 2, 1, 3. This is one combination I am having. 1, 2, 3, 4. Second combination. Or 2, 4, 1, 3. 2, 4, 3, 4. So these are the combinations I am having. For example, I'm just writing it A, B, C, D. Total 4 are there. 2 paths are there. So AC, AD one path. AC, AD. Next one, BC, BD. That's what I wrote. Just observe carefully. AC one combination, AD another combination. BC one combination, BD another combination. Understood, everyone? Now, find out the cost slope from these for these 4 activities. Already done. If you look at the above table itself. If you look at this above table, 1, 2, 1, 3, 900. 1, 2, 3, 4, 750. Just copy from this table, 900, 750. 900, 750. My God. 900, 750. Next one, 2, 4, 1, 3 combination. 2, 4, 1, 3, 1200. 1200, 1050. 1200, 1050. So combination. Everyone? So out of these 4 options, which is the best option? Come on, tell me, my dear students. Which is the best option? Obviously, 750 is the best option we are having. Least cost, right? Now, coming to the reduction of duration. 1, 2, I can reduce it by only 1 day. Why? Already crashing is completed with respect to 1 day, 1, 2 activity, right? 1, 2 activity, 1 day already over. So maximum another day is possible. Another day is possible. 5, 6, 6, 7 already completed. Sorry, 4, 6, 4, 6 already completed. 4 minus 4, 0. 1 minus 1, 0. So if you observe carefully, these 2 already finished. No more further crashing is possible. And 1, 2 right now you selected. So once you select 1, 2, 1 day completed. Now 1, 2 further crashing is not possible. 1, 2 further crashing is not possible. So here the selected option is 1, 2 and 3, 4. Coming to 3, 4. Coming to 3, 4. Yeah, coming to 3, 4. Yes, 2 days we can reduce, but we are reducing only 1 day. 2 days. Possibility 2 days is there. However, we are reducing only 1 day. Why, sir? Why not 2? The reason, in activity 1, 2, only 1 day is left over. Activity 1, 2, 1 day is left over. That's the reason I can't reduce 3, 4 activity by 2 days. Everyone getting my point? See, I need to consider 2 paths. First of all, 2 paths I need to consider. Now, if I reduce some 2 days or 3 days, I need to reduce same 2 days, 3 days in 2 paths. Activity 1, 2, I'm left with only 1 day. Activity 3, 4, I'm left with 2 days. So whichever is lower, simply 1, 2 activity is having a lowest crash duration. So obviously one only I can reduce it. Understood? So after crashing this time, 3 4 will be left with 1 day. Now let's find out the total duration of the modified duration of the project and total cost. Total cost. Total cost. So now when you are reducing 1 day each. So actually modified duration above step, it is 16 days. Now 16 days minus 1 day. So total modified duration of the project is 15 days. For this 15 days, what would be the minimal cost? So direct cost 4,700, there is no change. Indirect cost, project duration is 15 days. 15 days into 100, so 1500 rupees. Now crash cost. So far, this is the fourth time of crashing. 3 times already completed. 3 times already completed. So about 3 times, just to check here, first time crashing happened to 1-2 activity, right? First time crashing happened to 1-2 activity. So that is 200 rupees. Just note it down, 200 rupees. Second time, crashing is happened with respect to which activity, 6-7 activity. For 6-7 activity crash cost, we spent 350 rupees extra. 350 rupees. Next time, 4-6 activity, yes, we made a reduction. 4-6 activity, we made a reduction. For that, we incurred extra cost of, how much it is? 2,200 rupees. 2,200 rupees plus this time 750 rupees extra we are spending to reduce 1 day. So 200 plus 350 plus 2,200 plus 750. So calculations, you need to be attentive while making calculations. So 3,500. Even you can calculate like this, crash cost of above step is 2,750, right? 2,750. To this add 750. To this just add 750 rupees. 3,500. You can take crash cost from step 1, step 2, step 3. Or else, step 3 crash cost. What is the crash cost of step 3 plus crash cost of step 4? 3,500. So total it will be 9,700 rupees. For 15 days, total cost we need to spend is 9,700 rupees. Understood? Everyone. Now, if you look here, so what happened in this case? 1-2 activity, we reduced it by 1 day. And next one, activity 3-4 by 1 day. 3-4 by 1 day. So 1-2 here 1 day reduced, here 1 day reduced. 3-4 here 1 day reduced. So minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. So 15, 13, 15. So there is no new critical path. Old critical path still continuing. But already, crashing is completed with respect to 1-2 activity. So that means, this option closed. 1-2 further crashing is not possible. 1-2 further crashing is not possible as, 1-2 you can crash to 4 days already completed. Original duration 6 days. You can reduce it to 4 days. That means you had 2 days. First step 1 day already completed. This step already another day completed. So 1-2 option is closed. Literally 1-2 option is closed. So we are left with only 2 options. 2-2-4, 1-2-3 and 2-2-4, 3-2-4. So out of these two, whichever is least, obviously 1,050 is the least one. 1,050 is the least one. So 2-4-3-4. Just observe 2-4-3-4 in the table. Observe 2-4 and 3-4. Observe 2-4 and 3-4. 3-4 only 1 day possibility is there. So you can reduce it by 1 day. Obviously 2-4 also you can reduce it by only 1 day. So the moment 3-4 crashing is completed, obviously 3-4 option will also be closed. 3-4 option will also be closed. So come on, my dear students, come on. So next step, crashing 2-4 and 3-5. What is the next step? Crashing 2-4 and 3-4. 2-4, 3-4. So for this additional crash cost is 1,050 rupees. Now let's find out the duration, duration of the project. a duration equal to above step duration 15 days minus 1 day. So 14 days. How many days? 14 days. Coming to the cost. Direct cost already 4,700, no change. Indirect cost, how much? 14 days, right? 14 days into 100, 1400. Next one, crash cost equal to above step it is 3,500, right? So 3,500 plus additional cost 1,050. So 4,550. Now total it 4,700 plus 1,400 plus 4,550. So 10,650. So with respect to 14 days, 10,650. And still crashing is possible. How? So if you observe 3 to 4 already closed, right? 3 to 4 if you observe from this table, 3 to 4 already closed. Now, so 3 to 4 option is also closed here. The only possibility for the next crashing will be, so there is no other alternative, 2 to 4 and 1 to 3. 2 to 4 and 1 to 3. If you observe 2 to 4 and 1 to 3, 2 to 4 and 1 to 3, yes, 2 to 4 already one time crashing completed. So this time, one more time we are applying crashing technique. So finally it becomes 0. So after applying crashing technique to 2 4 activity, 2 4 activity will also gets closed. 1 3 2 days is there. If you observe 1 3 2 days is there. So just deduct from 2 1. Deduct 1 from 2. Now simply the last time I think crashing last step of crashing technique in this problem, 2 to 4 1 to 3, 2 to 4 1 to 3. So crashing each one by 1 day. 1 day. So what would be the duration Duration of above step is 14. 14 minus 1. 14 minus 1. Sir, here 1 plus 1, 2 you need to take, no sir, right? 2 to 4 is one activity, 2 to 4 is falling in one path. 1 to 3 is falling in another path. 2 to 4 is falling in one path. 1 to 3 is falling in another path. Understood? Yes, sir. So 14 minus 1, that will be 13. Cost important, Cost. Direct cost, no change, 4,700. Step 1. Indirect cost, total 13 days. 13 into 100, 1,300 rupees. Crash cost of above technique is 4,550. Less. Here the crash cost will be, here the crash cost is 1,200 rupees, right? 1,200 rupees. Just add 1,200 rupees. So 5,750. 4,700 plus 1,300 plus 5,750. 11,750 with 13 days duration. And from here onwards, crashing is not possible. From here onwards, crashing is not possible. All options already closed. If you observe, possibility, combinations. So 2 to 4 already closed with this, 2 to 4 already closed with this. Obviously, all options closed. Now, if you ask me to draw network diagram with considering crash duration, so I'll draw for you original diagram, 1 to 2. I think this is 4th time I'm drawing this diagram. So little bit faster I can draw it. 2 to 5, 2 to 4, 3 to 4, 4 to 6, 5 to 6, and 6 to 7. 1 to 2 already crashing is completed. Just observe this table, Observe this table. 1 to 2. 1 to 2 crashing totally completed. That means, actual duration will be crash duration. Actual duration will be crash duration. Accordingly, here I need to write 4. And 1 3, only one time crashing is over. Original duration 4 minus 1 3. 2 5, coming to 2 5, no crashing. 2 5. 5 6, 4 days. Sir, how you are getting these days, sir? See, just apply, just whatever I solved here, whatever I solved here. So wherever it is becoming zero, in green lines, if you take green lines, so crash duration will be the actual duration. Normal lines, normal duration, or modified duration. So accordingly, I'm writing here, 2 to 5 crashing not yet done. Crashing, no crashing for 2 to 5 and 5 to 6. So therefore, 2 to 5, 5 to 6, normal duration you can write. So 5 to 6. Just wait, ma. 5 to 6. If you observe here, 5 to 6, no crashing happened. So the normal duration will be the actual duration. No crashing, right? No crashing technique in 5 to 6 activities. So that's why 4 I wrote here. So 4 I wrote here. Next one, 2 to 4 crashing just now done. 4 to 6 crashing already completed. 6 to 7 one time crashing completed. So 2. Next one, 3 to 4 one time crashing completed. So 4. Now come on, find out earliest time and latest time of all these events. Starting event obviously 0, 0. So 0 plus 4, 4, 0 plus 3, 3. Next 4 plus 3, 7. 3 plus 4, and then 4 plus 3, 7. 3 plus 4, 7. Yes, 7. 7 plus 4, 11. 7 plus 4, 11. 11 plus 2, 13. Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. Last event ED equal to LT. 13, 13. 13 minus 2, 11. 11 minus 4, 7. 11 minus 4, 7. 7 minus 4, 3. 7 minus 3, 4. 7 minus 3, 4. 4 minus 4, 0. 3 minus 3, 0. So if you observe, all these three paths are critical paths only. If you observe all these three paths, each and every path now it become a critical path. Yeah, if you have no trust, you can I can prove it. Sima, possibilities 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. So duration 4 plus 3 plus 4 plus 2, 13. Next possibility 1 to 2, 2 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. So 4 plus 3 plus 4 plus 2, 13 only. Next one 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So 3 plus 4 plus 4 plus 2. Okay. So here also 13 only. So no crashing is possible. No further crashing is possible. And for 13 days, the total duration is 11. For 13 days duration, the total cost will be 11,750 rupees. So with this crashing concept completed. Very, very simple concept. Provided practice it 3 to 4 times. Understood? Understood? Everyone. Okay. So with this crashing concept also completed. So next concept is floating. Floating. So crashing and floating both are different. How they are different, sir? I'll tell you. In crashing, our objective is a reduction of project duration. Yes or no? So reducing the project duration with a minimum additional cost. But coming to the floating, here without disturbing the duration of the project, we can reschedule some other activities. That means the activities which are not falling on critical path, you can reschedule them, you can delay them. Even though you make delay in such activities, the duration of the project will not get disturbed. Are you all getting my point, students? So let me give you one example with respect to floating, ma. One small example with respect to floating. Just observe carefully, ma. Yeah. Activity A. Next one. Activity B. Activity C. Activity D. And activity E. Total 5 activities. Same example I am repeating. Now what example I considered in crashing, same example I am using in floating also. Now duration A, for example 5 days. Activity B 3 days. Activity C 3 days. Activity D, 2 days. And activity E, 1 day. I'll give numbering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if you observe carefully, using Gantt charts also, you can understand this network diagram. In Gantt chart, you will see, x-axis, y-axis, and we are presenting the activities, using the number of days. We'll draw the line based on number of days I need. Yes or no? Come on, tell me, x-axis duration, y-axis, I'll see the number of activities. Now, if you observe carefully this diagram, activity A is independent activity. At the 0 point, we need to start activity A. Yes or no? Next one, activity B, activity C are successors to A. So they run parallelly. Now, if you observe carefully, I can take up activity E only after completion of B and D. After completion of B and D only I can take up E. I can take up D only after completion of C. Understood, everyone? Now, if you identify the critical path, possible durations 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is one possible path. Other one is 1, 2, 4, 5. So just note down the duration 5 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. 5 plus 3, 8, 11. And here it is 5 plus 3 plus 1 is 9. So if you observe carefully, the critical path is 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5. So highest duration is, longest duration is 11. Now, if you observe carefully, there is a chance of activity 2, 4. There is a probability you can delay activity 2, 4. Yes, ma. Even if you reschedule activity B, after 1 day or after 2 days, there will be no change in duration of the project. Once again, I'm telling you, there will be no change in the duration of the project. Everyone, come on, answer me. Suppose, for activity B, I'm taking 1 day extra, ma. I'm taking 1 day extra. Now, it is 4 for activity B, 4. So if you observe second path, even if you add 1, there will be no change in duration of the project. Sir, again, I'm adding 1 more day, sir. Again, adding 1 more day, sir. There is no change in the duration of the project. Project duration remains same. Now, with respect to activity B, I can make some delay or I can reschedule it in future. Now, whatever resources are in there, whatever resources are there in activity B, 2, 4 activity, I can employ them in other activities wherever I require. Understood? So that is what, float. Float is nothing but, maximum time available. Maximum time available to finish the activity and time required to finish the activity. The difference between maximum time available and time required to complete the activity, we call it as float. And float analysis is very important, very necessary in order to employ resources, in order to check the available resources. Suppose activity C and activity D are very, very critical. So activity B, you can delay it for 2 days, right? So resources in activity B, you can use them, you can employ them in C as well as D. So that's what, float analysis. Float, crashing, both are two different topics. Crashing, our main objective is reducing the duration of the project. Coming to the float, here we are not going to disturb the duration of the project. Here, some activities which are not falling on critical path, we will try to modify it. We'll try to reschedule them. We'll try to, simply, we can experience some delay in those activities. Understood? So let me give you one example and then I'll discuss with you one problem and the study material. So example, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 3, 5, 4, 5, 6. Very simple, right? Very, very simple. A, B, C, D, E, F. And let me write duration here itself. Activity A required 3 days, B 2 days, C 3 days, D 3 days, E 4 days, F 5 days. Understood? Everyone? Okay. Now, let me write, possible paths here itself. Paths, duration. I think only two paths are possible. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Next one 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, sir. Okay, right duration 3 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5. How much it is? 5, 13 days. Yes or no? Just wait, ma. Next, 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. 15 days. Correct? Everyone. Come on, answer me, everyone. Yes, sir. Now just identify the critical path, ma. Path with longest duration is the critical path. Path with the longest duration is the critical path. So simply drawing a line to identify the critical path. So in crashing, what we will do, we'll reduce the activity duration, which is having a least cost flow. But floating, the activities which are not falling on critical path, we are going to reschedule them. And we are making a, we are changing the schedule, we are modifying the schedule in such a way that there will be no disturbance in the total duration of the project. The total duration of the project will be constant. Understood? Now let's calculate, ETLT. ETLT at a starting point is 0, 0 only. Here it is 3, comma. Here it is 5, comma. Here it is 6, comma. And 10, whichever is higher. Next one 15. 15, comma 15. 15 minus 10, 6. 6 minus 3, 3. 15, 10, 10 minus 3, 7. 7 minus 2, 5, or 6 minus 3, 3, whichever is lower, 3. 3 minus 3, 0. Understood? Everyone. Now, let me draw the table with respect to EST, LST, EFT, LFT. Okay, activities, ma. A, B, C, D, E, F. These are the activities. Duration with respect to activities. Duration. A3, B2, C3, D3, E4, F5. Early start time. Early start time means, tail event earliest time. Tail event earliest time. So A earliest time 0, B earliest time 3, C earliest time is also 3 only, and D earliest time is 5, E earliest time is 6, F earliest time is 10. Once again I'm telling you EST is nothing but ET of tail event. Sir, first of all, tail event, told you many times. Now if you take any activity, the start event is a tail event, and finish event is nothing but a head event. Finish event is nothing but head event. Understood? Understood, everyone? Come on, tell me. Okay, fine. Next one, EFT. Formula very simple. EFT equal to EST plus duration. EST plus duration. Yes or no? Now just add it, man. 0 plus 3, 3, 3 plus 2, 5, 3 plus 3, 6, 5 plus 3, 8, 6 plus 4, 10, 10 plus 5, 15. Next one, latest finish time, latest start time. So latest finish time is nothing but, LT of head event. LT of head event. Latest finish time, LT of head event. Now if you take activity A, activity A, head event is 2. Here LT, that is 3. So 3. Next, activity B, head event LT 7. Activity C, head event LT 6. Next, activity D LT 10. Activity E LT 10. Activity F, head event LT 15. Now 15 minus LST is nothing but LST equal to LFT minus the duration. So 3 minus 3 0, 7 minus 2 5, 6 minus 3 3, 10 minus 3 7, 10 minus 4 10 minus 4 6, 15 minus 5 10. Now we need to calculate a total float here, ma. So just observe this table. Total float. So total float, what it indicates? Total float, what it indicates? Just follow me carefully. Total float. So total float means, simply note it down, ma. Total float. So studying total float, what we can achieve, or what is the importance of total float? What is the importance of total float? So without impacting the overall project duration, it's like a delay or a reschedule of activity without impacting the overall project completion time. Overall project completion time. So that's what a total float. Now here, total float is of two types, ma. Total float, three types. Positive, sir. Positive. Or total float zero, or total float negative. Total float positive indicates, more resources, more time or more resources. If total float is zero, then everything is adequate only, sir. Sufficient resources, sufficient time. Negative, that means we are having very less time, less than required time. Available time is less than required time. Less time or less resources. Now, yes, what is the formula for calculating total float, sir? Very simple, latest finish time minus latest start time, or earliest finish time minus earliest start time. So anything, you'll get equal only. So now here total float, come on, 3 minus 3, 0, 7 minus 5, 2, 6 minus 6, 0, 10 minus 8, 2, 10 minus 10, 0, 15 minus 15, 0. And even if you observe carefully, wherever total float is becoming zero, that means, that activity is falling on critical path. Of course, you can check it. Here. Just wait. Total float is zero with respect to ACEF. Yes. ACEF. Total float is zero. Why? Because, equal we are having. Understood, everyone? So total float equal to 0. That means, that activity is falling on critical path and the resources are adequate, sufficient. Now if you observe here carefully, total float 2, in case of 2, you can delay that activity or you can reschedule that activity without impacting the overall project completion time. Understood the importance of total float, everyone? So that is all about total float, ma. Next we are having another concept, that is, free float, ma. Free float. Sir, free float means what, sir? Free float means what? Free float. Let me write the theory content here. So free float. I hope everyone will copy this content. Very, very important for understanding purpose, or else, you can't understand this concept. Ultimately, you will take this topic choice. Everyone. So free float. Amount of time that a task can be delayed. A task or activity can be delayed without affecting the start time of its subsequent activity. So subsequent task or subsequent activity. So even if you make some delay of the current activity, suppose activity B is there, even you make delay of activity B, there would be no impact on next activity. For example, activity C is the next activity. Sir, even if you make delay with respect to activity B, there will be no delay with respect to start time of C, sir. With respect to start time of C. With respect to start time of C. Are you all getting my point, students? Everyone. So again, once again, I'm reading it. What I wrote, just I'm reading it. Just observe carefully. Amount of time that an activity can be delayed. Activity B can be delayed without affecting start time of its subsequent activity. So subsequent activity, as per schedule only it should start, sir. As per schedule only it should start. Once again, I repeat, as per schedule only it should start. But I want to make some delay in activity B, sir. That is what free float. That is what free float. And formula for free float is, formula for free float is it, yeah, yes. Total float minus slack of head event. Slack of head event. Sir, why I wrote a head event? The reason is head event indicates finish point. Only when I finish activity B, I can start activity C. So there should be no delay in activity C. What I'm telling you, there should be no delay in activity C. So activity C earliest start time is nothing but, is nothing but finish time of activity B. Finish time of activity B. So by this time, if I complete activity B, I can start activity C by earliest start time without affecting the start time of its subsequent activity. So that's the reason, total float minus difference of head event. Difference. Technically speaking, slack of head event. Understood? Everyone, slack of head event. So, generally, if you take an activity, activity A. So, numbering, you can observe like this, 1, 2. With respect to activity A, this 1 is a tail event. What is 1? Tail event. And what is 2? Head event. What is 2, ma? Head event. Are you all getting my point, students? So here you will have ETLT. Here also you will have ETLT. Yes or no? Yes or no? Once again, in detail, I'll write here. Confusion. Why confusion? 1, 2. This is activity A. With respect to activity A, this is EST, ELST. This is EFT, ELFT. Now, if you want to calculate free float of activity A, simply total float minus difference of head event, slack of head event. That means LFT minus EFT. That's it. Are you all getting my point, students? Independent float, another concept is there. Independent float of activity A. Here the formula is free float minus LST minus EST. This is, slack of tail event. So first of all, let me write, what is meant by independent float. What is meant by independent float? So I'm giving you theory content also here itself. Independent float. Independent float. Come on. Write the text, ma. Note down the text. Amount of time an activities start. This is the only word that differentiates independent float and free float, ma. This is the only word, start. This is the only word differentiates free float and independent float. Amount of time an activities start time can be delayed without affecting the EST of a successor or subsequent event. Understood? Everyone? Okay. So independent float means what? Amount of time an activity start time can be delayed. So here, I'm making delay of start time. Whereas free float, if you observe carefully, free float, amount of time that a task can be delayed. One is, delay of task. Independent float, start time delay. Reschedule. Suppose, day 2 if you start. I can start it on day 3, I can start it on day 4. That's what independent float. Start time can be delayed, whereas free float, total activity time will be delayed. What is the difference, sir? I'll tell you one more time, just a difference, Suppose, activity B, start time 2, activity C, start time 4. B requires only 1 day. B requires 1 day. Now what free float is telling, free float, yeah, you can do it another day also. You can make delay. Why? Next activity will begin from 4th point onwards, 4th day onwards. Understood? B actually requires 1 day, right? B actually requires 1 day. Start day is 2, end day is 4, whereas activity time, it's 1. That means, what is the maximum time? 2 days. Available time 2 days. Required time 1 day. Now you can delay it by 1 more day. So activity B, you can implement activity B for 2 days, no problem. That is free float. What is independent float? What is independent float? There will be no change in duration of the activity. It is telling you by what time if you start, you can reach 4th day. So instead of starting from second day, instead of starting the second day, I can start from 3rd day, sir. So start time I'll make delay of 1 day. Start time I'll make delay of 1 day. Are you all getting my point, students? Critical point, but very simple point. Very simple point. Once again, I'm telling you, critical point, very simple point. Free float, activity can be delayed. Independent float, start time of activity can be delayed. Formula already I given to you. So free float here refers to total float minus this one, 0. If total float is 0, obviously free float as well as independent float is obviously 0. So these floats can never be negative. So 0 is there, just write 0, 0. Now here coming to 2 minus a difference of a head event, difference of a head event. So 2 minus 2 free float equal to 0. Here independent float, a 0 obviously. Now coming to here, 2 total float minus head event 10 minus 8, head event 10 minus 8, 2 equal to 0. Here obviously it is 0. So free float, that means activity B, activity D, you can extend activity B and you can extend activity D. Whereas delay, delay start time, not possible. Free float only we are doing, right? Free float, in free float. So obviously activity B, you can increase it by 2 days. Activity, just wait, activity D, you can increase it by 2 days. Just observe this diagram carefully. So activity B, even if you increase 2 days, no problem. There will be no change in duration of the project. There will be no change in the duration of the project. So same. Or without activity B, without increasing activity B, suppose if you want to increase activity D by 2 days, then also there will be no change in the duration of the project. Project duration remains same. Understood? Everyone? Okay, let's solve problem on this. We are having one problem on this, so let's solve that problem. Illustration 9. Given is the following information regarding a project. Activity ABC, no dependency. So ABC are independent activities. So D is having a predecessor, E, F, G, everyone, rest of them having a predecessors. So let's copy this question and then, we'll have a network diagram and then I'm going to discuss with you total float, independent float as well as free float. Clear? Okay. So this is the question, So drawing network diagram is very critical in this question. So only after practice you'll become expert in drawing network diagrams, or else you may end up with losing 10 to 12 marks. It's in your hands only. So particularly activity K, very crucial. So why? Because it is having 4 predecessors, C, D, F, J. Understood? C, D, F, J. Okay, fine. So let me draw the diagram. So A, B, C starts from 1 point. That's why they are not having any predecessors. So start point. So A, next one B, next one C. AB or predecessors to D. AB predecessors to D. I told you no two activities will have common start and common end. No two activities will have same common start and common end, common finish. So if you want, if you want to draw activity D here, for example, I'm drawing activity D here. The problem is only A is acting as a predecessor to D, not B. Are you getting my point? So that's the reason here I need to introduce a dummy activity, a dashed line, dummy activity. Is it clear, everyone? So dummy activity. So I'll name it this one as D1. So finally, 4 conditions, 4 activities completed. So activity E, B is the predecessor and B is the predecessor to F also. B is the predecessor to H also. So from B onwards, if you observe, burst event is taking place from B activity. From activity B, you need to observe E, F, H. E, F, H. So I'm drawing it carefully. Just observe me carefully, So E. And then F, H. Why? I'll tell you, just wait. So with this, B predecessor activities completed. B predecessor activities completed. So these are the activities drawn. Understood? Now, to G, both F as well as C are predecessors. That means, CF, they are not having common start. First of all, CF, they are not having common start. So they can end at common finish point. They can end at common finish point. So with this, I can draw a line like this, C. So C as well as F are predecessors to G. So this is, I'll name it as G. So completed. Next, I, to I, E and H are predecessors. To I, E and H are predecessors. If you observe, E as well as H had common start. How they can have common finish point? Just now I told you, 2 activities. No 2 activities will have common start and common end. So again, dummy line. Just to draw dummy line here. So I'll name this as D2. Now from here onwards, I comes into the picture. EH, I comes into the picture. And I is not a predecessor to anyone. I is not a predecessor to anyone. So I'll draw I like a free line. I is not a predecessor to anyone. Understood? So this one also completed. Next, J, EH having J as a successor. So yes, next one, GA is a predecessor to K. K is predecessor to L. So last point is nothing but L. Last activity is L. So to L, K is the predecessor, and to K, C, D, F, J are predecessors. C, D, F, J are predecessors. Observe carefully. C, D, F, J are predecessors, and to J, E, H are predecessors. Suppose if I draw like this, J, I name it as J. Now, this condition satisfied. EHJ condition satisfied. But coming to K, if you observe K had common finish with respect to D as well as J. D and J had a common successor, that is K. That means D and J, here some merge event should take place. So that's why, I'm changing it. Just observe it carefully. So why I'm making a merge? So D and J had a common finish point. A little bit tricky, but you need to understand. So D, J, K completed. CF. So if you observe, F, yeah, F is here, it is there, F here it is there. CF, thank God, CF common endpoint is there. CF common endpoint is there. But from here onwards, you need to draw a line to this event, and you should not name that activity. Why? Because if you name any activity, suppose if you draw a line, for example, I'm telling you, example sake, I'm telling you, if you draw a line like this, oh my God, if you draw a line like this, and if you name something, for example, X, then FC are predecessors to X. But here the question is, FC or predecessor to K? FC or predecessors to K? So first of all, we need to draw K, right? So yes, I'm drawing K here. For example, K. Now, if you draw line like this, for example, if you draw a line like this, and if you name some event, X, so definitely FC will act as predecessor to X, not FC will act as a predecessor to K. So that's why here I need to draw a dummy line from this event onwards. And dummy line, some adjustments is required. Some adjustments. Why some adjustments are? Why? Because there is no space. So that's why the line looks like this, Just observe carefully. So some jump. Again jump. So this is dummy 3 line. T3. And if you observe it carefully, all the conditions are satisfied with respect to K. Can I show you? Yes, sir. See, K predecessor D, condition satisfied. D, condition satisfied. K predecessor J, condition satisfied. And CF. So dummy line is drawn from a point where CF got merged. Dummy line is drawn from where CF got merged. So with this, all conditions are satisfied. And K is a predecessor to L. K is a predecessor to L. And with this, network diagram is over L. So this is the last point. So you need to merge all the activities here itself. Yeah. So IG, they are not having any successors. IG, no successors. L is a predecessor, L is a successor to K. And K is having 4 predecessors. D is having 2 predecessors. So complying all the conditions, I drawn this diagram. And let me number these diagrams, Let me number this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, next is 7, 8, and 9. So yes, with this, diagram is over. Once again, I'll draw for you. Once again, I'll draw this diagram for you, Just 2 minutes time. That's it. Nothing extra. So observe me carefully, So activity A, B, C, no predecessors, no dependency. So all these 3 activities will have common start. So number 1, activity A, activity B, and activity C. Next one, AB or predecessors to D. So from B, first I'm drawing a dummy line, dummy activity D1. So with this, 4 activities completed. And B is the predecessor to E, F, H. So 3 activities will commence after completion of B activity. So E, next one, F, and then H, and then H. Okay, so E, F, H completed. Next, G is the successor to FC. So that's why, FC will end at one point. From here onwards, activity G will start. Activity G will start. So G also completed. Next, I, E and H. E and H to I. And I is not having any successor at all. So I can draw like this. So this is dummy activity 2. And this is I. I is not having any successor, I is not having any successor. So I also completed. Next, J, coming to J, E as well as H. E as well as H. Okay. So just I'm drawing line like this. Just observe it carefully. J. Now condition E, condition H already completed. So simply if you observe, E, H are predecessor to IJ. Yes or no? E, H are predecessors to IJ. Next one, DJ having a common successor. So that's why I'm doing, I'm just merging these two activities at one event. Understood here? And moreover, FC also had common successor. That's why from here onwards, I'm just drawing a dummy line. So in between one line is there. That's why, just I'm going up here. Here also one line is there. Just I'm going down like this here. So just observe carefully. This is dummy 3. Dummy 3. Now all these conditions are satisfied. Case and condition satisfied. L. So since I and G are not having any successors, so I also ends here. G also ends here. Now this is what, the diagram, network diagram of illustration 9. Understood everyone? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just wait. 6, 7. Just wait. This diagram is not yet correctly drawn. Why? Where is K? You're simply copying it. I observed. Simply copying it. K point I forgot to write here. So K, from K onwards, L. Now understood? 7, 8, 9. So this is the complete diagram of illustration number 9. Is it clear everyone? Only point you need to remember is 5 to 7. Dummy line is drawn like this. So only through practice you will get to know all these points. So now you can observe, L is having predecessor K, satisfied. K is having 4 predecessors. So K is having D. Next one J, F, C, satisfied. J and H are having J and I. If you observe J, I having 2 predecessors, E and H satisfied. H is having a B predecessor satisfied. G is having a FC predecessor satisfied. Next one, F is having a B predecessor satisfied. E is having B predecessor satisfied. D is having a AB predecessor satisfied. So in this manner, you can make assessment whether the drawn diagram is correct or not. Understood everyone? Now chalo, let's draw the table. Now let's draw the table. So activity, duration, EST. Once again I'm telling you EST. How to calculate EST? So ET of tail event. ET of tail event. Next EFT. Formula is very simple. EST plus duration. Next one LFT. LFT is simply LT of head event. Then LST. LST is nothing but LFT minus duration. So we need to calculate up to here first. Okay, fine. So as you all know, starting event, obviously it begins with 0, 0. So assign the duration in the question in the diagram. A is 3, B 4, C 2, D is having dummy activity is always 0, D is 5, and E is having a 1. E is having 1. H is having a duration H is having duration of 4. F is having duration of 3. Next one, G is having a duration of 6. I 4, K 1, J 2, and finally L 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 are there. Come on, calculate. So ET forward based. First calculate ET. So 4 comma. Here it is. It's not 2 comma. Just why? You need to consider highest of the activities et. Et is the highest of the previous activities, right? So 4 plus 3 7. So 7 comma. Next one 3 5 8. At this point of time, 8 or 7, dummy 0 7. So 8 or 7. Next we need to do some more calculations. 4 plus 1 5 comma, and 2 plus 4 2, sorry, here it is 4. 4 plus 4, it is 8 comma. So 8 plus 2, if you observe 8 plus 2, so 10. So whichever is highest, 10 comma, and 10 plus 1, only 1 is there, right? 11 comma. 11 plus 5 16, or 7 plus 6 13, or 8 plus 4 12, whichever is higher, 16 comma. So with this ed completed, now I need to calculate lt. So ed lt at the last event, head event of the total project is both are same. So 16 16, I'm writing 16 16 here itself. Just wait. Wait. Yeah, using different pen to identify it, ma. Just wait. Yeah. So 16 minus 5 11, 11 minus 1 10, 10 minus 10 minus 2, or 16 minus 4, whichever is lower, 8. Okay, now 8 minus 4 4. Next one 16 minus 6 10, here it is. Now coming to here, 10 minus 5 5. Okay, now 10 minus 2 8, 4 minus 4 0, 5 minus 3 2. So whichever is lower, 0. So completed, ma, with this activity A, 3 days. Yeah, it is completed. You can check here. Let me draw, ma, so that no confusion at all. Yeah, here it is there, right? 8 8 minus 0, here it is 8. 8 minus, yeah, completed here also. Understood? Now just write ED of tail events under EST. So first let me write activity names. Activity A, B, C, D, E, F. So what happened to this OneNote? So 1 second, ma, I'll take OneNote, new OneNote. Follow me carefully. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Okay. And duration, assign duration, ma, just get it from question, ma. Activity A, 3 days. B, 4, C, 2, D, 5, E, 1, F, 3, G, 6, H, 4, I, 4, and then J, 2, K, 1, and L, 5. Still there? Yeah, L, 5. So EST, just get it from the question, ma. All tail events, activity A tail event is number 1. So it is 0. No need of any stress, ma. If you draw diagram perfectly, tail event ET equal to EST. Next one, activity B, common start, so 0. Activity C, common start, so 0. Next, activity D, where is activity D? Yeah, activity D is there. So what is the ET of activity D? Tail event is number 3. Tail event ET 3, just write 3 here. Next one, E, where is E? Yeah, E, tail event is 2 ET 4. Yeah, come on. Next, F, where is F? F. So here F, tail event is 2, so ET is 4. Understood? Next one, G, tail event is 5. At event 5, tail event ET is 7. Are you all getting my point, students? Next one, H, Come on, H. Yeah, H. Tail event is 2. 2 ka ET 4. I ka tail event 6. 6 ka ET 8. Next one, J. Where is J? Identify J. Yeah, J. J ka tail event 6. 6 ka ET 8. Next, where is K? K. K ka tail event 7. 7 ka ET 10. And finally, L. L का tail event 8, 8 का ED 11. Now come on, calculate EFT. Simply EST plus duration. 0 plus 3, 3. 0 plus 4, 4. 0 plus 2, 2. 8, 5, 7, 13, 8, 12, 10, 11. One small calculation error, it costs you either half an hour time or 10 marks time. 16. Next one, LFT, LT of head event. LT of head event. You know, A head event is 3. 3 ka LT is 5. So LFT is 5. B ka head event 2. 2 ka LT 4. As you all know in brackets, you know, ET comma LT. Yes or no, everywhere ET comma LT. Depending upon, you know, if it is a tail, it will be EST, LST. If it is a head, it will be EFT, LFT. Do you remember this logic? Okay, next C. C ka head event is 5. 5 ka LT is 10. Next one, where is D? D ka head event is 7. 7 ka LT is 10. Okay, next E. E ka head event 4. 4 ka LT 8. Next F. Where is F? F ka head event 5. 5 ka LT 10. Understood? Next one. Old ma actually. Next one, G. Where is G ma? Come on. G. Yeah, G ka head event 9. 9 ka LT 16. 16. Clear? Next one, H. H ka head event 6. 6 ka LT 8. 8. Next one, I. 16. J. Where is J? Yeah, J ka head event 7. 7 ka LT 10. Next one, K. K ka head event 8. 8 ka LT 11. Understood everyone? Next one, last one, L. L ka head event 9, 16. Up to here, is it clear ma? Everyone? But there is one small clerical error. I don't know how many of you noticed here. So what is that clerical error? Just observe carefully here at this point. Yes, sir. At this point, if you observe it carefully, there is a dummy event from B. Yes or no? So now 4 plus 0, 4 or 0 plus 3, 3, whichever is higher, we need to consider accordingly. Here it is not 3, here it is 4. I'm practicing what kind of mistakes you can commit in examination. I'm showing you each and every mistake possibility that you may commit in examination. So this is, this small mistake, it will definitely affect your problem. There is no change in duration of the project, ma. Even if you observe carefully, 4 plus 5, it is 9. But here it is 10. 4 plus 5, 9 or 10, whichever is higher, 10 you need to consider. So 10 came. There is no issue at all. But the point is, at this point, if you observe, mistake happened. This mistake, it will not impact a critical path. It will not impact the duration of the project. Why? Because this activity is not falling on critical path. Luckily. Fortunately, this activity is not falling on critical path. So therefore, the duration of the project, there is no change. But this is a small mistake, yes or no? This is a mistake, yes or no? Now, accordingly, you need to change it, ma. So wherever activity D, ET is not 4. Activity E, ET is not 4. It's not 3. It's 4. So 4 plus 5, it is 9 actually. Understood? Everyone understood this mistake? Everyone? Next one. So similar kind of mistake. Similar mistake I'm going to show you one more time. Similar mistake I'm going to show you. Yeah. Yes. Next one. LFT. If you take LFT, activity A. If you take LFT of activity A. So there is no problem with respect to activity A LFT. Why? Because I changed ET of 3, not LT. Yes or no? So now calculate LST ma. Now calculate LST. 5 minus duration, 2. This kind of mistakes you can identify even after solving this table also. How, sir? I'll tell you. See, the difference between LFT and EFT is equal to, should be equal to LST and EST. Then only your problem is correct, or else your problem somewhere it went wrong. Somewhere it went wrong. In examination, while solving the problem itself, you can know whether it is correct or not. Whether it is correct or not. The difference between EST and LST should be equal to EFT and LFT. Even if I fail to find mistake here, definitely I would have found that mistake, while solving this table. You can observe it carefully, ma. Next one, 4 minus 4, 0. 10 minus 2, 10 minus 2, it is 8. Okay, next one, 10 minus 5, how much? 6. 10 minus 5, how much? 6. Mistake. 10 minus 5, 5. Yeah, you can find it out the difference, ma. Suppose, these two difference is 1 and these two difference is 1. Problem correct, you solved. Next, 8 minus 1, 7. Understood? Next one, 10 minus 3, 7. 16 minus 6, 10. 8 minus 4, 4. Next one, 16 minus 4, 12. 10 minus 2, 8. 11 minus 1, 10. 16 minus 5, 11. Understood? Now, using this table, you can identify critical path. Sir, how, sir? Critical path is something where ET equal to LT. Yes or no? Critical path is something where ET equal to LT. So looking at this table, you can easily come to this picture. Just observe it. 16, 16, 10, 10, 11, 11, 8, 8. Next, similarly, if you observe, so these are the activities falling on critical path. And then you can see here, 0, 0. 8, 8, 10, 10, 11, 11. So where, EST equal to LST, EFT equal to LFT, that means, the difference will be 0. 1 second. So difference will be 0. Those activities are falling on critical path. I told you total float equal to 0. That is a critical path activity. The next step is calculation of total float. Total float difference, LFT minus EFT or EST, LST minus EST. Anything you can solve, you will get same answer only. So 4 minus 4, 0. 10 minus 2, 8. Next one, 10 minus 9, 1. Okay. Next one, 8 minus 5, 3. 10 minus 7, 3. 16 minus 13, 3. 8 minus 8, 0. 16 minus 12, 4. 10 minus 10, 0. 11 minus 11, 0. 16 minus 16, 0. So wherever 0 comes, those activities fall on critical path. So let me highlight them. So these are the activities falling on critical path. So what are those activities? Let me write here B, H, J, K, L. And even in diagram also, the highest path, if you observe, it is the longest duration of the project, and it is the duration of the project. So B, H, B, H, next one, J, K, L. So this is what, total float. So total float is completed. Next one, what to calculate? Free float. So what is the formula for free float? Total float minus slack of head, slack of head event, head. Head, I'm calling head, it is nothing but, finish point. So differences of the two finish points, EFT, LFT. The difference deduct from total float. Already total float 0, obviously free float will also be 0. So here calculation is not required at all. Wherever total float is 0, free float automatically becomes 0. So negative figures will not come into the picture, first thing. Next calculation. 2 minus slack of head. So head you will observe EFT and LFT. EFT and LFT. So 2 minus 5 minus 3. So 2 minus 2. Just 1 second, ma. 1 second. So observe it carefully from the diagram, ma. Observe it carefully from the diagram. So activity A, head event is 3. Yes or no? At event 3, the difference of 5 and 4, slack of head is nothing but a difference of, ET and LT at finish time. ET and LT at finish time. Once again, I am writing here ET and LT of finish time. So 5 minus 4, definitely it is 1. So here I am writing the same point. Just see 5 minus 4, 1. So 2 minus 1, free float is 1 here. So B automatically 0. Now coming to C. Now carefully observe this point also. Coming to C. C point is there right here, right? Yes. What is the C's total float, ma? What is C's total float? C's total float is 8. 8 minus head event, difference of, slack of 7 and 10. That means, 10 minus 7, that is 3, that equal to 5. Understood? And the same, 1 minus D. Where is D? So D, head event difference, 10 minus 10, 0. 1 minus 0, 1. Understood? Next one, coming to E. 3 minus, where is E, ma? E. So here E is there. Slack of head event, that means 8 minus 5. Repeat, 8 minus 5. So 3 minus 3, that will be 0. Next one, F. F head event, the difference, slack of head event is 10 minus 7, 3. And it is 3, 3 minus 3, that will be 0. Everyone, carefully follow me. Next one, activity G. Activity G, head event is 9. At 9, slack time, 16 minus 16, 0. So 3 minus 0, 3. Next one, I total float 4 minus I is also having a same common end, that is 9. 9, 16 minus 16, 0. 4 minus 0 equal to 4. Everyone getting my point, students? Next one, JK already 0, 0. L also 0. JKL already it became 0. Total float equal to 0. Free float automatically becomes 0. So this is what, free float. Next one, independent float. Independent float. So what is the formula for independent float, ma? Free float minus slack of tail. Slack of tail. I already gave a notes to independent float. The starting activities, the start time of activities can be delayed without delaying or without affecting succeeding activities. So I'm talking about start time. Start time, definitely start event is tail event, yes or no? Start time is tail event. Now activity A, the free float is 1. So 1 minus a slack of tail. Activity A, obviously, 0 minus 0. 0 only. 1 minus 0, it will be 1. And B, free float already 0. Just mark it as 0. So wherever free float is 0, just write 0 in independent float also. So adjustment is not possible. Already if it is 0, resources are adequate. Adjustment is not at all possible. So remaining activities, 5, free float 5, 5 minus slack of tail. So which one it is? C, right? So to C, tail event 0 minus 0, okay, 0, that is 5 only here also. Next one, here 1 minus to activity D. If you observe activity D, tail event 3, slack means 5 minus 4, 1, that equal to 0. Next one here 3 minus Now, which activity is G? G activity tail event, slack time, the difference between ET and LT. So 3 minus 10 minus 7. So 3 minus 3 equal to 0. Next one, I, activity I, it is having, ET, LT same. ET, LT both are same, 8, right? So 4 minus 0, that equal to 4. Remaining I completed. So this is the complete table with respect to illustration 9. So what total float is telling us? Total float, you can delay these activities without impacting the duration of the project. Understood? So activity A delay 2 days, activity C delay 8 days, activity D 1 day delay, activity E 3 days delay, activity F 3 days delay, activity G 3 days delay, activity I 4 days delay. But it will not impact, it will not affect the duration of the project. There will be no impact on duration of the project. Understood? Now what free float is telling? Without disturbing succeeding activities, successor activities, without disturbing the successor activities, how long I can delay the current activity? How long I can delay the current activity? Suppose current activity 2 days given. 2 days given. Can I increase it to 3? Can I increase it to 4? That's what free float. Independent float, here there will be no delay in activity. Here there will be delay in start time of the activity. Suppose you gave me 2 days time to finish this activity. From when I should calculate 2 days? From today onwards, or tomorrow onwards, or day after tomorrow onwards, without affecting successor activity start time. Without affecting successor activity start time. So how long I can take, how long I can reschedule the preceding activity? That is what independent float. Independent float is rescheduling the event. Free float means delay event, delay task. Total float, delay. So total float, it shows, it will have impact on project duration. If you make anything wrong in total float, it will show some effect on project duration. But free float, independent float, they are not like that. Free float, independent float, they're restricted to respective activities. Understood, everyone? Once again, I'm telling you, in total float, always critical path activities will have 0. Total float with respect to critical path activities is always 0. With respect to remaining activities, how can I defer them, or simply how long I can delay them? Coming to free float, delaying the activity without affecting succeeding activity. Suppose if you observe carefully, if you take activity A, interpretation purpose, you can have 2 days extra time with respect to activity A. Without impacting next activity, you can extend it by 1 day. You can extend it by 1 day. Original duration is 3, right? So total float means what? You are having 5 days to finish, you have 5 days time to finish this activity, but required time is 3. Available time 5, required time is 3. 5 minus 3, 2. That is what? Total float. Now coming to the free float, sir, if I want to extend the duration, if I want to increase the duration, I can increase the duration from 3 to 4. Why? Here 1 came. So coming to the independent float, no need to start activity A on day 1 itself. You can start activity A on day 2 also without showing impact on succeeding activities. For example, if you observe this diagram, even if you start activity A on day 2, 2 plus 3, 5. So latest finish time is also 5. Latest finish time is also 5. So without no disturbance on successor activity start time, if I want to delay first activity start time, that is what? Independent float. Free float means delay time, how long I can make delay. Total float, simply free float plus independent float, like that. Are you all getting my point, students? Everyone? Sometimes the formula is not applicable there. It's not, don't write free float minus free float plus independent float. So for formula also, I told you logic, apply that logic. So total float, LFT minus EFT or LST minus EST. Free float, total float minus slack of head. Independent float, free float minus slack of tail. So with this, problem related to crashing and problem related to floating, I completed. As we all know, a project management can be understood as a systematic way of planning, executing, scheduling, monitoring, and controlling various aspects of a project. Various aspects of a project so as to attain goals which were made at the time of project formulation. And in this project management we had two techniques. One is a program evaluation review technique, which is known as PERT, and the other one is critical path method, CPM. So these two techniques, PERT and CPM, both are network based project management techniques. Network based project management techniques which are used to exhibit the flow and sequence of activities and events. Already we solved problems related to CPM, critical path method. So we'll be given sequence of activities, we will arrange them in a network, and we'll assign duration to each and every activity. So the path which is having a longest duration, we call it as critical path, and it is the duration to complete the project. Understood? So when duration is certain, the time with respect to activity, if it is certain and if it is known, critical path method is a suitable project management technique. If the same time element is not certain, if we don't know, if we are not sure with respect to time of each and every activity, then program evaluation review technique is appropriate. So under PERT, we'll be given three time limits. One is pessimistic time, most likely time, and optimistic time. So optimistic time means, minimum possible time required to accomplish the task. Minimum time required to complete the activity, optimistic time. Maximum time required to complete the activity is pessimistic time. Understood? And most likely time, it is a normal time required to complete the activity. Now when these three time amounts were given, we need to calculate expected time to complete the activity. Sir, how to calculate expected time? Do you remember a formula for mean? When a data range is given, for example 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, now what we will do, we'll calculate mean. So mean is nothing but average of the data. Yes or no? Average of the values mentioned in the data. So what we will do, 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 divided by 5. So 5 numbers were given, so divided by 5, so we will get mean. Understood? So here also we'll calculate mean, which is known as expected time, and the formula for expected time is optimistic time plus pessimistic time plus 4 times of most likely time divided by 6. So actually formula for calculating mean is or data, each and every number in the data set, you just aggregate it, sum of all the numbers divided by average. That means number of items in that list. Yes or no? But coming to here, we should give more weightage to the most likely time to happen. Understood? 1 time of optimistic time, 1 time of pessimistic time, 4 times of most likely time divided by 1 plus 4 plus 1, so 6. So using this formula, we calculate expected time to complete the activity. Understood? Everyone? And since time is not certain, here you need to calculate variance and standard deviation. The formula for variance, very simple, summation of pessimistic time minus optimistic time divided by 6 whole square. And standard deviation, very simple, square root of variance. Sir, why this standard deviation measure, sir? Why we need to calculate standard deviation? Name itself is telling, in a given data set, so the deviation from a mean point, that measure is nothing but standard deviation. So what is meant by standard deviation, ma? A measure of amount of variation or dispersion of set of values, so here we were given three time amounts, yes or no? For example, optimistic time 3 days. To finish an activity, 3 days time is required. Next, most likely time, it is 5 days. Next one, pessimistic time, for example, 9 days. Maximum time to complete the activity, pessimistic time 9 days. Minimum time required to finish the activity, optimistic time 3 days. Now if you observe, we were provided with the three time limits, 3, 5, 9. So data 3, 5, 9 is there. Now using this formula, just if you calculate expected time to complete the activity, yes, 1 time of optimistic time 3 plus 4 times of 5 plus 1 time of 9 divided by 6. Come on, calculate it, ma. 23 plus 9, 32, 32 by 6. So it is 5.33. Now if you observe, expected time is something, it is not optimistic time, it is not most likely time, it is not a pessimistic time, it is within that range. This expected time is within the range of 3, 5, 9 days. Understood? Now this data 3, 5, 9 days, each and everything, if you want to measure a deviation from the expected time, we call it as a standard deviation. And lower standard deviation is always a best measure. Lower standard deviation is too much deviation, that means too much diversion. That means that mean is not representing population appropriately. So which one we need to suggest, mass? Standard deviation, higher standard deviation or lower standard deviation? Yes, you calculated standard deviation. You calculated standard deviation of the critical path. So standard deviation for one activity, it is, for example, 0.6. For same activity, imagine for same activity on different path or different path, for example, different path. If the standard deviation is 0.4, now which one we should choose, sir? Standard deviation 0.4. Why? Because standard deviation, if it is less, then values are very close to mean. Lower standard deviation, let me write, lower standard deviation indicates that values in the data, values are close to mean. Close to mean. Mean here refers to expected value, expected time. If standard deviation is high, in that case, values are spread out. Values are spread out over a wider range. Understood? So which one is most appropriate one, sir? A path which is having lower standard deviation, we need to select it. Why? Because values are always closer to the expected time. Understood? So two formulas are very, very important, for solving problems under PERT. So one formula, calculation of expected time. Just wait. So expected time, optimistic plus 4 times of most likely time to happen plus pessimistic divided by 6. And next one, calculation of variance of each and every activity. Variance, formula, pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6 whole square. Variance of each activity. And then we'll calculate variance of critical path. And then standard deviation of critical path. Understood, everyone? Now let's discuss the differences between PERT and CPM first, and then I'm going to solve one illustration in this lecture. So PERT, program evaluation review technique, CPM, critical path method. One difference you already understood. The difference is time period is certain in case of critical path method, and time is not certain, time is uncertain in case of PERT. So let me write the differences, ma. Here PERT is a project management, both are project management techniques, ma, no doubt in it. Both are project management techniques. So here if you observe, planning, scheduling, organizing, coordinating, next controlling, controlling uncertain activities. Uncertain activities. Coming to CPM, certain activities. Simply, I can tell like this, well-defined activities. Well-defined activities takes place under critical, in the project under critical path method. Next one, PERT always main objective. The main objective of PERT is simply, planning and controlling of time. Planning and controlling of time. Coming to critical path method, it focus on, or its objective is controlling both cost and time. Cost and time. Crashing. Do you remember crashing? So crashing technique is possible only under critical path method. Yes, this is also one more difference. Let me write here. Crashing is possible here, whereas no crashing. Why? Because it always speaks about the time. In PERT, it always focus on the time. Coming to CPM, it focus on both cost and time. So cost reduction, or time reduction. So time reduction with at increasing cost. At increasing cost, it is possible in case of crashing. Understood? So crashing, do you remember? Just now we discussed crashing is a technique used to reduce the duration of the project. Yes or no? So crashing is not possible in case of PERT. And next one, PERT is more suitable with respect to research and development activities. Research and development activities. More suitable for research and development activities. Coming to the CPM, it is suitable for non R&D projects, non research and development projects. For example, construction projects. Construction. Next one. PERT is a probabilistic model. Probabilistic model. So here we are going to solve problems with respect to, we will apply probability also. But coming to the CPM, it is not a probabilistic model, it is a deterministic model. So here we'll find duration of the project, duration of the activity with certainty. Understood? Next one, in case of PERT, we will be given 3 time estimates. 3 time estimates. Can you name them? One is optimistic, most likely time to happen. Next one, pessimistic. So here only one time estimate will be provided. One time estimate will be provided. Next one, PERT is suitable for unpredictable activities with respect to time. Unpredictable. Whereas CPM is suitable for predictable activities. Predictable activities. Next one, PERT is useful for projects which are non-repetitive in nature. Non-repetitive in nature. And CPM, obviously, they're repetitive in nature. It is suitable for the projects which are repetitive in nature. Of course, my projects are repetitive in nature. If all the activities are repetitive in nature, for the first time, you may have 3 time estimates: optimistic, most likely time, pessimistic. But once they're repetitive in nature, first time it is new to us. Second time, already we experienced that project. The third time, we are having a good experience in that project. So definitely it becomes repetitive, and it becomes here predictable activities. All the activities we can predict them. So finally it comes under deterministic model. CPM is suitable. Understood? Coming to the PERT, new project, non-repetitive in nature, unpredictable activities, estimation of time is also not certain. So these are some differences between PERT and CPM. Ultimately both are project management techniques. So where we need to apply PERT, where we need to apply CPM, yes, that's what the difference I discussed with you for the last 5 to 7 minutes. Understood, everyone? Chalo, let's solve one illustration with respect to PERT. So illustration 14. Now very recently, July 2023, the last attempt, this question was asked for 10 marks. So this question came for 10 marks. Are you all getting my point? everyone. So very important. For the given data, find the expected duration of the project and variance of the project. So activities were given 1 2 1 5 2 3 2 4 2 5 2 3 7 4 6 4 7 5 6 6 7. Optimistic time, most likely time, and pessimistic time. So they're asking us to calculate, expected duration of the project. So we need to calculate, duration of the project and variance of the project. So duration of the project, we all know duration of the project is equal to duration of the critical path. Yeah, in PERT as well as critical path method, we will have a critical path. Critical path is a path which is having a longest duration. Understood? Under critical path method, time is certain. Only one time estimate will be given. Whereas PERT, here three time estimates will be provided. Will be given with the three time estimates, and we need to calculate expected time. Based on expected time, we need to calculate expected duration of the project. Understood? Chalo, let's solve this illustration. So let me copy this a question content ma. Yes. Okay, clear? Yeah. Yes, fine. So now, yes, we are having a three time estimates for each and every activity. We need to draw diagram. Then only we can identify possible paths. Then only we can calculate duration of each and every path. And the longest duration path will be the critical path. And it will be the duration of the project. So let's find out the expected time in each and every activity. Expected time. Come on, tell me, my dear students, what is the formula for expected time? Just now I told you, right? So optimistic plus 4 times of most likely time plus pessimistic time divided by 6. Depend. Just 1 second. So this is the formula for expected time. So now let me calculate it. So 6 plus 4 times of 9 plus 12 divided by 6. So calculate and tell me the value. 36 plus 6 plus 12 divided by 6. So here expected time is 9 days. 9 days or 9 months, okay, whatever it may be. So yes, so days or months not given, I think. So yes, 9. Next one, 1 to 5. 1 to 5. 4 plus 4 times of 7 plus 8 divided by 6. So 6.67. 6.67. Next one, 2 to 3 activity. 2 to 3 activity. 14 plus 4 times of 17 plus 20 divided by 6. So it is 17 ma. Next one, 7 plus 4 times of 10 plus 13 by 6. So 40, 53, 60, 60 by 6. So 10. This is 17. Next one, 3 plus, just wait ma. So let me, yeah. Next one, 3 plus 4 times of 5 plus 9 divided by 6. So 29 plus 3 divided by 6. So it is 5.33. Next one, 13 plus 4 times of 18 plus 25 divided by 6. 18 into 4 plus 13 plus 25 divided by 6. So 18.33. Next one, 10 plus 4 times of 14 plus 16 divided by 6. So 14 into 4 plus 10 plus 16 divided by 6. 13.67. And next one, 12 plus 4 times of 15 plus 18 divided by 6. 15 into 4, 60. 60 plus 12 plus 18 divided by 6. So it will be 15. Next, last but one. 9 plus 4 times of 11 plus 12 divided by 6. So 44 plus 12 plus 9 divided by 6. So 10.83. And last one, 17 plus 4 times of 20 plus 25 divided by 6. So 80 plus 17 plus 25 divided by 6. So 20.33. 20.33. So this is the expected time, right? The next one, here itself calculate variance also, ma. Variance. What is formula for variance, ma? So pessimistic time minus optimistic time divided by 6 whole square. Pessimistic time minus optimistic time by 6 whole square. Yeah, come on, calculate it. TP minus TO. So say 12 minus 6. Fine. So 12 minus 6 divided by 6 whole square. Obviously 1. 12 minus 6, 6. 6 by 6, 1. 1 square, 1 only. Next here, ma. 8 minus 4 by 6 whole square. So 2 by 3, 4 by 9. Yeah, 4 by 9. No, 4 by 6 means 2 by 3. Square means 4 by 9. Next one. 20 minus 14 by 6 whole square. So this is also once again 1. And next one, fourth one. No confusion at all. Place is not there. That's why I'm calculating like this. Fourth one, 13 minus 7 by 6 whole square. Obviously 1. 13 minus 7, 6. 6 by 6, 1. 1 square, always 1. Next one, 9 minus 3 by 6 whole square. 6 by 6, 1. Again 1. 1 comes here. Next one, 25 minus 13 by 6 whole square. 25 minus 13 means 12. 12 by 6 means 2. 2 square means 4. Next, high variance, right? Next one, 16 minus 10 by 6 whole square. So 6 by 6, 1. 1 square, 1. Next one, 18 minus 12 by 6 whole square. 6 by 6, 1. That is 1 again. So here, 12 minus 9 by 6 whole square. 12 minus 9 means 3, right? 3 by 6 means 1 by 2. 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 means 1 by 4. Next, last one. 25 minus 17 by 6 whole square. 25 minus 17 means 8. 8 by 6 means 8 divided by 6. So 2, 4, 4 by 3. 4 by 3 into 4 by 3 means 16 by 9. 16 divided by 9. Understood, ma? So this is all about variance. Now we got expected time. So with this, let's construct a network diagram. So looking at the activities, constructed the network diagram, ma. Come on, do it. So first one, starting point is always 1. So 1 to 2. Next 1 to 5. Next one, 1 to 2, 1 to 5 completed. So from 2 onwards, if you observe 2 to 3, 2 to 4, 2 to 5. So 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, right? 2, 3, 2, 4 and 2, 5. 2, 5. Okay. Next 3, 7. So from 3 only one activity is there. From 3 only one activity is there. So 3 to 7. Okay. Next 4 to 6. From 4 onwards, if you observe 4 to 6, 4 to 7. So 4 to 7 I drawn. 4 to 6. 5 to 6. And finally 6 to 7. So this is the network diagram. This is the network diagram. So 1 to 2. Every activity I covered. Each and every activity, yes, I covered. Chalo. Now write the durations of the duration, expected time for each and every activity. So 1 to 2, expected time is 9. Next one, 1 to 5, 6.7. 2 to 3, 17. Next one, 2 to 4, 10. Next one, 2 to 5, 5.33. Next one, 3 to 7. 3 to 7, how much it is? We got 18.33. Next, 4 to 6. So 4 to 6, 13.67. 4 to 7, 15. 6 to 7, 20.33. 5 to 6, 10.83. So duration assignment also completed. Now we need to calculate ETLT at each and every point. So next step is early time, late time. So first let me write ETLT at each and every point. So let me zoom this diagram so that it will be clear for you. Yeah, fine. So ETLT. Many times I told you how to calculate ETLT. ET is always forward based calculation. LT is always backward based calculation. Yes or no? ETLT. Okay. So starting point always 0. 0 plus 9. 9. And coming to 5. So here, a merge event is happening. At merge event, higher of these two activities you need to consider. So 9 plus 5.33, it is 14.33. Next one, 9 plus 10, 19. 14.33 plus 10.83, it may be around 24. But coming to here, 19 plus 13. So if you observe 32.67. Okay, next here 9 plus 17, obviously 26. 26 plus 18.33, no, at 7, 3 activities got merged. So whichever is higher we need to consider, right? So 19 plus 15, 34. So 3 time limits we are getting, 3 time estimates we are getting. So 26 plus 18, how much it is? 26 plus 18, 44.33. 19 plus 15, it is around 34. 32.67 plus 20.33. So how much it is? 53. So higher is 53. So you need to consider, 53. 53. Now backward computation. At last event, head event. ET equal to LT. 53, 53. Now 53 minus 20.33, 32.67. 32.67 minus 13.67 equal to 19. Whereas 53 minus 15, if you observe 53 minus 15, it is 38, but we need to consider whichever is lower. LT is a lower of activities at burst event. Lower of the time limits at burst event. Understood, everyone? So 53 minus 18.33, 53 minus 18.33, so it is 34.67, 34.67. 34.67 minus 17, 17.67, or 19 minus 10, 9, whichever is lower, you need to consider 9. Understood, everyone? Next, here backward calculation, 32.67 minus 10.83, so 21.84. So 21.84 minus 5.33 or 9, whichever is lower, 9. Next one, 9 minus 9 or 21.84 minus 6.7, whichever is lower, 0 obviously, so 0. Now you looking at this, where ET equal to L2, where ET equal to LT, yes, that activity obviously it falls on a critical path. So looking at, you can find out the critical path. So I'm going to draw critical path line ma. So 1 2 and then 2 4 and then 4 6, finally 6 7. So let me write, let me calculate, possible paths from 1 to 7. Possible paths, the duration of possible paths. The possible paths 1 2 3 7. This is one possible path. 1 2 4 7, or 1 2 5 6 7, or 1 5 6 7. So here I forgot to write one more path. I need to write. So that is 1 2, just wait, 1 2 2 to 4, yeah, 2 to 4, 4 to 7 I wrote, then 4 to 6, where is 4 to 6, 4 to 6 and 6 to 7. So these are the possible paths we are having, possible paths. Now let's calculate duration of these possible paths. So 1 2 3 7, right? So 1 2 it is 9 plus 2 3 17 plus 3 7 18.33. 44.33. Next one, 1 2 9 plus 2 4 10 plus 15, so 34. Next one, 1 2 9 2 5 5.33 plus 5 6 10.83 plus 6 7 20.33. So 9 plus 5.33 plus 10.83 plus 20.33. This is approximately 45 point some 5 and 1 5, directly 1 5, 6.7 plus 5 6 10.83 plus actually 6.67, right? Okay, nothing is no issue ma. 6.67, no issue, there will be no change in answer. 6.67 plus 10.83 plus 20.33. 0.67 plus 10.83 plus 20.33, so 37.83. Last one, 1 to 9 plus 10 plus 13.67 plus 20.33. Already it is on critical path, so obviously you can calculate it 53. But let me calculate one more time. 19 plus 13.67 plus 20.33, so 53. Come on, tell me the longest duration path. 1 2 4 6 7. And to this path we need to calculate variance. To this path we need to calculate standard deviation. Are you all getting my point, students? Chalo, let's calculate variance for 1 2 4 6 7. So 1 2 variance for 1 2, just now I calculated, it is 1 plus 2 4 variance. If you look at above table, let me show you. So this is variance, right? So 1 2 variance is 1. Next 2 4 yeah, 2 4 is also 1 only. 2 4 is also 1. Next 4 6 variance is also 1, and 6 7 variance is 1.78. So that equal to 1 plus 1 2 3 4.78. 4.78 is the variance. And to this path, standard deviation. Deviation is nothing but, variance is nothing but, I told you, right? Summation of, TP minus TO, pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6 square. Summation of all the activities falling on the critical path. It is a variance. Standard deviation is nothing but square root of variance. So that means square root of 4.78. So 4.78 square root 2.186, 2.18 or 2.19. So this is the standard deviation of this project. Now you can look at this answer also. You can look at this answer. So activity, optimistic time, most likely time, pessimistic time, and then a square is nothing but variance. Next one, TE, expected time. So I need to show you the answer. Wait. So the critical path is 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 7. And variance of the critical path is 1 plus 1 plus 1.78 plus 1. 1 is missing. Actually, see, if you observe, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 activities were specified. Yes or no? 4 activities were given. I am asking you, 4 activities were given. Yes or no? Yes, sir. 4 activities were given. In that case, variance of critical path, you need to find 4 numbers. So that's what, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1.78. It will be 4.78. So there is a mistake in the study material. Next one, standard deviation of the critical path. SD of the network diagram, square root of 4.78. It will be 2.186. So don't get worried, after looking at the study material answer, sir told wrong. No. I told correct only. I told correct one only. There is a mistake in the study material and I rectified that error. Understood, everyone? Everyone, tell me. So students, you can see on the screen, recent examination question paper, June 2023, syllabus 2022, right? So in this question paper, I'll show you a project management related problem. So you can see, 5B, you can observe here, 5B. P Limited, a publisher, is preparing to produce second edition of the project management textbook. The activities required and their estimated times are as follows. The activity and identification 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 6, 5, 6. So very simple to draw diagram, right? So from 1 onwards, 3 activities will start. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. Now 2 to 5, 3 to 5. Merge event is happening. Next one, 1 to 4, 4 to 6. Finally 5 to 6. So very simple diagram, you can draw it. Very simple problem. Estimated duration in days. Optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic. Clear. So required, draw the project network and identify all the paths through it and access the expected duration and variance of each activity and also project length. So these 2 items I solved in this illustration, in the study material illustration. Third one, you can easily calculate, identify the critical path and assess the EST, EFT, LST, LFT and total float for each and every activity. So 3 plus 3 plus 4, total 10 marks problem. Total 10 marks problem. So here itself, we had suggested answers. You can see here, I told you, right, from 1 onwards, 3 activities getting initiated. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. So 3 and 2 are getting merged at 5th, at event 5. Understood? So 4 to 6 and 5 to 6. So from 5 and from 4, these activities getting merged at event 6. So easily you can calculate early time and latest time, earliest time and latest time. So based on that, you can calculate, a critical path, duration of the project, and you can easily calculate, EST, EFT, LST, LFT. So total float you can also calculate. So project length 17 days, critical path, 1 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 6. Everyone getting my point, students? Very simple problem. I told you. Only the point is revise or practice each and every problem a minimum 3 times. So you can easily crack these problems. Understood? Hardly it will take some 15 minutes time. 15 minutes, 10 marks in your hands. Clear, everyone? Okay, fine. Let's continue marathon with the first chapter of operations management, that is operations management introduction. As per institute material, the weightage of this chapter in your examination is 5 marks. But if you observe previous attempt question paper, a 7 marks theory question came from this chapter. So I expect a 7 marks theory question from this chapter in your upcoming examinations. And in this chapter, roughly 6 to 7 topics are there. I'm going to revise all those topics in this marathon lecture. Is it clear? Chalo, first, what is operations management? The operations management is concerned with the things that manage entire operating system or entire production system that converts input into output. Input like raw materials, labor, electricity, and output is a consumable product or service. Operations management includes all organizational activities that require the raw form of materials, process or convert into a consumable product and services as required to meet the needs of end customer. If you observe this point carefully, you can find 3 words. One is acquisition of inputs. Next one, processing these inputs into a consumable product and service. So that is output. So operations management is concerned with acquisition of inputs, transforming those inputs into a desirable output, and now supplying that output to the end customer. That output should be a desired output. See, a desired output will meet the needs of end customers. Understood? So let me give you one example. Say I need a laptop for recording my lectures. Understood? And manufacturer will purchase a motherboard, a chip, battery, screen separately, and he will assemble all these things and he will convert all these inputs into a final output, that is laptop. Once laptop is ready, he will test the laptop whether it is giving desired results or not. If it is giving desired results, he will pack it and he will sell it to me. Who am I? End customer. Understood, everyone? So yes, all the things regarding acquisition of materials, processing those materials, converting those materials into a finished product, all these things comes under operations management. Next one, objectives of operations management. There are only 2 objectives. One is customer service and second one is resource utilization. First one, customer service. The first objective is the customer service, which means service for the satisfaction of customer wants. The operations management must provide something to a specification which can satisfy the customer in terms of cost and timing. As I told you, I need a laptop for recording my lectures. And I told him the configuration that I need. So I told, i9 processor laptop I want. And I told some other specifications. So RAM capacity, storage capacity, everything I told to the seller. Now seller should supply the product according to my specifications, according to my budget. And whenever I need that product, seller should be in a position to supply that material. So the product should match my specifications and my budget. And whenever I need it, he should supply it. Thus, the primary objective can be satisfied by providing right thing. What I told him, I need i9 processor laptop and he is supplying i3 processor laptop. Is it a right thing? No. At the right price. I told him my budget is 1 lakh rupee. Now he should select the product which is within my budget and at the right time. Now I need to record my lecture. So now I need laptop. So he is telling me, sir, I will supply you laptop after 5 months, sir. Is it a valid point? No, not at all. So a seller, a business organization can survive only if it provides a right thing at right price at right time. And these 3 aspects of customer service, that is specification, cost and timing, can be seen in the following table. See, if you are a manufacturer, you should supply goods as per the requested specification or acceptable specification. So here the primary consideration is specification. What a product performs. Is it matching with the needs of the customer or not? You need to check it. Once they are matching with the needs of the customer, you start manufacturing the things, you start supplying the things and complete your sales. Understood? Other consideration, here you will see 2 elements, that is cost, timing. Primary consideration, specification. Other consideration, cost as well as timing. See, as a manufacturer, you should supply goods as per requested specification or acceptable specification. Now coming to other consideration, cost. that is purchase price or cost of obtaining the goods. Next one, timing. Timing is the gap between placing an order and delivery of the goods. So delivery delay from the order or request to the receipt of goods. Next one, transport. Transport. See, movement of goods is as per a requested specification or acceptable specification. And other consideration, cost. So what is the cost of movement? And timing. So duration. By what time I will receive my products. So is there any waiting time or delay from requesting to its commencement? Next one, supply. So you should supply goods of a given requested specification or acceptable specification. If customer is asking, a laptop with this much this much storage capacity with this configuration, now as per requested specification you should supply goods. Understood? If there is no such requested specification, then as per acceptable specification, in that trade business, in that business. So what is the acceptable specification? Supply accordingly. Now coming to the cost, purchase price of the product or cost of obtaining the goods. Timing, as I told you, delivery delay from the order or request to supply to receipt of goods. So timing means, so the time of placing an order and the time of receiving the order. The difference, the time gap is timing. Next one, service. Treatment of a given requested or acceptable specification. Suppose one client approached you for filing income tax return, and he is telling that he is having income in 3 heads: PGBP, other sources, and capital gains. Now you should provide service according to his specification. You should compute, you should calculate total income based on the inputs given by the client. So he gave you input regarding 3 heads. Now you have to consider all these 3 heads income. Accordingly, you have to calculate total income. Understood? So as per requested specification. Now cost. So what is the cost of treatment? What is your charge or what is your fees for filing income tax return? Next one, timing. A duration or timing required for treatment, wait or delay from requesting to its commencement. So once he approach you, once he give necessary inputs for filing income tax return, so from that point onwards and the time you file income tax return, that delay gap is nothing but timing. Next one, resource utilization. Utilization of resources. See, you can't keep customer service as objective and you cannot ignore resource utilization objective. You have to balance these 2 objectives. Let me give you one example. See, you kept your primary objective, you kept as customer service. Now for serving customers, what you are doing, you are purchasing raw materials in bulk quantity and you are ignoring the wastage of raw materials. You are hiring more number of workers. With this more number of workers and with this raw material, you started production and you ignored wastage of resources. Now what happens, your cost of production will go up. If you are not utilizing your resources properly, so what happens? It leads to wastage of resources and your cost of production will go up. Adding some margin, the price will go up. At increased price, if you start selling products to the customer, one point of time, our competitor will enter into the market and he will supply materials at reasonable prices. Now what happens? Customers easily will shift from you. Customers will shift from this organization to that organization. In long run, you cannot survive. Maybe initially you can survive. With better customer services, you can survive in short run, but you can't run in long run. If you want to run in long run, you have to maintain profits. The profit is nothing but a difference between sales and cost of production. Yes or no? If your cost of production is, optimum, if your cost of production is reasonable, then your selling price is reasonable. You can attract customers, you can retain customers in long run, and you can earn profits in long run. So with wastage of resources, you cannot minimize your cost of production. It leads to increased selling prices. Are you all getting my point, students? So another important objective is resource utilization. Another major objective is utilize resources for satisfaction of customer wants effectively. Customer service must be provided with the achievement of effective operations through efficient use of resources. So efficient use of resources means minimum wastage or zero wastage. Inefficient use of resources or inadequate customer service leads to commercial failure of an operating system. You can't, you can't give importance to one objective and you can't ignore another objective. You have to give importance to both the objectives. Understood? See, inefficient use of resources leads to high cost of production. Sir, efficient use of resources, sir, but there is some delay in serving customers, sir. Suppose your outlet, your shop is having a capacity of 10 customers, but 20 customers are coming to your shop and you are unable to serve all 20 customers. Thereby you start losing 10 customers. Regularly you are losing 10 customers. It leads to commercial failure. Sir, I will provide capacity to 30 customers, sir. Array, only 20 customers are there for your outlet, and if you provide facility for 30 customers, that 10 points for 10 customers, it is inefficient use of resources. For that you are incurring cost, it leads to loss, and you can't survive in future. Understood? So you have to balance both utilization of resources, customer service. Operations management is concerned essentially with the utilization of resources, that is obtaining maximum effect from resources or minimizing their loss, underutilization or waste. Either maximize your output from the given input or minimize the input for getting desired output. The extent of utilization of resources potential might be expressed in terms of the proportion of available time used or occupied, space utilization, levels of activity, etc. See, we are having 24 hours time. Out of 24 hours, you are working only for 12 hours. For example, your machine is working for 12 hours. That means your machine utilization rate is 50%. Next one, space utilization. In your factory, imagine 1000 square yards the place is available and you are utilizing only 600 square yards, keeping remaining 400 square yards idle. Now your factory space utilization rate is 60%. Improve it. Understood? Next one, levels of activity. Your machine capacity is 3 tons and you are producing only 1.5 tons of finished goods daily. That means you are utilizing your machines at 50% only. Understood? See, this is what utilization rate, time point of view, levels of activity point of view, and space point of view. Each measure indicates the extent to which the potential or capacity of such resources is utilized. This is referred as objective of resource utilization. Now, if you are improving these utilization rates, that means efficient use of resources, optimum utilization of resources. Understood? Everyone, either increase your production to 3 tons or reduce the capacity to 1.5 tons by selling unwanted machinery. Understood? If some machines are not required, then sell it off. So this is also a saving. This is also efficient utilization of resources. Next one, operations management is also concerned with achievement of both satisfactory customer service and resource utilization. Just now I told you, right? See, your shop is having a capacity of 20 customers. Now arrange the facilities in such a way that all 20 customers are served at the right time. Now, if you are having only 10 points, 10 facilities, and you can serve only 10 customers, it leads to loss of 10 customers. Are you getting my point, students? So if you focus on resource utilization, you have to ignore customer service. If you focus on customer service, you have to ignore resource utilization. You should not do like that. You have to maintain balance between customer service and resource utilization. Understood? An improvement in one will often give rise to deterioration in the others. Often both cannot be maximized, and hence a satisfactory performance must be achieved on both the objectives. All the activities of operations management must be tackled with these two objectives in mind, and many of the problems will be faced by operations managers because of this conflict. Yes, because of this conflict only. As I told you, suppose your machines, your facilities, factory can produce one product every 24 hours. In a month, you can produce 30 products. Once someone places an order, the waiting time is 24 hours. So today, right now, if I place an order, tomorrow at this time, the product is ready. And to your organization, there are only 30 customers, regular customers. No new customer or no loss of existing customer. 30 customers are there. Regularly they will place orders. Understood? One person, one day, another person, another day. Like that, 30 persons will place orders. Now, arrange the facilities in such a way that just your production capacity should be 30 products per month. And each order waiting time is 24 hours. Suppose you are planning like to reduce this order time. You're planning to reduce this order time. Accordingly, you purchased additional machinery. You hired additional labor. Now what happens? You can reduce this time to, for example, 12 hours. And you can produce 60 products. But the point is, there are only 30 customers who require one product per month. Now having these arrangements, making these arrangements, what will happen? Your fixed cost will go up. So if you focus on only customer service, it leads to inefficient utilization of resources. Now what happened? You are having double machines, you are having double labor, but not at all required. Understood? So improvement of one will give rise to deterioration in another. And the other side, suppose why this machinery, why this labor? Chalo, we'll make it as 48 hours. We will make order processing time 48 hours. Now in a month you can produce 15 products and you can serve only 15 customers. That means you are losing another 15 customers. You are losing your existing 15 customers. So it is also commercial failure. Understood? Next one, scope of operations management. Operations management concerns with conversion of inputs into outputs using physical resources like machines, labor, and raw materials, so as to provide the desired utilities to the customer while meeting the organizational objectives of effectiveness, efficiency, adaptability. Effectiveness, ability to achieve success is effectiveness. Efficiency, ability to achieve success with minimum wastage of resources or zero wastage of resources. Next, adaptability, ability to respond to the changes in the external environment. Understood? So today environment is not static in nature, it is dynamic in nature. Customer needs, customer wants are keep on changing. Previously, 10 years back, having keypad mobile is sufficient. Right now, every person is maintaining, smartphones. Understood? 10 years back, 28 days, 1 GB data recharge used to happen. Right now, what happened? Daily 1 GB data recharges are getting happened. Understood? So customer needs, customer wants are keep on getting changed. Now you need to respond according to the customer wants. Accordingly, you must have this practice of adaptability. That means ability to change to the external environment, ability to respond to the changes in the external environment. Is it clear? Next one, operations management distinguish itself from other functions such as personal, HR, marketing, finance, etc. by its primary concern for conversion by using physical resources. Next one, following are the activities which are listed under production and operations management functions. So this can be asked 7 marks question. Resource utilization and customer service. That point can be asked for 7 marks and this one can be asked for 7 marks. So what are the activities listed under production and operations management functions? The 8 activities were listed. First one, location of facilities, plant layout and material handling, product design, process design, production planning and control, quality control, material management, maintenance management. Product design, what to produce, what is our product, process design, how to produce, location of facilities, where to produce, plant layouts, arrangement of machines, plant layout, arrangement of machines in the factory, material handling, movement of materials, acquisition of raw materials, processing raw materials into finished goods and sending, storing these finished goods in the warehouse. Production planning, when to produce, quality control, whether the finished good is matching with all quality tests or not, whether finished good is satisfying all quality tests or not. If there is any defect in the finished good, come on, take it out and start one more time production of that product. Understood? Don't supply defect products to the customer. If you supply defect products to the customer, you will lose customer loyalty, you will lose customer base. Next one, materials management. Materials management, acquisition of materials from suppliers, and then storing materials, raw materials in the warehouse, stores. Whenever required, we're sending these materials to the production department for processing into the, for converting into the finished goods. Once finished goods are ready, sending these finished goods to the customer. Everything comes under material management. Understood? So whenever production starts, you need to check whether sufficient raw materials are there or not. If not there, you need to contact supplier and you need to procure materials from the supplier. All these activities comes under materials management. Next one, maintenance management. Periodically or regularly, yes, check your machines. Are they running in good condition or not? Maintenance management. So these are the 8 activities listed under production and operations management functions. Next one, major decision areas under production and operations management. So this can be asked for 7 marks. 2 topics already completed. One is objectives of operations management. Next one, activities listed under production and operations management. Now third topic, major decision areas under production and operations management. So product selection. What is our product? What is our product? Facility location selection. So where to produce? This is what to produce and this is where to produce. Demand forecasting. How much to produce? No, how many customers are waiting for our products? So how many products we need to produce? Demand forecasting. Process selection and layout decision. As I told you, arrangement of machines in the factory. So where I need to install machines in the factory and in which manner. It depends on process focus or it depends on product focus. So these 2 points I'll explain in the next chapter, don't worry. Next one, capacity planning. How much to produce? Whether we are having a capacity, whether our machines are having capacity to meet that demand from the markets or not. Yes sir, we are having sufficient capacity to meet a customer expectations or to meet customer demands, sir. Okay, fine. Or else go with outsourcing. Suppose every year you need to supply 1 lakh products to the market and you are having capacity of 80,000 products. Then for balance 20,000 products, either install additional machinery, additional plant and machinery, hire additional labor, or go with outsourcing. So find out the factories which can produce products according to your specifications and just outsource 20,000 products. So capacity planning. Are you getting my point? Demand forecasting, how much to produce. Capacity planning, whether you are capable to produce that many units or not. Next, aggregate planning, master production schedule. So when to produce. The production selection, what to produce. Facility location, where to produce. Demand forecasting, how much to produce. Process selection, arrangement of machines. Capacity planning, capabilities. Aggregate planning and master production schedule, when to produce. Next, material requirement planning. Procurement of materials from suppliers. Manufacturing resource planning. Now sending these materials to the production department or to the production wing. Distribution resource planning. Once finished goods were produced, now distribute in the markets. Sell to the customers. Enterprise resource planning. Enterprise resource planning covers all these 3 elements: MRP, MRP1, and DRP. Next one, inventory management. So periodically observe the materials in the stores, whether these materials are sufficient for running production or not. If not sufficient, place an order with supplier. Understood? Place an order with supplier. Next one, supplier selection, sourcing of materials. Next, process management, quality management. The quality management, here we will check the raw materials quality and we will check finished goods quality. And we'll make analysis. So to improve quality, what are the things we can do? Everything take care of, everything is taken care by quality management. Next, maintenance, machines maintenance. Next, warehousing or transportation. So once finished goods are produced, either store them in warehouse or send them to the customers. Next one, reverse logistics. Suppose if our product is not according to the specification of the customer and customer wants to return the product, now accept that sales returns. Get back your products from the customer. Understood? So these are the major decision areas under production and operation management. So first of all, there is a difference between production management and operations management. Both look similar, but they're not similar. I'll tell you, just wait. So we completed one more topic. Next one, characteristics of modern operations functions. The next topic is characteristics of modern operations functions. This topic can be asked for 7 marks. This is another topic. And we are having only 4 points. So today, operations functions are having following characteristics. Now, following are the features of modern operation functions. First one, manufacturing as competitive advantage. If you observe history, if you observe past, production was considered to be like any other function in the organization. It's like an ordinary function. When demand was high, production capacities were inadequate. Previously in the past, the demand is used to be high and the production capacity is very less or less. And the concern was to somehow muster all inputs and use them to the produce goods which would be grabbed by the market. So whatever you produce, customer is ready to buy that product. This used to happen in the past, not now. At present, we are having excess capacities, but competition is mounting and firms look and gain competitive advantage to survive and succeed. So previously, whatever is available in the market, customer used to purchase it. Right now, customer is not buying the products in the market. Customer is searching for the product which can satisfy his needs, and accordingly he is selecting the product, and accordingly he is buying the product. Now, as long as you serve the customer, as long as your product meets the needs of the customer, you can survive in the market. Understood? So in the past, whatever you produce, customer is ready to buy. At present, it is not like that. What customer want, you need to identify the needs of customer. Accordingly, you have to produce a product and you have to sell the product to the customer. Interestingly, production systems offer vast scope to gain competitive edge and firms intend to exploit the potential. So whatever opportunities are available in the external environment, yes, each and every production firm is trying to exploit all those potentials in order to gain competitive edge. Next one, TQM, total quality management, continuous improvement in the quality of the product. Next, time based competition. Yes, today buyer will associate with the organization which is supplying products or which is rendering services in a faster manner. Understood? Suppose your waiting time is 24 hours. Once I place an order, I'll receive product after 24 hours. Another organization waiting time is just 12 hours. So if I place an order within 12 hours, I receive the product. Now with which organization I will attach, or I will attach. So I'll attach with the organization which provide goods at a faster time. Yes or no? Sima, you're having Swiggy, you're having Zomato. In Swiggy, it is showing that 1 hour delivery time. In Zomato, it is showing 30 minutes delivery time. Now, yes, where you place an order? Zomato or Swiggy? Obviously Zomato. Understood? Next one, business. That is all about time-based competition. Business process re-engineering. So rethinking of your process. Wherever possible, improve the quality, improve the efficient utilization of resources. So business process re-engineering, rethinking of your existing business activities. Next one, just in time. The just in time helps you in minimizing the raw materials. Yes, whenever the supplier is ready to supply materials, whenever you place an order, if supplier is supplying the materials, no need to handle too much of raw material in your go down. Understood? So this is also an advantage. Next, focused factory. So producing the goods, so whenever required, yes, we can start production, we can easily produce the goods. Next one, flexible manufacturing systems. So here it's your ability to adopt changes in the external environment. Suppose you're having a manufacturing system which is able to produce only a single product, for example A, but there is a demand from the market like A 5,000 units, B 10,000 units, and C 20,000 units. Now accordingly you have to change your manufacturing systems. So only producing one product at one point of time, you have to shut down. You have to produce the products which are required by the customers. Understood? So able to adjust your manufacturing systems. It's about flexible manufacturing systems. Next, computer integrated manufacturing. So wherever possible, integrate manufacturing integrate manufacturing things with computer. So make human intervention very less. So computers won't commit any mistakes, and computers will work 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days in a week. Understood? Next one, virtual cooperation. For example, I'm a manufacturer. I can produce products, but I'm not having any interaction with the customers. However, Amazon is having interaction with customers. Now what I'll do, so I will enter into an agreement with Amazon. So whatever I produce, I will sell it to the Amazon, and Amazon will sell it to the customers. So it's all about cooperation between me and a distribution partner, manufacturing partner, distribution partner, entering into an agreement, virtual cooperation. Now, both will grow. If I produce quality products, Amazon sales will also increase, so both will grow. Understood? Or but only some techniques which the companies are employing to gain competitive advantage. So maximum in manufacturing only, the manufacturers are gaining competitive advantage. Once if you start utilizing the resources in an optimum manner, your cost of production will be reasonable and it will be at par. Adding margin to the cost of production, your selling price is reasonable to the customer. So you can retain existing customers, you can attract more customers. Understood? Next one, service orientation. So right now, if you purchase a vehicle, every 3 months or every 2 months, a person from showroom calls you, sir, your vehicle is due to, your vehicle is service due. That means, come on, bring your vehicle to our showroom, we will service it and we'll give it to you. Understood? So this will come under post sales service. So today many organizations are lacking this services orientation, and they are not in a position to continue in long run. Understood? And the organization, after selling the goods, which is providing services after sale, it is surviving in the long run. So service sector is gaining greater relevance these days. The production system therefore needs to be organized keeping in mind the peculiar requirements of the service component, and the entire manufacturing needs to be geared to serve intangible and perishable nature of services. Yes, services, you cannot see it, you cannot touch it. Intangible in nature and perishable nature. So whenever they are rendering services, at that time only you have to procure those services. Understood? So after 1 week or after 1 day, if you go, you won't get that services. Understood? Suppose a movie is released in a theater. Only today they will display, only today they will play that movie. Now if you go today to the theater, you can watch it. So going to the theater after the next day or next week, so you won't get that service. Getting my point, students? Next, constant interaction with the clients or customers. Call them on regular basis. Ask them get a clarification from them whether they are facing any problems with the product or not. If they're facing any problem with the product, so what is the problem, and make steps to minimize those problems. Small volumes of production to serve local markets. So you should concentrate local markets too, and need to locate facilities to serve local markets. That means you have to set up a outlet, a distribution outlet in local markets to serve local markets. Understood? And there is increased presence of professionals on the production instead of technicians and engineers. So professionals will take care of all these activities. Service orientation. Next one, disappearance of smokestacks. Previously, there is an exploitation of labor. Previously, the operations are not environmental friendly. Understood? Right now, because of legislations to protect the labor and legislations to protect environment, so this leads to disappearance of smokestacks. Exactly. See, protective labor legislation, environmental movement, and gradual emergence of knowledge-based organizations have brought total transformation in the production system. If you observe, today factories are aesthetically designed and built environment friendly. In fact, they are homes away from homes. So employee coming to the factory, they feel it is like another home. It is like another home. Understood? So factories looks like, aesthetically, that means looks. Understood? So they were designed, they were built, environment friendly. Next one, going to factory every day, no more it's a negative experience. It's not a negative experience, it is like a holidaying at a scenic spot. So in that manner, factories today were designed. Next one, if you observe old movies, if you have watched old movies, For example, KGF movie, it is not, employee friendly environment. First of all, the employee used to get injury every time. It is not, employee friendly, or it is not environment friendly of factory. Right now, such kind of factories and are not there because of protective labor legislation and environmental protection. Next, last characteristic of modern operation functions, that is, small has become beautiful. No, a famous author, he is opposing a big organizations and increased specialization. His advice is, instead, go with intermediate technology based on smaller working units, community ownership, and regional workplaces utilizing local labor and resources. For him, small was beautiful. So for this author, small was beautiful. Set up a facility which can serve local markets, hire local labor, produce small quantity of products. So small is beautiful according to him. But as a businessman, I can't agree with his advice, because if I run operations, on a large number of machines with a highly skilled labor, with a large number of labors, so definitely there is a benefit like economies of scale. Economies of scale. As you all know, in costing, we are having two types of costs: fixed cost, variable cost. Variable cost depends on production. Fixed cost doesn't depends on production. Understood? So rents, for example, rent, factory rents, salaries, all these are fixed cost. Now, if I increase my production, my average fixed cost will come down. It's a benefit to me, economies of scale. So businessman, they're opposing to the view of this author. Are you getting my point, students? So industrialists went in for huge organization and mass production systems. So these four are the characteristics of modern operation functions. In one attempt, this was asked for, I think, 5 marks. Next one, modern operation management is characterized by the following things. See, there is a difference between these two topics. This topic is speaking about modern operation functions, whereas this topic is talking about management, modern operations management. So don't get confused, ma. See, this can also be asked for 7 marks. 7 points are there, right? So can be asked for 7 marks. That's it. Sir, 7 points are there, so 7 marks. No, it's not like that. So just look at the size of the topic, content of the topic. That's it. I'm telling in that manner only. So this can also be asked for 7 marks. Now, don't confuse between these two topics. Previous topic is operations functions. This is operations management. So modern operations management is characterized by the following. There is, technological development, shorter product life cycle, changing the needs and preferences of the customers, disruptions and pressure for innovation, pressure for innovation, globalization, requirement for supreme service at an affordable price, pressure for optimization of operational cost. Now I can relate this thing with the present classes. Previously, when I was a student 7 years back, I'm a CA finalist 7 years back. So when I'm studying CA final, studying CA final, I used to attend classes physically. This much advancement in technology is not there. Right now, every student is subscribing online classes. Instead of going to physical classes, they are subscribing online classes. And they are watching classes whenever they feel free. Understood? So previously, we used to attend classes morning 6:30 to 9:30, evening 6 to 9. Late hours, evening late hours, morning early hours. And between, that time, we used to attend offices. Right now, whenever you had a holiday, whenever you are having, free from works, you can watch video lectures. So just observe carefully. Previously, it's a traditional mode of education. Now, online mode of education. So this happened because of development in technology. And physical classes today having a shorter product life cycle. So product life cycle, I will explain you in the 3rd chapter. Just wait. So each and every product will have a certain life cycles. Life cycle. You will observe introduction phase, growth phase, maturity, and decline. Understood? Next one, changing needs and preferences of the customers. Yes, today's students, instead of attending physical classes, going with online classes. Next one, pressure for innovation. So because of this, today the colleges which are providing education, physical mode, they are also shifting to online mode. They are also started selling in both online as well as offline. Next one, globalization. So globalization, you'll find large number of sellers not only within a country but across the world, and large number of buyers across the world. So this is also one of the important characteristic in modern operations management. So based on globalization, you have to design your, based on your competitor products, based on the customer expectations from abroad, you need to design your operations, you need to design your product. Next one, supreme service at an affordable price. Previously 1 GB data 28 days is 300 rupees. Airtel or Idea, some 250 to 300 rupees we need to pay for 1 GB data 1 month. Right now, what Geo did, it is rendering the same service but not 1 GB per month, 1 GB per day. Yes or no? Supreme service. And what is the price? Same 300 rupees. With same 300 rupees, you can get 1.5 GB per day for 28 days. Understood? So today customer expectations of services is increasing. So they are expecting supreme service. Next one, pressure for optimization of operational cost. This thing is possible only if your operational cost gets reduced. For that, you have to utilize resources in an optimum manner. Next one, production management versus operations management. See, production management, name itself is telling, its more focus is on products, that means goods. Whereas operations management, it not only covers goods but also it covers services. This is the main difference between production management and operations management. Understood? So production management is more used for a system where tangible goods are produced, whereas operations management is more frequently used where various inputs are transformed into intangible services. Operation management will cover such service organizations as banks, airlines, utilities, pollution control agencies, super bazaars, educational institutions, libraries, consultancy firms, police department, in addition, of course, to the manufacturing enterprises. Just a small point, production management focus on goods, operations management focus on both goods and services. Evaluation of the subject. Operations management is the term that is used nowadays, but production management precedes operations management and the historical growth of the subject. Previously we had a concept of production management. Right now we are having concept of production management, but operation management is a more popular term compared to production management. Next one, last topic of first chapter, and this can be asked for 7 marks. In recent attempts also this question was asked for 7 marks. Total 12 points are there, and you need to write any 7 points. If I'm not wrong, in previous examination paper, this topic was asked for 7 marks. The topic is recent trends in production and operations management. Recent trends. So first one, global marketplace. So today the trade is not restricted to a particular area or particular state or particular country. Your trade, it is limited to the entire world. So you can sell products not only within our country, you can sell your products across the world. Are you getting my point, students? So globalization of business has compelled many manufacturing firms to have operations in many countries where they have certain economic advantages. For me, for example, the labor price is very high in USA. So I need to pay more salary to the employee in USA. With the same salary, I can hire 10 employees in China, or I can hire 5 employees in India. Now what service organizations will do? They will come to India, or they will go to China, they will set up their offices in these countries, and they will recruit more number of employees at the same salary levels. Are you getting my point, students? Suppose 1 crore is a salary limit in the USA. With that 1 crore, here in India you can hire 10 employees, for example. Now I'll start a service organization in India and I'll hire 10 employees to do all my things. So it's a competitive advantage. So wherever resources are available, there I will set up a factory or I'll set up an office I'll start manufacturing the things, or I'll start rendering these services. This has resulted in a steep increase in the level of competition among manufacturing firms throughout the world. Next one, production or operations strategy. So more and more firms are recognizing the importance of production or operation strategy for the overall success of their business and necessity for relating it to the overall business strategy. So today, business strategy, you can achieve business strategy only if you are able to achieve your productions and operations strategy. That's it. Understood? So if your production or operation strategy is perfect, then you can easily achieve your business goals. Next one, total quality management, continuous improvement in your products. Next one, flexibility. Flexibility, ability to adapt quickly to the changes in the volume of demand. Sometimes 5,000 products are needed. Sometimes only 50 products are needed. Sometimes 50,000 products are needed. Now your manufacturing system should be flexible to meet all these orders. Best example, beverages companies. In summer, their sales are very peak. In winter, they have nominal sales. Now, accordingly, your manufacturing system should be designed. Understood? Next one, time reduction. So reduce the waiting time. So once I place an order, immediately I should receive the product. That's it. So immediately you should serve me. That means immediately you should serve customer. So thereby you can gain a competitive edge over other competitors. When companies can provide products at same price, quality, quicker delivery, that is short lead times, provide one firm competitive advantage over the other. Next one, technology. Wherever possible, integrate your manufacturing systems with the technology. Understood? Suppose you want to know how much raw material is there in godown. Now going to go down, checking the records, manual records. So it consumes a lot of time. So create one system, whenever material inward happen or whenever material outward happen, immediately update in the system. So no need to go to the stores, no need to go down. So simply sitting in your office, you can check the level of the level of raw materials in your factory. Understood? So that is what automation, computerization, information and communication technologies. So because of this, whenever you feel that raw material level is very less, place an order with supplier. Understood? Next one, worker involvement. In all strategic decisions, make workers to involve in the decision making. Assign responsibilities to the workers. If worker is performing well, pay him incentives. If worker is not performing well, either provide training or terminate him. Next one, re-engineering. So re-engineering, it's all about rethinking. Simply, a breakthrough improvements to improve the performance of a firm. So you just, what you have to do in re-engineering. So just, dismantle your product. Observe the things in your product. Observe the raw materials in your product. To improve the quality of the product or to improve the performance of the product, what are the things you can do? Just do it. Next one, environmental issues. You can carry manufacturing operations and it should not cause any damage to the environment. Next, corporate downsizing. It's nothing but reducing manpower. At present, you are having 100 orders and you are having 10 employees. 10 employees can help you to meet 200 orders actually, whereas your capacity, the market demand is 100 orders only. With the existing number of employees, you can meet 200 orders, but the point is, since demand is very less, so instead of hiring all these 10, instead of continuing with all these 10 employees, reduce these employees, downsize it, make it 5 employees. As a result, what happens? Salary expenditure will come down, expenses will come down, profit will go up. So improved profits are for higher dividend payment to the shareholders. Understood? So this has become necessary because of high competition. So more number of competitors are there in the market. Everyone is having a share in the market. Now what is your share in the market? If you want to improve that share, okay, do the things. Unable to improve the share, sir, no sir, whatever right now we are having, we will continue with that only. In that case, wherever possible, just downsize it. Next, supply chain management. It is concerned with acquisition of materials from supplier and distribution of finished goods among the customers. So supply chain management will take care of all the activities starting from acquisition of raw materials, processing those materials, warehousing and distribution. Next one, a lean production. Lean production talks about minimum utilization of resources to produce high volume of high quality goods with some varieties. So in lean production, it is all about optimum utilization of resources, minimize the wastage or maximize the output with a given level of inputs. So with this, first chapter is completed. In this first chapter, I told you some roughly 6 to 7 topics are there. Sima, once again I'm telling you, objectives of operations management can be asked for 7 marks. Next one, activities listed under production and operations management. Yes, this is another topic. Major decision areas, another topic. Characteristics of modern operation functions. Next one, characteristics of modern operation management. And last one, recent trends in production and operations management. Is it clear? So with this first chapter completed, let's continue marathon with the third chapter of operations management, that is designing of operational system and control. This chapter is a descriptive chapter. You can expect 7 marks theory question from this chapter. And I have listed out all the important topics in the institute material, and I prepared this document based on previous examination question papers. You can download this document and you can read the content of this document. Is it clear? So designing of operational system and control. As you all know, operations management is concerned with the things that manage entire operating system or production system that converts input into output. Now, operational system. In operational system, you will see various operations regarding acquisition of material from suppliers, physical transformation of materials into the goods, and selling goods to the end customer. Clear? So, product design. Designing a product is an important strategic decision. At the end, every business organization should think about their customers. As you all know, operations management is having 2 main objectives. One is customer service, second one resource utilization. Customer service objective can be fulfilled by supplying right thing at right price at right time. Yes or no? So first of all, it is very important to identify the needs of customer. Accordingly, you have to design your product, you have to manufacture the product, and you have to sell the product to the customer. So designing a product is an important strategic decision. Product design is a collection of interdependent directional activities that are planned and executed in a structured and planned way to develop the value propositions to be offered to the end customers for fulfilling their needs. So to be offered to the end customers for fulfilling their needs. So obviously, without customers, a business organization cannot survive in long run. So first thing, they should fulfill the needs of end customer. Now, if you observe, it is a collection of, product design is a collection of interdependent directional activities. See, first of all, you need to identify the demand of customers in the market. And what are the products offered by the competitors? You need to study the products offered by the competitors. And you need to develop an idea, to provide additional features in the products which were offered to the customer. Based on that idea, you have to develop a sample product. So technically we call it as prototype. So you need to develop a sample product and you need to test that product whether it is giving desired results or not. If it is giving desired results, continue the manufacturing operations, continue production and sell products to the customer. If it is not giving desired results, then make analysis. So add some more features to it. So wherever improvisation is required, improve the facilities and then produce finished goods, sell finished goods to the end customer. So all these are interdependent activities and they should be executed in a structured and planned way so that you can offer a product which can fulfill the needs of the end customer. So basic objectives of product design must include basic objectives. Each and every organization's product design must include these objectives. First one, develop the products as per the needs of the end customer. So first identify the wants of the customer. Next one, with an objective to provide optimum value. So you must serve customer in a better manner, best manner. Minimize the cost. Yes, minimization of cost is possible only with the optimum utilization of resources. If there is zero wastage or if there is minimum wastage, then your cost of production is minimum. If your cost is minimum, then your selling price is reasonable. Understood? So minimize the cost of production, maximize resource utilization, and minimize the lead time. So once your customer place order, so you must deliver the product in a faster manner. So waiting period should be minimum or nominal. Understood? Next one, importance of product design. Sir, why we need product design, sir? See, product design establish detailed characteristics of the products in line with market demand and competitions. So, once you develop product design, at the time of developing product design, you will consider the demands of the customers and you will consider the products being offered by the competitors. So your product design will contain detailed characteristics of the product. So how the product should function, what are the functions it will perform, what services it can provide. Understood? Next, to provide the technical requirements for defining the technological requirements and process, to produce that product. So what are the machineries we require and what type of labor we require, high skilled labor or semi skilled labor or unskilled labor. So convert the wants of customers into technical requirements. So for manufacturing the product, what machines we should possess, what kind of labor we should hire. Next, to provide a guideline for production system design and to provide necessary value additions or impetus to production and operation strategy. So because of these reasons, we need product design. Product design is important because of these reasons. Next one, what does product design do? So simply, I can call it as advantages or benefits of having a product design. See, the activities and responsibilities of product design include the following. First, understand and translate the requirements of the customers into a set of technical requirements for design and execution planning and process. First, we will identify the wants of the customer. We will understand the wants of the customer. Understood? And then based on that, we will convert it into technical requirements. It's like back end work. It's not forward work. It's like a back end work. First, we will identify the customer. We will note the requirements of the customer. Based on that, we are going to modify our production system. We may purchase additional plant and machinery. We may hire additional labor. Understood? Next one, differentiate the existing products to stretch the product life cycle. Each and every product will have a certain lifetime. Once that lifetime is over, that product becomes outdated one and no one will purchase that product. For example, once upon a time we are having a 2G mobiles. Right now, everyone is shifting to 5G mobiles. Yes or no? That means, 2G mobiles had limited lifetime. 3G mobiles have limited lifetime. 4G mobiles have limited lifetime. So do something so that, your existing products can be extended. Your existing products life cycle can be extended. Next one, developing new products. Next, providing inputs required for the formulation of quality goals, helps in cost optimization, building and testing model prototypes, documentation of design specifications. So I can give you one more example. Take Activa, Honda Activa scooty. So the requirements of the customers, for lady customers, so they feel free to travel on scooties. Yes or no? And they want to preserve some items. So for them, we are providing storage facility under the seat. You're getting my point? And this scooty is not only meant for women in the society. This scooty is meant for children, not for, less than 18 years. I'm telling about, age 18 years and above. So simply, students. Next, grandparents, old age people can also use this kind of vehicles. Yes or no? Next, if you observe, in Activa, initially normal Activa we are having. Next, they upgraded to 3G, 4G, 5G. Yes or no? One improvement I can tell you. Initially, we have normal meter. Later, they modified to digital meter. The number of kilometers and indication of petrol. Next, timer. And one more modification they made to the existing product is, a petrol, petrol filling point. Previously, petrol filling point is under this seat. So whenever you need to fill up the petrol, you need to open that seat cover. Understood? So recently what they did, so they placed that point outside the vehicle, backside the vehicle. So simply, just with one button, you can open that petrol filling point. So easily you can fill the petrol. So, all these are differentiating features in order to extend the existing product's life cycle. In addition to that, they developed new products, Activa 125cc. That is a new product. Yes or no? And this product design will obviously provide inputs for formulation of quality goals. Next one, obviously, once if product design is finalized, we can finalize the resources. So how much quantity of raw materials we need for developing this product. To that extent only we will utilize the materials. So obviously minimization of wastage will happen. Maximum utilization of raw materials will take place. Maximum utilization of resources will take place. So cost optimization is possible. And initially we will develop a prototype and we will test it. If it is giving desired results, we will proceed with manufacturing. Or else we will make some modifications to the existing design, and then we will develop a finished good. Yes or no? So whatever we are doing, we will document all the specifications. Next one, factors affecting the product design. So when you are designing the product, you have to consider the following factors. First one, you have to understand the stated and unstated needs of the customer. Stated needs, what they are expecting. Unstated, right now they are not stated, right now they were not identified, but in future customer may feel that yes, I need this need, I want this feature in the product. So as a business entrepreneur, first you need to identify the stated needs as well as future unstated needs and requirements of the end customer. Sometimes it is difficult to get an idea of unstated or latent needs exactly. So you should be futuristic. You should think about the future of the customer. So what a customer can expect from this product even in future. So definitely it is a difficult task. Next, modern day designers most often rely on social media analytics for discovering the latent needs. Yes, in Facebook or Instagram, you can see poll surveys. So what a customer expect from a product, you can conduct a poll survey. So based on the poll survey, you can identify the stated needs as well as you can find out the unstated needs of the customers. Next one, user friendliness of the products attracts people from various demographic backgrounds. Yes, I told you right now, Activa Scooty. So the customers of Activa Scooty, not only women, you can observe college students, you can observe old age people also using the Activa. Yes or no? So it is attracting people from various demographic backgrounds. Age is not a criteria for purchasing that product. Even men are also purchasing a Activa Scooty. If one family is having Activa Scooty, yes, father can use it, mother can use it, children can use it. Striking a balance among form, function, features, cost. Previously, when the computer was introduced, when the computer was developed, it was used to keep in one big room. Right now, if you observe that much big computer, I'm asking, who can operate that much big size computer? So right now, laptops are available. So many people, instead of going with the desktops, they're going with the laptops. Why? Easy to carry, easy to handle. So the form, appearance, functions, the functions it performs, and the cost. You must maintain balance between these three features, form, function, cost. In other words, an appropriate balance between economies of scale and economies of scope is required. Suppose if you compare desktop computer with laptop, desktop computer, you need to add various parts like, keyboard, mouse, CPU and webcam. So it occupies a lot of space. But if you go with the laptop, everything is inbuilt and you can easily pack it. You can easily move from one place to another place, that product. Yes or no? Next one, quality of raw materials. Of course, our product design is affected by quality of raw materials. High quality raw materials, you can expect high quality finished goods. Low quality, cheap quality raw materials, obviously there will be either wastage of resources or there may be, less quality products. Next, selection or design of the process and layouts. So what kind of process layout, what kind of, whether it is a product focus or process focus, I'll tell you, just wait. Just 10 to 15 minutes, I'll discuss with you this point. Next one, quality and conditions of the machines, instruments used in the design process. So what kind of machines we should install. Next, capability and maturity of the process. So what is the capacity of our process? How much quantity of products we can produce? And what is the duration of the process? Understood? So it depends upon the life cycle of the product. If product can survive in the market for 1 year, yes, you can use that process for 1 year. Next, skilled resource persons, availability of skilled labor. Next, effect on existing products. When you are bringing a new product into the picture, definitely it will have some impact on the existing products. Suppose if you take iPhones, every year they release new models. 12, version 12 is there, 13, 14, 15. Once they introduce version 16, version 15 becomes outdated. Customers will shift to version 16. So there will be negative impact on the existing products. Next, packing of the products. So all these factors affect product design. So when you are designing a product, you have to consider all these factors. Next, characteristics of good product design. So a product design, we can call it as a good product design if that product design had the following features. Understood? So this can be asked for 7 marks. Even factors affecting product design can be asked for 7 marks. Understood? So characteristics of good product design. Yes, a good product design must ensure the following. First, the product must satisfy the needs of end customers. I think this is the 4th time I'm repeating this point. While providing optimum value, the performance should be at par with the expectation. See, when customer is paying 1 lakh rupees, he expects the same worth from the product. The performance should be at par with the expectations. The product must be reliable and worthy for paying for same. And product must be designed at an optimum cost to be offered at an affordable price to the target customers. So yes, developing a product and pricing it to 10 lakh rupee, 15 lakh rupee, do you think all customers can afford that product? No. So you have to design a product, you have to develop a product at an optimum cost so that maximum number of customers can purchase that product. Maximum number of customers can be benefited by that product. The product must have a shorter design and to the market lead time. So if it is a complicated design, so definitely we take more time to develop the product and it takes more time to sell that product. It's not selling the product, to deliver to the end customer. We take more time to deliver that product to the customer. So it is once again a commercial failure on the organization. The looks of the product must create an immediate impression in the minds of the customer. So looking at the product, customers should get an anxiety. Yes, I should purchase that product, I should use that product. So yes, product design should also consider this character. So just developing a product alone is not sufficient. Packing and the looks of the product is also important feature. And product must be compatible, user friendly, upgradable with the availability of after sales support. If you take a laptop, yes, whenever Windows is getting upgraded, whenever upgraded Windows version is coming into the market, yes, we can easily upgrade Windows in our system too. So it should be compatible, user friendly, and upgradable with the availability. Next one, the product must be easily maintainable and reproducible. If it is not reproducible, then one design you can produce maximum one time, you can have one time production. That's it. Next time again you have to develop a design, again you have to put a lot of efforts, lot of investments. It's not advisable. Understood? Next, product should balance between standardized basic features and customized augmented features. If you observe, some people, they buy laptop and they will upgrade RAM, they will upgrade storage capacity. So that additional customization features you have to provide in your product. So you have to consider that character at the time of designing the product. And detailed specification. So what are the things, what are the inputs or what are the raw materials you are using to manufacture the product? Just provide a detailed specification. And product must be safe to use. See, I'm using the laptop, suddenly some fire came from the laptop get blasted. So is it a safe to use? No. Whenever I use the laptop, I'll have a fear, oh my god, when it gets blasted. So I should not think like that. So customers should feel that it is safe to use. Error proof, it should not commit any errors and it should not harm the environment and users. In such a way, you have to develop the product. So you have to design the product accordingly. Understood? So 10 points are there, important for 7 marks theory question. Next one, process design. See, product design completed. Next, one backward point, that is process design. See, process, it tells about how to manufacture the product. Product design, it tells about what are the functions a product should perform and what is that product for. So whom it is going to serve, who are the customers to that product. It is all about product design. Now process design, how to manufacture that product, how to produce the product is taken care by process design. So process design includes all the activities that are performed to produce the final product as per the specifications in line with the requirements of the customers. So obviously process design is as per product design only. Next, process design depends on the following characters, following factors. So what are the things you have to consider while designing the process? First one, the nature of product, whether it is tangible or intangible, durable or non-durable. Next, variety. So whether the product is customized product or standardized product. Customized product, according to the directions, according to the specifications of the customer. If you are providing the product, it is a customized product. No, we are making a product, sir, standardized products. So the customers who are willing to purchase the product, they will come and they will purchase the products. So they are standardized products. One example I can give you: standardized products, in coming to the automobiles. Standardized products, take any company car, Hyundai cars. Next one, Honda cars, MG cars. All these are standardized cars. They will manufacture the car, and if you are willing to purchase it, you can purchase it. If you want that car, you can purchase it. Coming to the Rolls Royce, it is highly customized car. The color, the interiors, everything according to your specifications only they are going to manufacture, and they takes minimum 6 months time to deliver car once you place an order, once you pay advance money. Understood? So what type of product is yours? Customized product or standardized products? Next one, volume, the amount to be produced and size of the lot. Sir, the volume is very less, sir. Then the facilities, arrangements, plant and machineries, the quantity of plant and machineries, the quantity of raw materials obviously less. Accordingly, we will design the process. If volume is very high, accordingly we will purchase more number of machines. Will hire more labor. Understood? Next one, level of involvement of human resources. So accordingly, the process may be automatic, fully automatic without involvement of labor. Semi-automatic, you can see machines as well as labor. Manual, this is purely labor intensive. Here you will not find machines, or even if you find machines, very less number of machines are, and the machines may be for nominal purposes. So major operations were carried out by labor only. Understood? So based on your automation, that is automatic or semi-automatic or manual, the process design will also gets affected. Next, resource requirements. So what are the machines available right now, and how much capital we are having? What is the space? How much space is available in the factory? And energy, power consumption. So are we having adequate power capacity or not? To carry manufacturing activities 24/7, we should have power. So whether 24/7 we are having power or not. Next, the availability of raw materials and other factors. Next one, expenditure, the cost of operations. Fixed cost how much, overhead cost how much. Next, a decision on the extent of in-house or outsource. If we are having sufficient capacities to manufacture the product, we can go with in-house. No, sir, we are not having that much capacity. Even purchasing a machine is not advisable. Why? Because our fellow manufacturers are already in the field. They can manufacture products for us, and they can label products for us. Then go with outsource. So in-house or outsource. In-house means you are going to make the product. Outsource means you are giving that contract to some other, contract for producing the products. They will produce products and you will buy the products from them. You will supply the products to the market. You will sell the products to the end customer. So both the options are available. So now these factors will definitely affect the design of process. Next, to process choice. Process choice determines whether resources are organized around products process to implement the flow strategy. See here, you can have either product focused strategy or process focused strategy. In product focus, what happens, when you give raw material to machine 1, automatically it will be transferred to machine 2, machine 3 and machine 4, and you will get a finished good. So this is standardized product. When you give raw material to the first machine, so the process, the output of machine 1 automatically transferred to machine 2, then next to machine 3, next to machine 4, and you will get a finished good. For example, if you take manufacturing of sugar, at the starting point, we will place sugar canes. We will place sugar cane. So what happens? First, grinding of sugarcane will happen. Extraction of juice from sugarcane will happen. Now, whatever juice we extracted from sugarcane, it will be stored in a separate tanker. There, what happens? Adding chemicals will take place. Next, crystallization will take place in another machine. Once crystallization is completed, then we will get a finished goods, a sugar. Understood? So highly standardized product. So this is a product focus strategy. Process focus. Here, what happens? We will give raw material to machine 1 or a department 1. And the output of this department 1 can be used for multiple purposes. You can send that to a department 2. At the same time, you can send it to department 3, or even you can send it to department 4. Suppose there are some customers who will purchase intermediate goods, or there are another manufacturers who can purchase intermediate goods and who will finish their who will prepare finished goods from intermediate goods. For example, take trees, wood, take wood, or take cut trees. So from cut trees we can produce, we can manufacture furnitures. All this furniture and fittings comes from wood only, yes or no? Next, paper comes from wood only. So now what we are doing, first we are cutting the trees. One department is taking care of cutting the trees. Another department, they are cleaning that wood. Another department, yes, they are extracting, wood from that cut trees, which we can use it for making furniture. Another department, making papers from that wood. Are you all getting my point, students? So one particular raw material having wide variety of goods. One raw material can be used for variety of products. In that case, we will go with the process focused strategy. I'll give you one more example in the following points. Just wait. So process choice determines whether resources are organized around products or process to implement the flow strategy, in which flow our raw material is getting is going. So if you observe product to focus, the moment you keep raw material at start point, after some time you will get finished good at the end point. Whereas in process focus, it is not like that. You need to handle intermediate goods. You need to handle work in progress. Clear? Next one, major process decisions. First one, job shop process. Best example to job shop process is tailoring. Tailoring, yes. There you can see various departments, like one department, they will take measurements of the person. They will take measurements of the person. Another department, according to the measurements, they will cut the cloth. Another department, they're going to stitch the cloths. Another department, they're going to iron the cloth. I'm sorry. So they're going to make finishing works to the clothes. So finally, another department will deliver that item to the customer and they will collect the money. If you observe, this is not a standardized product, because do you think all people on this earth will be with same measurements? Not at all. Not at all. You can see the sizes, M, S, L, XL, double XL, like that, depending upon person measurements, yes, the size of the clothes will either increase or reduce. Are you getting my point, students? So tailoring is a best example for job shop process. According to your customizations, according to your specifications, they will produce the product and they will sell product to you. It is used in job shops when a low volume of high variety goods are needed. Low volume, high variety. Suppose I'm going to a tailoring shop and I'm giving some 2 pairs of clothes. 2 pairs of clothes. Understood? So volume is low. They will convert this clothes into dress. So by stitching, by cutting, by stitching, and by finishing works, they will convert this cloth into what they will do. They will convert the cloth into dress. So low volume but high variety. So for me, 2 pairs. Another person, 1 pair. Another person, 2 pairs, like that. Processing is intermittent. Each job requires somewhat different processing requirements. A job shop is characterized by high customization, high flexibility of equipment, skilled labor, and low volume. Obviously, for taking measurements and for cutting the cloth, and next one for stitching, next finishing works, definitely we need high skilled labor in each and every department, but very less number. Next one, example, a tool and die shop. Tool and die shop. Tailoring is also best example for job shop process. Next, batch process. Batch processing is used when a moderate volume of goods or services is required, and also a moderate variety in the products or services. Compared to job process, here a variety will come down, volume will go up. In job shop, high variety, low volume. In batch process, moderate volume, moderate variety. Best example, beverages manufacturing units. In batches, they will produce beverages like that. For example, morning 8 to 12. So they will add a formula. They will add that what we call it is inputs, like obviously in all beverages, water is a common thing. Next, gas is a common thing. Chemicals, it changes. For Maja, one chemical. For Coca-Cola, another chemical. For Thumbs Up, another chemical. For Sprite, another chemical. So that mixture, that ingredient mixture. So morning 8 to 12, yes, it's time to produce Maja. Next afternoon 12 to 4, time to produce Sprite. Evening 4 to 8, time to produce Thumbs Up. So what we will do, we will carry production in batch wise. So morning shift, what we will do, we will give ingredient mixture for Maja, afternoon for Thumbs Up, evening for Coca-Cola or Sprite, like that. In batch wise production will take place. So a batch process differs from job process with respect to volume and variety. So here you can observe moderate variety, Maja, Sprite, with same equipment only. There is no change in equipment, just ingredient mixture is getting changed, that's it. So moderate variety, moderate volume. Volumes are higher compared to job process because same or similar products or services are repeatedly provided. Example, paint, ice cream, soft drinks, books and magazines. Next one, repetitive process. See, repetitive process, continuous process looks similar. There is only a small variation. I'll tell you. A repetitive process, this is used when higher volume of more standardized goods or services are needed. Example, automobiles, home appliances, television sets, computers, toys, etc. If you observe Hyundai manufacturing company or Kia manufacturing company, the engine they use for Sonet, the engine they use for Seltos is common, but the outer, the capacity, the storage facility in terms of the freeness in Seltos compared to Sonet, it is just different. Now what happens, engine, tires, other parts, some parts will differ, some parts look similar. Now here we repetitively carry manufacturing operations, so we will carry assembling operations, but we will get more standardized products. That means less variety but higher volume. Less variety, higher volume. Compared to batch process, here the variety will come down, volume will go up. Next, repetitive process is also referred to as a line process, as it includes production lines and assembly lines in mass production. Resources are organized around a product or service, and materials move in a line flow from one operation to next according to the fixed sequence with a little work in progress inventory. Next, if you look at continuous process, it is similar to repetitive process, but it is continuously, it is 24/7 running. The manufacturing operations will run 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days in a week. This is used when a very highly standardized product is designed in high volumes, and these systems have almost no variety in output, and hence there is no need for equipment flexibility. Once you install machines, once you fix machines, operations will start. Best example, already told you, sugar, steel, flour, paper, cement, fertilizers, etc. Just input of materials at starting end is required, that's it. So everything, machines will take care of it. The best strategy for continuous process is product focused strategy, whereas job process, the best strategy is process focused strategy. Next one, project process. See, definitely project differs, one project differs from another project. Example, if you take a building of a shopping center, malls, dam, bridges, construction of a factory, hospital, developing a new product, publishing a new book, all this comes under project process. This construction of a dam or bridge, it depends upon area, and it depends on specifications of the people, yes or no. So based on specifications, based on the area, we will design the project and we will construct and we will complete the project. So one project will obviously differ from another project. So the strategy, the focus here you are making, it is useful only for that particular project. Once it is finished, for new project, again you have to do all these things once again. It is characterized by high degree of job customization. Only one variety you can observe here, and only one product you can observe here. So large scope for each project and need for substantial resources to complete the project. Project obviously complex, take a long time and consists a large number of complex activities. Equipment flexibility, labor skills can range from low to high depending on type of projects. If project is too complicated, you need to hire skilled laborers and you need to have advanced equipments. Next, product life cycle, another important area, very important area. You can expect a 7 marks theory question. Understood? In this entire chapter, first priority I'll give to product life cycle, next product design, and next types of process, job shop process, batch process, or continuous process, repetitive process. Clear? So repetitive process, if you are running repetitive process 24/7, It becomes a continuous process. Okay, product life cycle. See, each and every product will have a certain life. Of course, basic necessaries will never have a product life. Basic necessaries will never have a product life. Clear? But normal things, if you take a mobile, next, if you take a vehicle, anything, laptops, electronic items, particularly electronic items, all these items will have a limited or short product life cycle. So in this product life cycle, you will observe four cycles. One is you'll observe four things. One is introduction. At the time you are introducing the product to the market, slowly you will enter into growth phase. The sales will increase and you will reach maturity. Beyond this, you cannot grow. After this point of time, you will decline. You will decline. Now let's see each and every phase. So introduction phase. Product life cycle, first phase is introduction phase. During this phase, the product gets introduced in the market for the first time. So no one knows about this product. So you need to advertise about this product. So lot of promotional expenses you are going to incur at this stage. And the pricing depends on the innovativeness of the product, nature of the target customer segment, and most often discounts given to the potential customers. If you give more discounts, if you offer more discounts, obviously you can attract customers. If you observe Jio, initially I think 4 months or 6 months they give free subscription. If you take that SIM card, you can use that services, daily 4 GB unlimited internet, but high speed you can observe up to 4 GB, like that, they offered you. And slowly they started pricing the service. Understood? So initially high promotional expenses, low sales. Next, growth phase. In this stage, the company focus on rapid revenue generation and market growth. So the share of the market share of the organization will increase initially in the growth phase. During this phase, the product sales intend to cover up fixed cost and break down the overhead cost while utilizing the learning in the previous stage. So we will try to incorporate, or we will improve the product according to the specifications of the customer. So through our previous learnings, what happens, we will enjoy in this growth phase. Promotional and advertising strategy is decided according to the level of the growth, and the objective is to hold the existing customers. That means retaining existing customers and creating new customers. Maturity phase. This phase is characterized by saturation in the marketplace. This is a critical phase for the organization. In earlier stage, that is, growth stage, the objective of companies to achieve fast growth by getting more number of customers, increasing the market share. While in this stage, the company wants to flatten the curve to slow down the moment towards fall down. So before we get declined, so the organization should prepare a strategy, should implement a strategy so that the product life cycle, the life cycle of a product can be enhanced. It is possible, when you add additional features, when you differentiate the existing products, when you incorporate differentiation features in the existing products. Like I told you, Activa is common. Previously we had Activa Scooty. Right now we are having Activa Scooty. But the way they added features like, digital meter and petrol filling point, everything, it is an added advantage so that the product can survive in long run. It can have a long life cycle. Further, at this stage, organizations infuse variety and differentiation. Just now I told you, in the products, most often to start a new PLC from here on for finding out a niche market. At this stage, organizations get engaged in aggressive promotional and pricing programs. Profit margin is comparatively lower at this stage when compared to growth phase. Next, decline phase, almost ready to die. After maturity, the products start losing their attractiveness in the market and sales gets falling down. Profit margin becomes increasingly narrower. The organizations take a call to scrap the product. That means discontinue the manufacturing operations of the product and focus on cost consolidation. Sometimes organizations come up with revival planning with product differentiation and promotional strategy to improve the sales. So these are the steps organization will take to revive the existing product. Next one, process planning. Process planning refers to all decisions regarding facility selection, layout planning, designing of work systems, and defining operating procedures. Capacity planning, arrangement of equipment and resources, human resources planning, etc., which are necessary to facilitate the smooth execution of activities to produce the intended products as required by the customers. First, you design the product. First we will design the product. Yes or no? According to that product, we need to plan our process. In process planning, you will take steps to install machines. So where to install machines? We are having a factory. Where to set up a factory first of all? So sir, at one place we are having abundant availability of raw materials, sir. There is no power cut, sir, and that place is near to the market, sir. Yes, that is a nice location. Now in that location, construct factory. In that factory, sir, where to set up our machines and where to set up a labor. So how labor will carry materials from go down to machines. Once goods are finished, once finished goods are produced, how to handle them. So everything, simply developing a blueprint. Process planning is all about, developing a blueprint. You have to develop a blueprint in such a way that once productions get started, the product should meet the needs of the customers. Understood? So what is the need of a customer? He need a right thing at right price at right time. So right time is you should be faster in carrying production operations. Right price means it should be reasonable price. That means your cost of production should be either minimum or it should be reasonable. It is reasonable only when optimum utilization of resources objective is achieved. Optimum utilization of resources means utilization of time, utilization of machines, utilization of space in the factory, everything. So accordingly you have to plan the process. Process planning depends on the variety and volume of products, volume of the output of the products, degree of equipment flexibility, and flow of activities. Next one, process strategy. Actually, first step is process strategy. Next to process design, next to process planning. So in process strategy, first we will make a decisions which will help to achieve business goals. A process strategy is a decision taken by the organization, such as selection of process for converting the input into output. So which process we have to adopt? Whether product focus process or process focus process. That means arrangement of machines in an order, so that when you keep raw material in the first machine, you'll get final product from the last machine. This is product focus strategy. No sir, our products are highly customized products, sir, and we are going to sell variety of products, sir. Variety of products. We will sell intermediate goods, we will also sell final goods, sir. That means process focus is important in this at this point. So here the selection of process is very important. A typical process strategy depends on long-term efficiency and productivity, resources availability, flexibility, cost and benefits, quality of the products, and lead time. Once customer place order and what time we need to complete the production and to deliver the product to the customer. So you have to keep all these factors in mind before you select the process. So the process strategy stands on the following premises. Three key premises. What are the trade-off between make or buy? So whether to carry production or whether to give outsourcing to someone. Next one, degree of capital intensity. Whether we need to invest a lot of money on the machines or whether we need to hire labor. Is it a capital intensive operations or labor intensive operations? Next one, extent of flexibility required in the process. Sometimes we may receive bulk orders, sometimes we may receive small orders. Whether our manufacturing system is in a position to produce small quantity products or whether to produce large number of products. So you have to question all these questions. Accordingly, you have to select the process. And the facilities are designed while having the three focus areas, such as process focus, product focus, repetitive focus. Process focus, it is similar to job shop process. Here the facility is designed in a process centric way. Accordingly, the equipment, machines, workstations are organized. Each process is capable of carrying a wide range of activities, and this type of arrangement allows high level of customization, that is product flexibility. Next one, this type of system is also known as job shop production. Example of products: aircraft, tailoring, tool and die. Next, product focused. The facility is planned in a product centric way to allow higher level of standardization. Here the variety is either minimum or one. Here you won't find wide variety of products. Here you will find only one variety or less number of variety of products. That's it. Higher level of standardized product, but the volume is very high. In process focus, volume less, variety high. Here volume is high, variety is low. produced to give economies of scale, learning benefits for better facility utilization rate. So you're going to utilize the space in the factory, utilize the machines. Now, to what extent we can produce in a machine? For example, the machine capacity is 3 tons per day. So are you utilizing complete 3 tons capacity or not? Utilization rate. Example of products: steel, glass, paper, electric bulbs, chemicals, pharmaceutical products, sugar, etc. And this type of arrangement is suited for continuous flow and batch production. However, this type of structure incurs a higher amount of fixed cost. Why? Because you need to invest a lot of amounts on machines. So investments in plant and machinery will be very, very high. Next one, repetitive focus. This structure utilizes the benefits of above mentioned arrangements. That means it's a combination of product and process focus. It uses modular production. So here the volume is moderate and variety is also moderate. This type of structure is also known as assembly production. Examples include automobiles process, household appliances. Next one, process layout. So where to install machines, where to set up labor, or where to store raw materials, where to store finished goods, and how we are going to transport the finished goods to the market. Everything you can observe in process layout. Process layout aims to identify the necessary arrangement of facilities such as equipments, machines, material, people, and workstations for facilitating the production efficiently. So 24/7 the production will run, the machines will run. It is possible only if raw materials are near to the machines. Minimizing unnecessary movements and transportation. Yes, if raw material storage facility is near to the machines, you can avoid unnecessary movements, unnecessary transportation of raw materials. Efficient material handling. So there will be no wastage. Why? Because warehouse is near to the factory. Effective design and organizations of the workstations. Identification and removal of bottleneck constraints. So where, if a machine is producing a less quantity, so we will identify that bottleneck unit and we will enhance the production capacity of that bottleneck unit by purchasing more and more machines and by hiring more and more labor in that particular department. Effective utilization of spaces. So this is possible only with process layout. First, design of process is also important. First, we will design the product. Accordingly, we will design the process. Next one, design thinking. So before you think for a design, so you have to carry out all these 5 stages. First stage, first you need to identify the needs of users. So first, research your user needs. What is the expectation of customer? What customer is expecting from you. First, identify the user needs. The importance is identify the user needs. Next, define the need. So note it down. Understood? Here you need to note the needs of the users. So it is a time to accumulate the information gathered during emphasis. You then analyze your observations, synthesize them to define the core problems you and your team have identified. And these definitions called problem statements. You can create prototypes based on these inputs. And we can test the prototype. If that prototype is giving desired results, we will proceed with manufacturing operations. Next one, ideas, generation of ideas. So the problems faced by the customers. So what kind of solution we can generate so that the problem can be solved. So here we will challenge our assumptions by thinking out of box. So regularly what we do, no, we should do something, out of box. That means what others are following, just come out of that phase. What we have to do newly so that we can satisfy the needs, we can fulfill the needs of the customers. Next one, prototype. So develop a prototype, test that prototype. If it is giving desired results, proceed with manufacturing operations. If it is not giving desired results, again reprocess it, rethink it. So wherever improvements are possible, initiate improvements in that areas. Accordingly, again you have to generate new ideas. Again, you have to develop a new prototype, again test it. If it is giving desired results, continue with manufacturing operations and sell that product to the end customer. Understood? So with this, chapter 3 completed. Let's continue marathon with the 7th chapter of operations management, that is economics of maintenance and spares management. As per institute study material, the weightage of this chapter in your examination is 5 marks. including choice, you can expect 7 marks from this chapter in your examination. And this chapter is a problematic chapter. Definitely one problem comes from this chapter. Is it clear? See, based on previous examination question papers, I selected some illustrations and I'm going to solve those illustrations in this marathon lecture. But before that, I'll give you a small introduction about this chapter. Is it clear? See, the main principle behind this chapter is prevention is better than cure. Prevention is better than cure. Suppose, you are having a vehicle, maybe bike or scooty. See, every one of you, will take that vehicle to service showroom 3 months once. And service people will check the engine oil and they will replace engine oil. Yes or no? And they will check the condition of the vehicle. If vehicle is in good condition, they will hand it over to you. Now, periodical service helps you to use that vehicle for a long period. Yes or no? Suppose if you are not taking your vehicle to service showroom and you are using it without any service. So suddenly you may face a problem of breakdown. You can't use your vehicle because it is in breakdown condition. Now you need to take your vehicle to mechanic. So mechanic will take some time period for repairing it. So during that period, you cannot use your vehicle and you need to incur, breakdown charges. That means repair charges. So which one is better for you? I'm asking you. So periodical inspection, periodical checking, is it better, or breakdown maintenance, breakdown repair charges? Is it advisable? Come on, tell me which option is advisable. Obviously, periodical checking and periodical service is a better option so that you can use vehicle for a long period. Now, similarly, in factories, you can observe n number of machines. Yes or no? So monthly once or weekly once or 3 months once, you need to conduct inspection, periodical inspection, regular checking is compulsory. So if you conduct periodical inspection, you can identify weaker parts and you can replace them so that the machines will run continuously without any problem. Or else what happens, sudden breakdown, you have to discontinue your production operations. But the point is rents, factory rents, labor wages, employee salaries, these are fixed costs and unavoidable costs. Whether you continue your operations or not, you need to pay them. Understood? So during breakdown period, so you may incur loss. Why? Because there is no production, but you need to spend cost. You need to incur cost, and moreover, repair charges you need to incur. Are you all getting my point, students? So definitely breakdown is costlier than periodical or regular inspection. So this chapter is all about prevention is better than cure. Are you all getting my point, students? So periodically conduct inspection, conduct checking, identify the weaker parts, replace them. So we call it as preventive maintenance. Why? Because it prevents breakdown. Understood? So preventive maintenance, and the other maintenance is breakdown maintenance. Here we will not incur any expenditure on preventive maintenance. We will see the machines. Whenever machines face breakdown, we will incur repair charges. So we are having two types of maintenance for the time being: preventive maintenance and breakdown maintenance. Preventive maintenance helps you to use machine for longer period without, with minimum chances of breakdown or with zero chances of breakdown. Whereas breakdown, whenever machine faces a bad thing, whenever machine is not in a good condition, whenever you are unable to continue production operations, so yes, you can call that machine is in breakdown. Are you all getting my point, students? Chalo, let's solve illustrations in chapter 7. Question number 1. Messrs. Nirmala Toolkit Private Limited has a workshop comprising of 20 tool machines of similar type. To improve the preventive maintenance plan, the workshop manager collects the data of failure history of the machines as under. See, based on past experience, we will make predictions for future. So based on past experience, this particular company is facing, a breakdown chances in this following manner. Just observe carefully. See, they are having 20 tool machines, a similar type. Okay. Elapsed time after maintenance attention, after 1 month, probability of failure is 20%. That is 0.20. So even if you conduct maintenance, even if you conduct preventive maintenance, the probability of failure within 1 month is 0.20. 2 months, the probability is 15%. 3 months, 15%. 4 months, 15%. 5 months, 15%. 6 months, 20%. Now you need to calculate the mean time of failure. Mean time of failure between two maintenance. Day one you conducted, you maintained, sorry, you incurred preventive maintenance costs. That means you repaired that machine, or you inspected that machine and you verified, whether it is in a good condition or not. Now after incurring preventive maintenance, the probability of failure of that machine after 1 month is 20%, after 2 months is 15%, after 3 months is 15%. Now you need to calculate a mean time. Are you getting my point, students? Sir, how to calculate? Just multiply this probability with the time period. So illustration 1. So here we need to calculate expected time before failure or mean time before failure. Expected time before failure, or I can call it as mean time before failure. So how to calculate it, sir? Just observe the table ma. So months after failure, months elapsed time after maintenance attention, number of months 1 2 3 4 5 6. Probability of failure 0.20, 0.15, 0.15, 0.15, 0.15 and 0.20. Now multiply months with probability. So 1 into 0.20, 0.2, 2 into 0.15, 0.3, 3 into 0.15, 0.45, 4 into 0.15, 0.6, 5 into 0.15, 0.75, 6 into 0.2, that is 1.2. Now here you will get expected time before failure. Expected time. So just add all those figures: 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 0.45 plus 0.6 plus 0.75 plus 1.2. So that is 3.5 months. So on an average, each machine will fail after 3.5 months of maintenance. Understood, everyone? So expected time before failure. So today you verified that machine and you concluded that that machine is in a good condition, and whatever the cost we need to incur to bring back into the good condition, you incurred today. Now after 3.5 months you may face a similar situation. That means the machine may face a breakdown situation. Understood? Now the expectation from the the company is, let's look into the question. The workshop manager collects the data of failure history of the machines as under: it costs 150 rupees to attend a failed machine and rectify the same. Now you have to compute the yearly cost of servicing the broken down machines. See, on an average, each machine may face a breakdown after 3.5 months of maintenance. Now we are having 20 machines. Each machine may face a breakdown situation after 3.5 months of maintenance. Understood? And we need to calculate cost per year. If you observe the question carefully, compute yearly cost of servicing broken down machines. Once the machine face breakdown situation, we need to spend 150 rupees. So 20 machines into 150 rupees. And this 150 rupees I'll incur whenever the machine faces breakdown situation. And the chance of breakdown is 3.5 months. And you need to calculate breakdown maintenance charges for 1 year. So into 12 months divided by 3.5 months. See, every month I am not going to incur this breakdown maintenance charges. Every month I am not incurring breakdown charges. I will incur breakdown charges only when machine face breakdown situation. Only when machine went into a repair condition. Are you all getting my point, students? So 20 into 150. 20 into 150, 3000. 3000 into 12 months. But I'm not incurring this breakdown charges every month. I'm incurring this breakdown charges once in 3.5 months. So divided by 3.5 months. So the amount is 10,285.71. So round it off, 10,286 rupees. Is it clear? So the answer for first question is 10,286 rupees. Next, second illustration. A public transport system is experiencing the following number of breakdowns per month over the past 2 years in their new fleet of vehicles. So number of breakdowns, For the past 2 years, they are facing a breakdown situation. So number of breakdowns, that is 0. How many months they faced the breakdowns? 0 is 2 months. So for 2 months, in the past 2 years, for 2 months, there is no breakdown. And for 8 months, they encountered one breakdown. On an average, one breakdown in 8 months. On an average, 2 breakdowns in 10 months. So 2 years means 2 into 12 months, that means 24 months. Out of 24 months, for 2 months, number of breakdowns is 0. For 8 months, number of breakdowns is 1. For 10 months, number of breakdowns is 2. And for 3 months, the number of breakdown is 3. And for 1 month, number of breakdowns is 4. Understood? Each breakdown costs firm an average of 2,800 rupees. For a cost of 1,500 per month, the preventive maintenance can be carried out to limit the breakdowns to an average of 1 per month. See, if you incur preventive maintenance, if you go with preventive maintenance option, you can reduce number of breakdowns to 1. Even with preventive maintenance, you will face breakdown, but you can reduce number of breakdowns to 1. Understood? Now, which policy is suitable for the firm? So 2 options are there. One option, no preventive maintenance. Another option, yes, we need preventive maintenance. So just identify the total cost, in both of these 2 options. Wherever the cost is less, that option is advisable. Is it clear? Let's solve this illustration. Illustration 2. So option 1, preventive maintenance. I'll go with preventive maintenance. So in case of preventive maintenance, number of breakdowns can be reduced to how much? Number of breakdowns can be reduced to 1. So each breakdown cost is 2,800 rupees. So number of breakdowns 1. Now breakdown cost or breakdown cost equal to 1 into 2,800. So 2,800. And preventive maintenance cost 1,500 per month. So 4,300. This is per month. So if you go with a preventive maintenance option, so you need to spend 4,300 per month. Now the another option is option 2, no preventive maintenance. Now you need to calculate number of breakdowns per month. So how many breakdowns a firm may face in each and every month? For that, you need to calculate expected number of breakdowns per month. Let's see. So number of breakdowns. Next term, number of months. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 8, 10, 3, 1. Now total number of breakdowns. So that is 0 into 2, 0. Total number of breakdowns, ma. So you need to calculate total number of breakdowns in 24 months. 24 months. So for that, the number of breakdowns into number of months. So 0 into 2, 0. 1 into 8, 8. 2 into 10, 20. 3 into 3, 9. 4 into 1, 4. Now total number of breakdowns in 2 years. So just calculate it. 0 plus 8 plus 20 plus 9 plus 4. It is 41. See, this 41 is not per month. 41 is for 2 years. 41 is for 2 years. Now per month, how many breakdowns a firm may face? So number of breakdowns, average number of breakdowns per month. So 41 divided by 24 months. 41 divided by 24 months. See, this data is given for 2 years. Yes or no? So 41 divided by 24, it is 1.70833. So 1.7. So breakdown cost equal to per month 1.7 breakdowns per month So whenever you face breakdown, it is you need to incur 2,800 rupees. So 1.7 into 2,800 rupees, that is 4,760. 4,760. So option 1, the cost is 4,300. Option 2, the cost is 4,760. Now tell me which option is advisable. Answer me, which option is advisable? Sir, option 1 is advisable, sir. Why? Because the cost is minimum in option 1 when compared to option 2. Is it clear, everyone? Everyone? Yeah, of course. See, many students are asking, sir, the point is here 1.70833. Yes or no, sir? So can we make it off rounded? Can we round it off to 1.70 or 1.71? It's your wish, no problem. Yes, you can take 1.71 also. In that case, breakdown cost is 1.71 into 2,800. Yeah, let me calculate that one also. 1.71 into 2,800, that is 4788. 4788. Yes, there is no change in answer. There is no change in an answer. So option 1, preventive maintenance option is advisable because the cost is less when compared to the other option. You all getting my point, students? So it's your wish, ma. You can take round it off, or you can ignore the last decimals. Consider only 2 decimals. Even if you consider 2 decimals, there will be no change in, or there will be no difference in answer. So with this second illustration also completed. Next one, let me open material. Next one, illustration 4 I'll solve. Just wait. Illustration 4 also, it was tested more than 3 times in previous examination papers. More than 3 times this question was asked. So I'll also solve question number 4, but at the end of the chapter I'll solve illustration 4. So meanwhile I'll solve another illustration, question number 6. The main shaft of an equipment has a very high reliability of 0.990. The equipment comes from Russia and has a high downtime cost associated with the failure of this shaft. And this is estimated at 2 crore rupees as the cost of sales lost and other relevant cost. So breakdown cost would be, it's not breakdown, estimated cost of the sales lost and other relevant cost because of failure of the machine is 2 crores. However, the spare is quoted at 10 lakh rupees at present. Should the shaft spare be procured along with the equipment and kept or not? So this question is about spares management. Should I purchase spare at the time of purchasing the equipment, or can I purchase that spare even after purchase of the equipment? That is all about management of the spares. So here they are asking you, when should I purchase spare? At the time of purchasing equipment or later? Now if you observe this question carefully, the reliability of the shaft is 0.990. That means failure probability of failure is 1 minus 0.99. See, you can trust this machine 99%. 99% this machine will run without any failure. So 99% it will run. That means 1% it may face breakdown. 1% it may face breakdown. If it faces breakdown, we are going to incur 2 crore rupees, opportunity cost or any relevant cost. It is 2 crore rupees. But this 2 crore will be materialized only if that failure is materialized. Understood? See, firm will face a loss of 2 crores only if that machine is failed. But the probability of failure is how much? Just 1%. Now, estimated loss from the failure of this machine is 2 crores into 0.01. See, 99% you can trust that machine. Only 1% failure probability is there. So now, expected loss to the firm is 2 crores into 1%, that is just to 2 lakh rupees. And what is the cost of spare? The cost of spare is 10 lakh rupees. Now compare 2 lakhs with 10 lakhs. See, which option is advisable? So purchasing spare right now, is it advisable, or no need to purchase spare right now is advisable? See, no need to purchase spare. Why? Because 2 lakhs is just a small amount when compared to 10 lakhs. So no need to acquire spare at the time of acquisition of equipment. So that is all about illustration 6. Next, illustration 7. PQR company has kept records of breakdown of its machines for 300 days work year as shown below. So number of breakdowns and frequency in days. See, this problem is similar to second illustration, and this problem was also tested in the previous examinations. I think some 4 times this question was asked. I have gone through this scanner. In scanner, the most repetitive problems I selected, and I am solving those problems in this marathon lecture. Is it clear? So 7th illustration, similar to second illustration. Let's solve this illustration. So here, the given time period is 300 days. Number of breakdowns, 0 breakdowns was observed in 40 days. 1 breakdown was observed in 150 days. 2 breakdowns was observed in 70 days. 3 breakdowns was observed in 30 days. 4 breakdowns was observed in 10 days. So total number of days is 300. The firm estimates that each breakdown costs 650 and is considering adopting a preventive maintenance program which would cost 200 per day. 200 per day, and limit the number of breakdowns to an average of 1 per day. So very simple to calculate. If they select preventive maintenance option, illustration 7, if they select preventive maintenance option, then what is the total cost they need to spend per day? So per day, calculation of cost, preventive maintenance cost. Yeah, preventive maintenance cost is, just wait, cost of preventive maintenance per day, 200. And because of this preventive maintenance, firm can reduce the number of breakdowns to 1. So breakdown cost, yes, it is per day. I'm calculating it per day only. So if you select a preventive maintenance option, you can reduce breakdowns to 1 per day. So 1. So whenever you face a breakdown, you need to incur 650 rupees. So 1 into 650, so that is 650. So total 850 rupees per day. 850 rupees per day is the cost you need to incur if you go with preventive maintenance option. Second option, no preventive maintenance. No preventive maintenance. Now you need to calculate expected number of breakdowns per day. So no preventive maintenance, that means calculating breakdown maintenance cost is sufficient. Breakdown maintenance cost. So for that you need to calculate number of breakdowns per day. Number of breakdowns per day. And multiply it with 650 rupees. So what is the number of breakdowns per day? We don't know. So we need to calculate it. So you can calculate it based on past data. So number of breakdowns, number of days, total number of breakdowns, total number of breakdowns. So number of breakdowns, just look into the question once. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And number of days, 40, 150, 40, 150, 70, 30, 10, 70, 30, 10. Now just multiply, you will get total number of breakdowns. So 0 into 40, 0. 1 into 150, 150. 2 into 70, 140. 2 into 70, how much? 140. Next one, 3 into 30, 90. 4 into 10, 40. So now total it. Come on, total it. 150 plus 140 plus 90 plus 40, that is 420. This 420 is for 300 days. Out of 300 days, you may face 420 times breakdowns. Now per day, how much? How many? Per day. Calculate it per day. 420 divided by 300. It is 1.4. So on an average, you may face 1.4 breakdown per day. Now just now I told you, so breakdown cost when you are not going with preventive maintenance, that is number of breakdowns per day into 650 rupees. So it is 1.4. Just now we calculated 1.4 into 650 into 650. It is 910. Now just compare the cost of option 1 and option 2. What happened? Now just compare cost of first option and cost of second option. So which option is preferable? Obviously 850 rupees is less than 910 rupees. So option 1 is preferable. Everyone, if you go with first option, you can save 60 rupees. Yes or no? If you are going with second option, you have to spend 910 rupees. If you go with first option, you need to spend only 850 rupees. That means, you can save 60 rupees by selecting first option. Everyone. So continuing the question. So what is expected annual savings from preventive maintenance program? So what they need is expected annual savings. So now, solving the problem up to here, definitely you will lose 2 to 3 marks. Why? Because, I told you which option is better. And accordingly, you told me that, we solved 80% of the problem. I asked you which option is better and you told me, sir, first option is better. You can save 60 rupees per day. But what they are asking, what is expected annual savings from preventive maintenance program? So for that, you need to multiply 60 with number of working days in that year. And in the question, it is very clear that, it operates machines for 300 days in a year. How many days they operate machines? 300 days in a year. And the expected savings per day is 60 rupees. So 60 into 300 days. So 18,000 rupees is the annual savings if they go with preventive maintenance option. Is it clear, everyone? Everyone. So read the question. Read the question till the end. Identify the, identify the examiner requirement. So here the examiner requirement is annual savings. It's not per day savings, or it's not, select the best option. If they ask you select the best option, just write the conclusion. Option 1, preventive maintenance is best compared to breakdown maintenance. Like that you write. If they ask you annual savings, just calculate savings into 300 days. If they ask you daily savings, just write 60 rupees. So read the question till the end and identify the requirement of the examiner. Is it clear, everyone? So with this 7th illustration completed. Next, 8th illustration. Yes, this was also asked many times. I'll read the question. A firm is using a machine whose purchase price is 15,000. Installation charges amount 3,500 and machine has a scrap value of only 1,500 rupees. Because the firm has a monopoly of this type of work, the maintenance cost in various years is given in the following table. Year 1 to 9 on maintenance cost. So life of the machine, there is no point on it. So how long you can use that machine, there is no point in the question. Next, the firm wants to determine after how many years should the machine be replaced on economic considerations. Assuming that the machine replacement can be done only at the end of the year. So at the beginning of the year, replacement is not possible. Only at the end of the year, replacement of machine is possible. So if you observe this table carefully, if you want to use machine for 1 year, you need to incur maintenance cost of 260 rupees. For second year, you need to incur maintenance cost of 760 rupees. For third year, maintenance charge is 1100. For fourth year, 1600. Fifth year, 2200. Sixth year, 3000. So like that, if you want to use machine in the 9th year, you need to spend 6,100 rupees on maintenance. Understood? So it is like preventive maintenance only. So every year you need to incur these charges as a part of preventive maintenance. This is one option. The other option, instead of incurring maintenance charges, instead of going with preventive maintenance, replace the machine. Either maintenance or replace. Now they are asking you after how many years should the machine be replaced. Understood? Now we will calculate the cost. We will calculate cost per year. So wherever the cost is less, select that year. After that year, you just change the machine. You just replace the machine. So illustration 8. Yeah. Illustration 8. So cost of machine is 15,000 rupees. Installation charges 3,500. Scrap at the end of the year when you replace that machine, the old machine will give you 1,500 rupees. So net cost, if you observe net cost, 15,000 plus installation charges. Yes, whenever you purchase a machine, you need to install it. For that, you have to incur 3,500. And whenever you replace it, the old machine, it will give you 1,500 rupees scrap amount. So the net cost is 15,000 plus 3,500, 18,500 minus 1,500, that is 17,000 rupees. So whenever you select a replacement option, the additional burden on you is 17,000. The burden on you is 17,000. Now, here I can change machine at the end of first year or second year, or I may change machine at the end of third year or fourth year or fifth year or sixth year, 7, 8, 9. So I'm having 9 options. I can replace machine at the end of first year or second year or third year. But which is the best option? I need to find it out. Just follow me here. Annual maintenance cost, AMC, annual maintenance cost for first year it is 260 rupees. For second year it is 760. For third year 1100. For fourth year, like that, just take question booklet and observe the figures. So for fourth year it is 1600. Fifth year 2200. Sixth year, oh god, annual maintenance cost is 3000. Seventh year 4100. Eighth year 4900. Ninth year 6100. When you are copying figures from the question, just pay attention. Even a small mistake, even a small small mistake, it will cost you answer. It will cost you some 6 to 7 marks. Understood? The annual maintenance cost for first year, for second year, for third year. Okay, next one. So total cumulative maintenance cost. Cumulative maintenance cost. If you desire to replace machine at the end of first year, so you need to spend just 260 rupees on maintenance cost. If you select a second year option, that means if you want to replace machine at the end of second year, so first year you already spent 260, and for second year you need to spend 260. So total 260 plus 760, it is 1020 rupees cumulative maintenance cost. If you go with the third year option, sir, I'll replace machine at the end of third year, sir. That means for 3 years you need to incur annual maintenance cost, that is 260 plus 760 plus 1100. So 2120. If you go with fourth year option, that means I'll replace machine at the end of fourth year. That means 4 years annual maintenance charges you have to incur. So that is, just add 1600 to the above amount, ma. So it is 3720. Sir, how you got it? It's like this: 260 plus 760 plus 1100 plus 1600. Next, no sir, I'll replace machine at the end of 5th year, sir. That means 5 years you need to incur AMC. 5 years you need to incur AMC. So 260 plus 760 plus 1100 plus 1600 plus 2200. That's what cumulative maintenance cost. Add 2200 to the previous year maintenance cost, 5920. In that manner, 5920. In that manner, for the 6th year, just add it, 8920. For 7th year, 8920 plus 4100, 13,020. For 8th year, the cumulative maintenance cost is 17,920. And for 9th year, the cumulative maintenance cost is 24,020 rupees. So last year, I'll explain one more time. If you desire to replace machine at the end of 9th year, so for all these 9 years, you have to spend money on maintenance. So annual maintenance charges for all these 9 years, it is 24,020 rupees. Understood? So cumulative maintenance cost. So this is cumulative maintenance cost. Let me erase this working figures. Okay, fine. Now the next point is, next one is machine amount, machine replacement of machine. So if you plan to replace machine at the end of first year, you need to spend 17,000 rupees. At the end of second year, 17,000 only. At the end of third year, 17,000 only. That means, for all these 9 years, the replacement value of the replacement cost of the machine is 17,000 only. Sir, why 17,000 is common in all options? See, if you desire to replace machine at the end of 4th year, at the end of 4th year, you need to spend 17,000. Sir, at the end of 6th year, I want to replace it, sir. At the end of 6th year, you need to spend 17,000. Understood? Now, find out the total cost. Total cost, if you use that machine for 1 year, just add this 17,260. Total cost, if you replace machine at the end of second year, then you need to spend 18,020 rupees for these 2 years. See, here interpretation is very, very important. Understood? Problem you can solve, but if you understand that problem, then only you can solve it. Sir, I'll use that machine for 3 years, sir. At the end of 3rd year, 17,000 rupees you have to spend, and cumulative maintenance charges is 2,120. So total it is 19,120. So similarly, you just calculate it, 20,720, 22,920. Next one, 17 plus 8, it is 25. 25,920, 30,020. Next, 34,920, and last one, 41,020. Cost per annum. Last step is cost per annum. Sir, why per annum? See, this is the total cost at the end of 1st year. If you go with replacement at the end of 1st year, this is the total cost. If you go with the 2nd year, the total cost for 2 years is 18,020. Total cost for 3 years is 19,120. Total cost for 4 years is 20,720. Total cost for 5 years is 22,920. Total cost for 6 years is 25,920. For 7 years, 30,020. For 8 years, 34,020. 920, and for 9 years 41,020. Now you need to average it. You need to calculate per annum cost. Understood? So per annum, how much you're going to spend? See, per annum, that means here it is divided by 17,260. It is for 2 years, so divide it with 2. 18,020 divided by 2, so 9,010. And 19,120 is for 3 years. So per annum, 19,120 divided by 3, it is 6,373. Next, 20,720 is for 4 years. So for each year, the average cost is 5,180. And next, 22,920 is for 5 years. Now average cost per year, 22,920 divided by 5, 4,584. Next one, 25,920 is for 6 years. 25,920 divided by 6, 4,320. Next one, 30,020 is for 7 years. So average cost per year is 4,288.5. Next, 34,920 is for 8 years. So average cost per annum is 4,365. And 41,020 rupees is for 9 years. 41,090, 41,000. Is it 49, 41,090? No, 41,020 divided by 9 years. So 4,557.7. Now out of these 9 options, just find out where the cost is minimum. So where the cost is minimum. So 9,000, 6,000, 5,000, 4,500, 4,300, 4,200, 4,300. So this is the minimum cost. So if you go with the 7 years option, I repeat, if you go with 7 years option, the average cost per annum is 4,288 rupees. So this is the most advisable option. See, if you replace machine at the end of first year, you need to incur 17,260 every year. Every year you need to incur 17,260. 2 years, every year you need to spend 9,010. 3 years, every year you need to spend 6,373. Like that, if you replace machine at the end of 7th year, average cost per annum is 4,288. So 7th year replacement is the best suggestible advice. So that is all about illustration 8. Understood? So lowest average cost is 4,000. How much it is? 4,288, which is at the end of 7th year. So replace the machine for every 7 years. Next one. 11th illustration. Yes, this was also asked many number of times. So let's solve 11th illustration. Product A has a mean time between failures of 30 hours. Mean time between failure. That means, time gap between two failures is 30 hours. So today failure happened and you rectified it. You brought back that machine into a good condition. So from now onwards, 30 hours it will work. Again after 30 hours, it will face same breakdown situation. And has a mean time to repairs of 5 hours. That means, whenever, that machine gets breakdown, so you need to spend 5 hours to bring back that into a good condition. Understood? Whereas product B has mean time between failures is 40 hours and mean time to repair is 2 hours. So let me write here itself. So two products are there, product A, product B. Mean time between failure, it is 30 for A, 40 for B. Mean time to repair, it is 40 hours to A, 2 hours to B. Now look at the questions. Which product has higher reliability? So which product you can trust more? So reliability depends on availability. Understood? Reliability depends on availability. If you observe a mean time before failure, product A and product B, it is higher for product B. See, 40 hours is greater than 30 hours. That means we can trust more product B than product A. So for answer to first one is product B. Which product has greater maintainability? So easy to maintain. Easy to maintain. See, product B, yes, it is easy to maintain. That means, for 2 hours, if you spend 2 hours, you can bring back into a good condition. You can bring back it into a good condition. Whereas product A requires 5 hours. Now tell me, 5 hours maintainability better or 2 hours maintainability better? Obviously 2 hours. 2 hours you can bring that one into good condition. Whereas for product A, you need to spend 5 hours. So greater maintainability point of view, product B is advisable. Next, which product has greater availability? How can we calculate it, sir? How can we calculate greater availability? See, available time divided by total time. Available time divided by total time. So available time, that means how long you can use that thing. Total time is, available time plus maintenance time. Available time plus maintenance time. So now I'll calculate here itself. Just observe carefully. So for product A, available time is 30 hours. Divided by total time, that is 30 hours plus repair time, that is 5 hours. So that is 30 divided by 35. So 30 divided by 35, it is 85.71 percentage. So availability of A is 85.71 percentage. Whereas product B, 40 hours it is available and the total time including the repairs time is 40 plus 2. So 40 divided by 42. 95.23. So come on, tell me which is having a higher availability, greater availability. Obviously product B. So for this the answer is product B. Understood everyone? Come on, tell me. So higher reliability, product B, because less chance of failure compared to product A, and greater maintainability, product B. Next one, availability, product B. Is it clear, everyone? Now let's solve the last illustration of this chapter, that is illustration 4. If you understand illustration 4, if you are able to solve illustration 4, then this chapter is very simple to you. So illustration 4 is somewhat a difficult illustration out of these 12 illustrations. So far I guess 6 illustrations I solved, and this is the last illustration I'm going to solve in this chapter. So illustration 4, Messrs XYZ Private Limited has 50 identical machines in its facilities. The company has a recorded figure for cost of preventive maintenance and cost of breakdown maintenance. Preventive maintenance cost is 20 rupees, whereas breakdown maintenance cost is 100 rupees. Breakdown maintenance cost. The company wants to reduce breakdown occurrence while minimizing preventive cost. Given is the data on breakdown occurrence. So probabilities of machine breakdown by month. So months after servicing that breakdown occurs. So 1 month probability 10%. 2 months probability 5%. 3 months 5%. 4 months 10%. 5 months 15. 6 months 15. 7 months 20. 8 months 20. And the total probability is 100%. See, understanding this particular table is very, very important in this illustration. It is very important. See, first read this point carefully. Months after servicing the breakdown occurs. So today I repaired all 50 machines. All 50 machines I verified, and wherever repairs are there, yes, repairs also I incurred. I brought all those machines into good condition. So today servicing of all machines completed. But still after 1 month, 10% of machines will face breakdown. After 2 months, 5% of machines will face breakdown. After 3 months, 5% of machines will face breakdown. After 4 months of service, 10% of machines will face breakdown. After 5 months of service, 15% of machines may face breakdown. After 6 months of service, 15% machines may face breakdown. 7 months after service, 20% machines may face breakdown. 8 months after service, 20% machines may face breakdown. Now, each and every month, how many machines we may face breakdown? Let's calculate. Illustration 4. Illustration 4. So number of months between preventive maintenance services. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just wait, I'll zoom it. 6, 7, 8. Probability, it is in the question. Just so 0.10, 0.05, 0.05, 0.10, next 0.15, 0.15, 0.20, 0.20. Now expected number of breakdowns, expected total number of breakdowns. Just multiply all these things and add it. So 1 into 0.1, 0.1, 2 into 0.05, that is 0.1, this is 0.15, 0.4, 0.6, 0.9, 1.4, 1.6. Now total it. 0.1 plus 0.1 plus 0.15 plus 0.4 plus 0.6 plus 0.9 plus 1.4 plus 1.6. Yeah, there is a small correction, if you observe it carefully. Here I did a small calculation error. 5 into 0.5, 0.15, this is 0.75. 0.75. Now just total it, you'll get 5.4 months. So how we should interpret this? Sir, how we should interpret this one? See, if you look at the question one more time, so what they are telling, months after serving that breakdown occurs. Months after serving. So today if you serve the machine, if you service the machine, so after how many months it may face breakdown? So after 1 month, 10% probability is there. After 2 months, 5% probability is there. After 3 months, 5%. After 4 months, 10% probability. Like that, at the end of 8th month, 20% probability is there. So today, if you service the machine, it may run for 8 months. It may run for 8 months, but every month there is a probability that it may face breakdown. Like that, if you calculate expected breakdown between two preventive maintenance, expected time period of breakdown, expected time period is 5.4 months. So each and every machine on an average, it may face breakdown situation at the end of 5.4 month. Are you all getting my point, students? See, probability is just assumption. It is just an assumption. So based on probability, we will calculate expected time period between two breakdowns or between two maintenance points. So based on this calculation, the expected time before failure is 5.4 months. That means on day one, so today if you service that machine, again you may face same situation at 5.4 month. 5.4 month. Now we are having 50 machines, right? 50 machines. Breakdown cost, how much it is? In the question it is very clear. Breakdown cost is 100 rupees. And this 100 rupees I'm not going to spend every month. I'm not going to spend this 100 rupees not for every month. This 100 rupees is for 5.4 months. So I'll divide it with 5.4. Now I'll get per month. See, if you observe 50 machines into 100, this is 5,000. 5,000 rupees is the total breakdown maintenance cost. But this 5,000 rupees I'm not going to incur every month. I'll incur it for 5.4 months. Now I'll average it per month. So 5,000 divided by 5.4, it is 926 rupees approximately. 926 per month. So this is my breakdown cost. If I'm not choosing preventive maintenance, then I need to spend 926 rupees every month on breakdown. Is it clear? Now if you select preventive maintenance option, preventive maintenance, and here the problem is, sir, when I choose preventive maintenance, when I have to choose preventive maintenance, is it after 8 months or is it after 1 month or 2 months or 3 months? So here you are having 8 options. So when I should choose preventive maintenance, at the end of first month or second month or third month or fourth month, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. So like that you are having 8 options. In 8 options you have to calculate cost per month. Wherever the cost is minimum, you need to compare that cost with breakdown maintenance cost. I told you this is somewhat tricky only. This is somewhat tricky. But you have to analyze it. You have to understand it. Then only you can solve it. See, based on this problem, another 3 illustrations are there. So try to understand this illustration and solve other illustrations. Clear? Sir, 5.4 is there in the material itself. No, sir. See, this is also part of answer. This is a part of solution. I hope this won't come in the examination. If it comes, okay, well and good. So 5.4, no need to calculate. So just calculate it, right? 5.4, no need to calculate. So you can easily take it from question. Fine. Now you need to evaluate 8 options. So working notes, working notes 1. So number of months after service. After service, we may encounter breakdown. We may encounter breakdown. 1 month, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, fine. So total we are having how many machines, 50 machines. 50 machines. So probability that these 50 machines may face breakdown after 1 month of services, it is 0.10. I'll write probabilities 0.05, 0.05, 0.10, 0.15, 0.15. Now calculate number of machines Just calculate number of machines you may face breakdown at the end of 1 month. 50 into 0.1, 5, 50 into 0.05, 2.5, here it is 2.5, 50 into 0.1, 5, 50 into 0.15, that is 7.5. Next one, 50 into 0.15, 7.5, and here it is 10, here it is 10. So the interpretation is, once you service 50 machines, at the end of first month, 5 machines may face breakdown. At the end of second month, 2.5 machines may face breakdown. At the end of third month, 2.5 machines. At the end of fourth month, 5 machines. Fifth month, 7.5. Sixth month, 7.5. Seventh month, 10 machines. Eighth month, 10 machines may face breakdown. So for first month, expected number of breakdowns is 5. So this is option, first option. No sir, I'll go with second option. Second option, preventive maintenance is for 2 months. Preventive maintenance is for 2 months. So at the end of second month, how many breakdowns I will face? At the end of second month, how many breakdowns I will face? So many of you will think that sir, 2.5 is the answer. No. The answer is not 2.5. The answer is something other than 2.5. Sir, why? See, the 5 machines which you serviced in the first month, yes, these machines may also face breakdown at the end of the next month, at the end of the next second month or third month, fourth month, like that. You have to consider the same. So the 5 machines which you serviced in the first year, they may also face breakdown chances in the future. And what is the probability, sir? What is the probability? See, these 5 machines which was serviced in the first month, for them the second month is first month. For them, here comes, expiry of first month, yes or no? That means the probability they may face breakdown is 0.10. And next one, 0.05, 0.05, 0.1, 0.15, 0.15, and 0.2. Sir, how you got this amount? See, the 5 machines which I serviced in first month, so they may also face breakdown in the next month. The next month, the failure probability is 20%. So these machines which were serviced at the end of first month, for them at the end of second month means 1 month completed. At the end of third month means 2 months completed. Yes or no? So accordingly, I'm making the calculation. Now just calculate, this 5 into 0.1, 5 into 0.1, 0.5, 0.5, and 5 into 0.05, 0.25, 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, 0.75, and here it is 1. So at the end of a second month, the expected, for the second month, I'm telling, for the second month, expected number of breakdowns is 3. Understood? Everyone? And cumulative, it is 8. Okay, cumulative breakdowns for 2 months is 8. I think I'll get back to you. Just wait. So next one, if I go with the third option, that is at the end of third month, so preventive maintenance for every 3 months. Preventive maintenance for every 3 months. In that case, so what would be the total expected number of breakdowns? What would be the total number of expected breakdowns? Just observe it carefully. So here also, just 2.5 plus 0.25 sufficient or no. The 3 machines which was serviced in the second month, they also face a breakdown chances subsequently. So for that, probabilities 0.10, 0.05, 0.05, 0.1, 0.15, and 0.15. Sir, how you got these figures? If you look at the question, probability that a machine will fail after 1 month of service is 10%. The 3 machines which were serviced in the second month, for them, after 1 month means at the end of third month only. So that's what I wrote here. Now calculate the expected number of breakdowns, expected number of machines that may face breakdown at the end of the third month. So 3 into 0.1, 3 into 0.1, 0.3. Here it is 0.15, 0.15, 0.3, and 0.45, 0.45. Is it? Just calculate. Just 3 into 0.15. Yeah. Now at the end of the third month, just total it ma 2 point, it is 2.5 plus 0.25 plus 0.3, 2.5 plus 0.25 plus 0.3, it is 3.05. 3.05. Next one, these 3.05 machines may also face a breakdown subsequently, and the probability that they may face breakdown subsequent months is 0.1, 0.05, 0.05, 0.1 and 0.15. Now calculate it. Calculate. So it is 0.305, 0.1525, 0.1525, 0.305, and next one 0.4575. Yeah, understood. It's a little bit tough only. So if you go with fourth option, that is preventive maintenance for every 4 months, then total number of breakdowns is at the fourth month. Total number of breakdowns for fourth month is 5 plus 0.25, 0.25 plus 5 plus 0.25 plus 0.15 plus 0.305, so 5.705. Next, similarly for the fifth month, you have to do same calculation. 0.1, 0.05, 0.05 and 0.1. So calculate it. It is 0.5705. Next one 0.28525, 0.28525 and 0.5705. Okay. So now calculate number of breakdowns in the fifth month. 0.5705 plus 0.1525 plus 0.15 plus 0.5 plus 7.5 is 8.873. And these 8.873 machines may also face breakdown in the subsequent months. And what is the probability? See, for them the next month is first month, and the next month is second month, and the next month is third month. So probability for first 1 month is 1.1, probability for second month failure is 0.05, probability that third month failure is 0.05. Just calculate it ma. 0.8873, and next 8.873 into 0.05. So here it is 0.44365, 0.44365. Of course you can restrict it to 3 or 4 decimals, no problem, but I'm taking complete thing. Now calculate number of expected breakdowns in 6th month. So 0.8873 plus 0.28525 plus 0.1525 plus 0.3 plus 0.75 plus 7.5 is 9.875. 9.875. And these machines may face breakdown in subsequent months. For the first month the failure rate is 0.1, for the next month the failure rate is 0.05. Accordingly calculate ma. So here it is 0.9875. Here it is 0.4938. Now number of breakdowns for 7th month. 0.9875 plus 0.44365 plus 0.28525 plus 0.305 plus 0.45 plus 7th month 0.75 plus 10, it is 13.2214. 13.2214. And this 13.2214 machines which were served in 7th month may also face a breakdown, and the probability of the breakdown for the next month is 0.1. 0.1. And if you calculate it, the amount will be 1 point, just wait, colors, 1.0 32214. Now calculate number of breakdowns for 8th month. Almost over 4938.44365 plus 0.5705 plus 0.4575 plus 0.45 plus 1 plus 10. Even a small calculation error, it costs you 6 to 7 marks. 14.74. I'll restrict here to just 2 decimals. Now these are the expected number of breakdowns in each and every month. Each and every month. So how I calculated? See, 50 missions, day 1 service completed. So 50 missions may face 10% probability failure, 10% failure, 10% failure at the end of first month, 5% failure at the end of second month, 5% failure at the end of third month. So accordingly, I calculated number of breakdowns in each and every month. Now, the first month you served 5 missions, right? These 5 missions, there is the probability that they may fail in the next month, and the probability rate is 0.1. Sir, how you got 0.1? See, probability that a machine may fail after 1 month of service is 10%. Like that, you have to understand the question. Like that, you have to interpret the question. Probability that a machine may fail after 1 month of service is 0.1. So these 5 missions which were served in first month, they may face 10% probability failure at the end of the second month. So like that, the calculation went on. Like that, the calculation went on. Now we need to calculate cumulative number of breakdowns. Why? I'll tell you. Just wait. See, so far whatever I did, let me prepare a table for it. Let me prepare a table for it. See, number of months. Okay, I'll make my point thicker. Yeah, number of months, expected number of breakdowns. Next, cumulative expected number of breakdowns. Yeah. Next one, expected cost. Cost per month for preventive maintenance. This is for preventive maintenance and this is for breakdown maintenance. And total cost, that is breakdown maintenance plus preventive maintenance. So number of months, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Expected number of breakdowns. So just now we calculated 5. Just copy the above figures. 5, 3, 3.05, 3, 3.05. Next, 5.705. Next, 8.873. 9.875. 13.2214, 13.2214, and last one 14.74. Now cumulative expected number of breakdowns, just add it. 5 plus 3 8, 8 plus 3.05, that is 11.05, 11.05 plus 5.705, 16.75 plus 8.873, that is 25.63 plus 9.875, 35.50 plus 13.2214, 48.72 plus 14.74, 63.46. So actually this is not there. First of all, this is not at all required. I need this one only. I need this one, but to understand this, I gave this one. I gave this column separately. And moreover, this is not cumulative expected number of breakdowns. It is just expected number of breakdowns. Why? Because if you select every month maintenance, then every month you will face only 5 breakdowns. If you select 2 months preventive maintenance, every 2 months I will spend money on preventive maintenance. I'll go with preventive maintenance once in 2 months. Then you will face 8 breakdowns. Sir, I will go preventive maintenance once in 3 months. Then 11.05 is the expected number of breakdowns. Sir, I'll go preventive maintenance once in 4 months. Then 16.75 breakdowns, total breakdowns. Sir, I'll go preventive maintenance once in 5 years, sir. Once in 5 years. And 25.63 breakdowns will happen in 5 years. Sir, I'll go with preventive maintenance once in 6 years, sir. Then for 6 years, total number of breakdowns is 35.50. For 7 years, total number of breakdowns is 48.72. For 8 years, 8 months, it's not years, months, please replace it. So for 8 months, total number of breakdowns is 63.46. Now expected cost, whenever breakdown happens, 100 rupees I need to spend. Okay, 500, 800, 1105, 1675, 2563, 3550, 4872 and 6346. Next one, preventive maintenance. Just listen to me carefully. Almost over. Cost for preventive maintenance. So in each and every option, the preventive maintenance is 20 rupees per mission. So 50 into 20, 1000, 1000, 1000, 1000, 1000, 1000. So whenever you choose preventive maintenance, you need to spend 1000 rupees. 50 missions, 20 rupees each mission. So 50 into 20,000. Now total cost, just add it. 1500, 1800, 2105, 2675, 3563, 4550, 5872, 7346. The problem not yet over. See, this is a total cost. This is a total cost. Just wait, ma. Yeah. This is a total cost for 1 month. This is for 2 months. This is for 3 months. This is for 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. What I need is cost per month. So simply total cost divided by number of months between two services. Okay, 1500 by 1, it is 1500. 1800 by 2, it is 900. 2105 by 3, it is 2105 divided by 3, it is 701.67. Next, 2675 for 4 months. So it is 668.75. 2675 by 4. Next one, 3563 by 5. 3563 by 5. 712.6. Similarly, 4550 by 6. Calculated 5872 by 7. 7346 by 8. Calculate and tell me. 4550 divided by 6. 758.33. Next one, 5872 divided by 7. It is 838.857. Next, 7346 divided by 8. It is 918.25. So out of all these options, the least cost is 15,900, 700, 668. So 668 is the least one. 668.75. That means service every 4 months. Now this 668.75, compare it with the total breakdown cost per month, 926. So yes, you can save up to how much? 926 minus 668.75. Let me calculate it. 926 minus 668, round it off. So the amount is 257. So you can save 257 per month. But look at the requirement of the examiner. So what he is asking. So minimizing. So the company wants to reduce the breakdown occurrence while minimizing preventive cost given is the breakdown occurrence. So here you can save 257 rupees per month if you go with preventive maintenance once in 4 months. If you go with preventive maintenance once in 4 months, The least cost is 668 rupees per month, and you can save up to 257 rupees per month. Understood? So in this entire illustration, it is very hard to find out the number of breakdowns in each and every option. So this table is very, very important. So practice this table 2 times so that in examination you won't commit any mistake. Understood, everyone? Is it clear? Okay, fine. Let's continue marathon with the second chapter of operations management, that is operations planning. As per institute material, the weightage of this chapter in your examination is 5 marks. Including choice, you can expect 7 marks from this chapter, and this chapter is a problematic chapter, so definitely problems will come from this chapter. And I selected few illustrations based on previous examination question papers which I am going to solve in this marathon lecture. Is it clear? The first illustration: from the following time series data of sales, project the sales for the next 3 years. So in the given question, we were provided with historical data of sales for the last 7 years, and we need to project sales for the next 3 years. So the forecasting figure is denominated with Y. And the problem solving is possible only with the regression equation of Y on X, that is Y equal to A plus BX, where Y is the forecasting figure, X is a time deviation, X is a time deviation, and A, B are constant figures. A, B are constant figures. So we need to find out A and we need to find out B. Then we can forecast Y. So we can forecast sales, which is denominated with Y. So let's copy the question first. So illustration 1, year 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Next one, sales expressed in thousands, denominated with Y. So sales here 80,000 units, 90,000 units, 92,000 units, 83,000 units, 94,000 units, 99,000 units, and 92,000 units. Understood? See, for solving this problem, it is very important to remember this equation. The equation is Y equal to A plus BX. As I already told you, Y is a forecasting figure, A, B are constant figures, X is a time deviation. Understood? And we need to remember 2 more equations in order to find out A and B. Sir, what are those equations? See, summation Y equal to N into A plus B into summation X. This is one equation. Another equation, summation XY equal to A into summation X plus B into summation X square. If you remember these 2 equations, then you can easily solve this illustration. It's difficult, I understood, but you can remember. See, I am having a trick. I had one trick. I'll explain the trick. Okay. See, if you observe the difference between these 2 equations, it's just a summation. So multiply summation on both sides. So summation Y equal to summation of A plus BX. That implies summation Y equal to summation A plus summation BX. That implies summation Y equal to summation A is nothing but number of years into A, N into A, plus B is a constant figure, so B into summation X. So observe carefully. So we got this equation. We got this equation. Understood? Now observe the difference between these 2 things. Observe the difference between these 2 equations. It's just X. X is the difference factor between these 2 equations. Now multiply X on both sides. So summation XY equal to summation AX plus summation BX square. So take out constant figures. So summation XY equal to A into summation X plus B into summation X square. Both are same. So what I did, first I multiplied summation on both sides. Next I multiplied X on both sides. Now you can easily remember these equations. Understood? So through these equations, we are going to find out what is A and what is B. Once we get A and B, we can easily forecast the requirements. We can easily forecast the sales for the next 3 years. Understood? As I told you, X is a deviation, time deviation. So deviation, Whenever you heard a word deviation, so here we will measure the difference between the given point and mean point, average point. Understood? So here the sales data is given for 7 years, n equal to 7. So mean here is a middlemost year, that is 2018. At mean, the time deviation is obviously 0. At mean, at center point, at average point, the deviation is obviously 0. So x means time deviation. Now when you are going back 2017, so 2017 minus 2018 minus 1, 2016 minus 2018 minus 2, 2015 minus 2018 minus 3, next 2019 minus 2018 1, 2, 3. So this is time deviation. Now just calculate summation y, summation x. We need these figures, right? Summation y and summation x. So summation y, just add all the figures. 80,000 plus 90,000 plus 92,000 plus 83,000 plus 94,000 plus 99,000 plus 92,000. That is 630. That means 6,30,000 units. And summation x is always 0. Remember this rule also. Summation of all time deviation. You know, summation of time deviation must be 0. Next one, square of time deviations. Square of time deviations. So minus 3 into minus 3, 9, minus 2 into minus 2, 4, minus 1 into minus 1, 1. Minus into minus plus only, right? So 0 into 0, 0, 1 into 1, 1, 2 into 2, 4, 3 into 3, 9. So summation x square equal to, calculate it, 9 plus 4 plus 1 plus 0 plus 1 plus 4 plus 9. So summation x square equal to 28. And we need summation xy. Just look at the equations. So we need summation xy. So multiply x with y. So product of time deviation and sales. Multiplication of time deviation and sales. So x into y. So 80 into minus 3 minus 240. 90 into minus 2 minus 180. 92 into minus 1 92. 83 into 0 0. 94 into 1 94. 99 into 2 198. 92 into 3. So I need to calculate this, 276. Just add all those figures, minus 240 minus 180 minus 92 plus 0 plus 94 plus 198 plus 276. It is 56. Summation xy equal to 56. So now we got summation y, summation x, summation x square, summation xy. So just calculate. So first equation here is summation y equal to n into a plus b into summation x. Summation y is 630. Just now we calculated. N here refers to 7, number of years. The sales data given is for 7 years. So 7 into a plus b into summation x, that is 0. Now 630 equal to 7a. That means a equal to 630 by 7. So here a equal to 90. So we got a. We got a. Now using second equation, find out b. So summation xy equal to 56. Just now we calculated. Summation xy is equal to 56. A into summation x, that means a into 0. Summation x is 0. Plus b into summation x square. Summation x square is 28. b into 28. Now 56 equal to 0 plus 28b. So b equal to 56 divided by 28, that is 2. So b equal to 2. So we got a and we got b. We need to calculate sales for next 3 years. So we need to calculate sales for 2022, 2023, 2024. So where the time deviation will be. So 2022 minus 2018. 2022 minus 2018. So 4. 2023 minus 2018, 5. 2024 minus 2018, 6. So here time deviation is 4, 5, 6. As I told you, equation equal to y equal to a plus bx. Yes or no? So a here refers to 90. B we got 2. X time deviation is 4, right? So 90 plus 2 into 4, that is 98. 98,000 units. Finally, it is 98,000 units. Next here, y equal to a plus bx. A is 90, B is 2 and time deviation is 5. So it is 90 plus 10, 100, 1 lakh units. Next one, y equal to a plus bx. A is 90 plus b is 2 and time deviation is 6, right? So 2 into 6. So 90 plus 12, that is 102. That is 1,02,000 units. 1,02,000 units. So with this, illustration 1 is completed. Very simple. Very, very simple. So this is just a basic illustration, but illustration 2 was asked many times. Illustration 2 was asked many times. So illustration 2 is very, very important. See, with the help of following data, project the trend of sales for the next 5 years. So here the requirement is next 5 years. And we were given with 6 years historical data about sales. 6 years. Number of years is 6. And if you observe this question, there is a problem. The problem is here you can't find out middlemost year. Why? Because the given data is even number of years. 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21. So middlemost year, here you can get only 2 years, not 1 year. Now you need to identify the middle point of 2018 and 19. So here we are considering 6 months as an unit. 6 months equal to 1 unit. The previous question, what we did, middlemost year is 2018. So we selected 2018, 1 year as 1 unit, 12 months as 1 unit. But here we are having 2 middlemost years. And the center point, for finding out center point, what I'm doing, I'm considering 6 months as 1 unit. So this problem can be solved with only one equation, that is y equal to a plus bx. So let me copy question first. Year, sales, and we need to forecast sales. It is denominated with y. So year 2016, 2017, 2018, 19, 20, 21. So here n is 6. So when number of years given is a even number, then the middlemost point will be between 2 years. To avoid the confusion, so here we are considering 6 months as 1 unit. 6 months as 1 unit. So the center point or the mean would be between 2018 and 2019. Rather, I can tell like this, middle of 2018 to middle of 2019. Understood? Okay, copy the sales, copy sales. So sales are expressed in lakhs. 2016 it is 100, 110, next 110, 115, 120, 135 and 140. So calculate summation y here itself. Summation y, just totally 100 plus 110 plus 115 plus 120 plus 135 plus 140. It is 720. Summation y equal to 720. Next important one is time deviation. As I already told you, n is even. So time deviation here mean will be between middlemost 2 years. So at this point, the deviation at this point is actually 0. But you can't assign 0 to a single year. Yes or no? You can't assign 0 to a single year. It is between 2018 and 19. That's why I told you already many number of times. So here I'll consider 6 months as 1 unit. So accordingly here I begin directly with 2018, that is minus 1. Why? Because it is like between 2018 and 19, right? So for 2018 I'll deduct 6 months from the center point. It is minus 1. 2017 it is minus 3. Why? Every 6 months 1 unit, right? So when you are going back, when you are going back 1 year equal to 12 months, that means 2 units. Already for 2018 it is minus 1. So for 2017 it is minus 3. And 2016 it is minus 5. Next to 2019 it is plus 1. 2020 it is plus 3. And 2021 plus 5. So what I did here, I considered 6 months as 1 unit. That means for 12 months it is 2 units. When you are going back 1 year, each year will have 2 units. Yes or no? Each year 2 units. So for 2017 already 1 unit is in minus. So add minus 2, that is minus 3. For 2016 minus 5. And 2019 1, 2020 3 and 2021 5. And I already told you many times, summation of time deviation is always 0. Summation of time deviation should be 0. And it is possible only if you give time deviation in this manner. Next, find out square of time deviations. Square of time deviation, that is x square. So minus 5 into minus 5 plus 25, minus 3 into minus 3 plus 9, minus 1 into minus 1 plus 1, minus 3 into minus 3 plus 9, I told you, right? Next, 0 into 0, 0, okay, 0, I didn't assign to any year. So 0 won't come here. Next one, 1 into 1 plus 1, 3 into 3 plus 9, 5 into 5 plus 25. So find out summation x square. Summation of square of deviations. So 25 plus 9 plus 1 plus 0 plus 1 plus 9 plus 25. That is 70. Next one, find out summation xy. That is product of time deviation and sales. Product of time deviation and sales. So x into y. 100 into minus 5, minus 500. 110 into minus 3, minus 330. 115 into minus 1, minus 115. 120 into 1, 120. 135 into 3, 135 into 3. 405. 140 into 5, 140 into 5, 700. No, total it. Minus 500, minus 330, minus 115, plus 120, plus 405, plus 700. So it is 280. Hope you remember those two equations. What are those two equations? Once again, I'll solve it. You know, y equal to a plus bx, right? Y equal to a plus bx. First, you need to remember this equation. Based on that, we can arrive two equations. One is summation y equal to n into a plus b into summation x. So what is summation y? 720. N here is 6, right? Number of years it is 6. So 6 into a plus b into summation x. Summation x is always 0, right? So 6a equal to 720. A equal to 720 by 6, that is 120. So we got a. Another equation, you know, here you need to multiply summation as well as x. So summation xy equal to a into summation x plus b into summation x square. So summation xy we got 280. A into summation x means summation x is always 0. A into 0 plus b into summation x square, it is 70. So 70 b equal to 280. B equal to 280 by 70, that is 4. So we got B 4. Now we need to calculate sales for next 5 years. So 5 years, that is 2022, 23, 2024, 2025 and 2026. So time deviation is very important here. Time deviation. I told you 6 months equal to 1 unit, right? So for 2021, we assigned the time deviation 5. So next year, 5 plus 2, 7. 7 plus 2, 9. 9 plus 2, 11. 11 plus 2, 13. 13 plus 2, 15. Once again, I am writing here 6 months equal to 1 unit. So we got above 5. 5 plus 2. Next 7 plus 2. 9 plus 2. 11 plus 2. And 13 plus 2. Next, we need to find out y. So y equal to a plus bx. Here a is 120 plus b, we got 4. Time deviation is 7. Next one, 120 plus 4 into 9. 120 plus 4 into 11. 120 plus 4 into 13. And 120 plus 4 into 15. Find it out. So 120 plus 4 into 7 is 28. So 148 lakhs. 4 into 9, 36, 156 lakhs. 4 into 11, 44, 164 lakhs. 4 into 13, 52, 172 lakhs. 4 into 15, 60. 60 plus 120, 180 lakhs. So I told you lakhs is a common figure. So 148, 156, 164, 172 and 180. With this second illustration also completed. Very simple. The only point you need to remember is regression equation of y on x, y equal to a plus bx. And you need to remember those two equations. And I told you the trick how to remember those two equations. Is that clear? Can I continue? Everyone. So with this, the problems related to demand forecasting completed. Next one, capacity planning. So illustration 5. A department works on 8-hour shift, 250 days a year, and has a usage data of a machine as given below. So here, if you observe, 8 hours shift, 250 days a year. Understood? So daily 8 hours, like that in a year, they are operating that machine for 250 days. Now total available time, we can use that machine is 250 days into 8 hours. So it is 2000 hours. So usage time of a machine is 2000 hours. And using that machine, we produce X, Y, Z, and the annual demand of product X is 300 units. Annual demand of Y 400 units, annual demand of Z 500 units. Processing time, that is standard time in hours for processing one unit. X requires 4 hours, Y requires 6 hours, Z requires 3 hours. So total time we need is 300 into 4 hours. It is 1200 hours. 400 into 6 hours, that is 2400 hours. Next 500 into 3, that is 1500 hours. So just total it, 1200 plus 2400 plus 1500, it is 5100 hours. Just let me change the color. Next. So total number of hours is 5100 hours. So we need 5100 hours, then only we can produce 300 units X, 400 units Y, 500 units Z. But we can use that machine for 2000 hours in a year. Whereas our requirement is 5100 hours. So they're asking us to calculate the number of machines required. So total number of machines required to meet annual demand for X, for Y, and for Z. So simply the formula here is workload per year. Workload per year, or just wait, just wait. So let me solve this in OneNote. So number of machines required. Number of machines required equal to workload per year. Total workload per year divided by machine production capacity. Machine production capacity. So workload per year, just now I calculated 5100 hours, whereas machine production capacity is 2000 hours. So 5100 divided by 2000, that is 2.55 machines. But 2.55 machine is not possible. Machines are available in numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. So 2.55 machines is not possible. So I need 3 machines. When I have 3 machines, I can produce sufficient number of X, sufficient number of Y, and sufficient number of Z. Understood? So this is simple illustration, illustration 5. So this was also asked repetitively in previous examinations. Next one, 7th illustration. A firm has 4 work centers A, B, C, D in series with individual capacities in units per day shown in the following figure. So when you give raw materials to work center A, the output of A is transferred to B. It is input to B. And output of B is sent to C as input. Output of C is sent to D as input. And whatever we are getting from D, it is the actual output. It is actual output. Understood? Now, raw materials, when you send raw materials to A. So A is having a capacity of 380 units. 380 units per day. You can produce 380 units in work center A. And when you send these 380 units to B, B can process only 360 units. So if you produce 380 units, 20 units remain idle. Only 360 units, work center B will process. So 20 will be at stock continuously. If you do 380 units production in A, so every day 20 units remains idle in the go down. So like that, if you take for 1 month, 20 into 30 days, 600 units you need to keep idle. And they get accumulated. So don't produce 380 units in production A, just produce 360 only, because B capacity is 360. Now from B, we will provide input to C. Output of B is input to C, where C can process only 340. That means if you send 360 to C, C can process only 340, keeping the 20 units idle. Each day 20 units gets accumulated. Like that, just take for 1 month, 600 units remain idle. 600 units you have to store in the warehouse. You need to plan for work center C. Understood? So don't send 360 to C, just send 340 only to C. Just send 340 only to C. Now output of C 340 will be sent to D, where D is having a capacity of 400, but the output of C is just 340 only, right? So D is having capacity 400. Okay, we can't increase C. Right now C capacity is 340 only. So 340 units from C will be sent to D. So you will get output of 340 only. Understood? So out of these 4 work centers, the minimum capacity of each work center you need to consider. Out of 4 centers, which is having a least capacity, we will call it as bottleneck center. Actually, A is processing 380 units, but you can't produce 380 units at the end. Why? Because C is having a least capacity. It can take only 340 units at a time. It can process only 340 units per day. So you need to input, or you need to send only 340 units of raw materials to product A. So identify the bottleneck center. See, bottleneck center is a work center having a least capacity. So out of 4 work centers, C is the bottleneck center. Appropriate action should be taken to enhance the capacity of C. So purchase additional machineries, hire additional labor in work center C, so that you can produce more number of units, or you can process more number of units. So here the bottleneck center is C. And what is the system capacity? Just now I calculated 340 units. C capacity, bottleneck center capacity is nothing but system capacity. If you increase bottleneck center capacity, the system capacity can be enhanced. Okay, so system capacity is 340 units. And system efficiency, yes, it is the just actual output divided by standard output. So here my actual output is 300 units, right? Whereas my system capacity is 340 units. My system is supporting me to produce 340 units, where I'm producing only 300 units. So my efficiency is not at par. Why? System is allowing me to produce 340 units, but I'm producing only 300 units. So my efficiency is 300 divided by 340. It is just 88.235%. That means 88.24%. So this is my efficiency. I'm not 100% efficient. I'm just 88.24% efficient. Are you getting my point, students? Everyone. So with this 7th illustration also completed. Next one, 8th illustration. 8th illustration was also asked more number of times. A manager has to decide about the number of machines to be purchased. He has 3 options: purchasing 1 or 2 or 3. The data is given below. 1 machine, annual fixed cost 12,000, corresponding range of output 300 units. So for every 300 units of output, we need 1 machine. If you observe this table, for every 300 units of output, we need 1 machine. So next one, 301 to 600, 2 machines. 601 to 900, 3 machines. Annual fixed cost, it is increasing 12,000 to 15,000 to 21,000. Variable cost is 20 per unit and revenue is 60 per unit. So that you can calculate contribution. Contribution equal to selling price minus variable cost. Selling price is 50 minus variable cost 20. So contribution is 30 rupees. Okay. Determine break-even point for each range. Did you remember formula for break-even point? See, break-even point formula is annual fixed cost divided by contribution. Now let's calculate contribution. Let's calculate break-even point in these 3 options. So illustration 8. Options available to us: 1 machine, 2 machines, 3 machines. Annual fixed cost 12,000, 15,000, 21,000. Okay. Now let's calculate break-even point. Break-even point formula is annual fixed cost divided by contribution. So here 12,000 divided by 30, it is 400 units. Next, 15,000 divided by 30, it is 500 units. 21,000 divided by 30, it is 700 units. Now let's check output range with one machine, two machines, three machines. Output range with one machine is 300 units, 0 to 300. Next one, 301 to 600. Next one, 601 to 900. And if you observe it carefully, the first option, the break-even point is 400 units. Whereas maximum output you can produce with one machine is 300 units. That is, break-even point is not within the range. Break-even point is outside the range. The range is maximum 300 units, but we require 400 units to get a break-even point. So first option is not at all feasible. Second option, if you are able to produce 500 units, yes, you will be at no loss, no profit situation. Third option, if you are able to produce 700 units, there will be no loss, no profit situation. Break-even point means no loss, no profit. That's it. Anything above break-even point is surplus to you. Now, accordingly, you have to make a suggestion. So, option 1 is not feasible. Why? Because break-even point is not within the range. Option 2 is feasible with 500 units. Option 3 is possible with 700 units. Next one. So, first point is completed. First point completed. Next one. If projected demand is between 600 and 650 units, how many machines should the manager should purchase? So if projected demand is 600 units, then 2 machines are sufficient. Why? Because if you go with second option, maximum output we can produce is 600. If you go with 650 units, anything above 600 and 650 units, for 650 units, 3 machines are required, but this is not advisable. Why? Because if you are going with 3 machines, the break-even point is 700 units. The break-even point is 700 units. If your demand is for 650 units, you will be at loss. You will be definitely at loss. See, I can calculate it. Just follow me carefully. I can calculate. Suppose it at 650 units. At 650 units. 650 units. So my selling revenue will be selling revenue. So 650 into 50, right? 650 into 50. It is 32,500. And my cost. No, this is revenue. And my cost, variable cost plus fixed cost. Variable cost 650 units into 20 rupees plus fixed cost. Third option, it is 21,000 rupees. So 650 into 20 is 13,000 plus 21,000 fixed cost, total 34,000. Whereas revenue is 32,500. So you can calculate, 1,500 is my loss actually. Understood? So 13 plus 21 minus 32,500. So 1,500 is I'm at loss of 1,500. So production between 600 units to 650 units is not at all advisable. So hence, manager should choose second option to meet annual demand of 600 units. Is it clear, everyone? So with this, capacity planning also completed. Capacity planning is also completed. Next one, illustration 11. Illustration 11. The concept is facility location. So 11 and 12 illustrations are similar. So even one illustration, if you solve, other illustration is very easy. So I'll take 12th illustration. A defense contractor is evaluating its machine shop's current process layout. The figure below shows the current layout and the table shows the trip matrix for the facility. Health and safety regulations require departments E and F to remain at the current positions. So as of now, the layout is like this: A, B, F, A, C, D. Suppose if you want to send materials from A to B, it will be like this. So A to C, C to B. You can see here from A to B, 8 trips are there. So I'll send, A to C, C to B. Or else I'll do like this. I'll send materials to E. E will send materials to B. Understood? So here, the load is, the load distance is 2 units. From A to E, 1. E to B, 2. Understood? Next one, B to D. B to D. So first I'll send to C and C will send to D. So 1, 1, that means 2, B to D, 2. Next one, C to E is there, C to E. So first I'll send C to B and B to F. So 1, 1, 2 is there. So location, facility layout was planned in this manner. So from one department to another department, we will transfer goods, we will send goods. Understood? And from one department to another department, we will consider it as 1. Suppose the department is far away, in between we are having 2 departments, then you can see 3 times transportation is required. 1 to A to B, B to C, C to D, like that. So 3 times transportation is required. So their distance I'll consider it as 3. So here I assume that the distance between each and every department is like a 1 unit or 1 kilometer. Understood? And what they're asking, so change the layout so that the maximum the distance we need to travel should be minimized. The distance we need to travel should be minimized. So first let's calculate the existing layout distance. Plan as per existing layout distance. So what is the distance we need to travel for the current layout? Understood? So here backward movement is not there, like A to B is there, A to C is there, but B to A, B to C, C to B is not there. A to B, A to C, A to E and A to F is there. From A we are sending goods to 4 departments, B, C, E, F, B, C, E, F. Next from B to D, next from C to E and F, from D to F, from E to F, F to F is not there. Understood? So based on this, we'll make a distance as per current layout. Distance as per current layout. So illustration 12. So what is the existing layout? Copy the existing layout. E, B, F, A, C, D, and trips. Yeah, from the question only you can find it out. So A to 4 departments are there. A to B, A to C, A to E, A to F, right? So let me copy it first. A to B, A to C, A to E, A to F. Next B to D only is there. B to D is there. Okay. So B to E, B to F not there. Next C to E, C to F. C to E, C to F. C to E completed, C to F completed. Next D to F, E to F. D to F, E to F. Okay, fine. Now number of trips. Number of trips, just copy it from the question. A to B 8, A to C 3, A to E 9, A to F 5. So 8395. 8395. Next B to D it is 3. Next C to E 8, C to F 9, D to F 3, E to F also 3. So distance I'm traveling. So A to B, if you observe question carefully, just wait. Yeah. If you observe this one, this current layout, A to B, first I'll send goods to E and from E to B. So it's 2 times, 2 times transportation is there. So 2 units. So 2 units distance. Next one, just trips into distance. So 2 into 8, it is 16. Next one, A to C. How many trips? 3, right? 3. So distance, if you observe carefully, A to C, just one department only, one department. A and C, neighbor department. So just distance 1. 3 into 1, 3. Next one, A to E, just one upward movement is sufficient. So A to E is just 1. So 9 into 1, 9. Next one, A to F. So for sending goods A to F, so first I'll transport it to E to B and B to F. So total, if you observe 1, 2, 3. So distance here it is 3. 5 into 3, 15. Next B to D. So cross, cross is not possible. Don't think sir cross is there. No sir, B to D 1. No. So I'll send it to C. C will send it to D. So total 2. So 2 into number of trips 3. So that is 6. Next C to E. So for C to E, what I'll do? I'll send goods to B and B will send goods to E. So 2. So 2 into 8, 16. Next C to F. So C to D and D to F, 2 units. So 9 into 2, 18. Next D to F. Neighbor departments only. So just one movement is sufficient. 1. So 3 into 1, 3. E to F, where is E? Yeah, E is here. So from E to B, one moment, B to F, second moment. So into 2, 3 into 2, 6. So just calculate the total, ma. So calculate the total. 16 plus 3 plus 9 plus 15 plus 6 plus 16 plus 18 plus 3 plus 6. It is 92. As per current layout, it is a total of trips and distance is 92. Now we need to change the layout, and we were given an instruction. The instruction is don't change E and F. E and F should remain constant. E and F remain at current positions only. So don't change EF. So EF same. Now we need to locate. Now we need to revise the layouts of remaining 4 work centers. Sir, in what way or in which way we can change it, sir? Just observe carefully. From A to B, we are having 8 trips. More number of trips are from A to B. And A to E, 9 trips. No problem. Why? Because A and E are just, nearby departments only. So now you have to keep A closer to E and B. If you keep A closer to E and B, then you can reduce the distance of transportation. Understood? So I'm not going to change A. I'm going to change B. I'm bringing B closer to A. So I'm just interchanging B and C. I'm interchanging B and C. Next one, if you observe carefully, C and E. Sir, I'm interchanging B and C. I told you, right? Sir, why you are placing C between E and F, sir? Just observe it carefully. From C to E and C to F, we are having a more number of trips, 8 and 9. So C should be placed between E and F so that the distance, the transport distance can be reduced. Are you getting my point? See, I'm keeping A closer to E and B, and I'm keeping C closer to E and F, so that the distance can be reduced. Next one. So obviously D should remain at the same location. So this is my proposed layout. My proposed layout is ECF ABD. Understood? Everyone. Now calculate distance as per proposed layout. Distance as per proposed layout. So A to B just one only. Next A to C, okay, A to E, E to C, so 2. A to E just one point. A to E is the next point, so A to E 1. A to F, so first A to E, E to C, and C to F, so 3. Next B to D, just 1 unit. C to E, just 1. C to F, only 1. D to F, only 1 upward. And E to F, first E to C and C to F, so 2. Now calculate number of trips with the distance. Calculate number of trips with the distance. So number of trips with distance, 8 into 1, 8, 3 into 2, 6, 9 into 1, 9, 5 into 3, 15, 3 into 1, 3, 8 into 1, 8, 9 into 1, 9, 3 into 1, 3, 3 into 2, 6. Total it. 8 plus 6 plus 9 plus 15 plus 3 plus 8 plus 9 plus 3 plus 6. That is 67. So with the proposed plan, we can reduce this trips into distance from 92 to 67. So this is a best proposed plan. You select any other option. Suppose instead of interchanging BC, you just interchange AD, or you just interchange AB, you just interchange CD, but you are not going to get 67, or you are not going to get less than 67. So ID score of the proposed layout is lower than the existing one, and there is The improvement is possible, and the improvement is interchange BC centers. Interchange BC centers. Is it clear, everyone? Everyone. So with this facility layout illustration also completed. Next one, economic batch quantity. The next topic in operations planning is economic batch quantity. So illustration 19, this was asked many times previously. So let's solve this illustration. Illustration 19, a company planning to manufacture a household cooking range has to decide on the location of the plant. 3 locations are being considered, such as Patna, Ranchi, Dhanbad. The fixed cost of 3 locations are estimated at 30 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 25 lakhs per annum. The variable costs are 300 rupees, 200 rupees, 350 rupees per unit, for Patna, Ranchi and Dhanbad, based on labor wage rates, and based on rents, fixed cost. So, the fixed cost is changing from one unit to another unit, and variable cost is also changing from one unit to another unit. The expected sales price of the cooking range is 700 per unit, and find out the range of annual production sales volume for which each location is most suitable. So they are asking us to calculate, production or sales volume range. So they are not giving any particular range, but they are expecting us to find out the range also. And if you observe second question, sales volume of 18,000 units is given. So what I'll do here is, I'll fix range like this: 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 units, 20,000 units, 25,000 units. Like this, I'll fix the range. And for each and every location, for each and every point, for each and every sales volume, production volume, I'm going to calculate total cost. Understood? Selling price is constant for all these 3 locations, but variable price and fixed cost, variable cost, it's not variable price, variable cost and fixed cost is getting changed. Are you able to follow me? Is it clear? Chalo, let me copy the question. Illustration 19. So given data, we are having 3 locations: Patna, Ranchi, Dhanbad. So first I'll go with Patna. So I need to find out the volume suitable for Patna. So volume, I'll fix it as X number of units. So number of units equal to X. So total cost for X number of units is variable cost plus fixed cost. Variable cost for Patna is 300 rupees. So 300 into X plus fixed cost is 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs. Now I told you the range is 5,000 to 25,000. So X, that is, volume X, I'll fix it as 5,000 units, 10,000 units, 15,000 units, 20,000 units, 25,000 units. All these units, at all these units, the fixed cost is constant for Patna. What is the fixed cost? 30 lakhs, 30 lakhs, 30 lakhs, 30 lakhs, 30 lakhs. And variable cost is 300 into X. 300 into X. So 300 into 5,000, 300 into 10,000, 300 into 20,000, 300 into 25,000. Okay, 300 into 5,000, it is 15 lakhs. And here it is 30 lakhs. 300 units into 15,000, 45 lakhs. Next one, 300 units into 20,000, 60 lakhs. 300 units into 25,000, 75 lakhs. So find out total cost, total cost 45 lakhs here, 60 lakhs, 75 lakhs, 90 lakhs and 105 lakhs. So for Patna, calculation is over. Next one, next unit is what is the next unit, Ranchi. So Ranchi. So variable cost is how much? Variable cost is 200, whereas fixed cost is 50 lakhs. So now total cost, formula for total cost is 200 units into X plus 50 lakhs. So with same range, I'm going to calculate fixed cost, variable cost, and finally total cost. So volume, as usual, 5,000 units, 10,000 units, 15,000 units, 20,000 units, 25,000 units. So fixed cost is 50 lakhs. 50 lakhs. 50. Variable cost, the formula is 200 rupees into volume. So 200 into 5,000 means 10 lakhs. 200 into 10,000, 20 lakhs. 200 into 15,000, 30 lakhs. 200 into 20,000, 40 lakhs. 200 into 25,000, that is 50 lakhs. Now total cost 60 lakhs at 5,000 units, 70 lakhs at 10,000 units, 80 lakhs at 15,000 units, 90 lakhs at 20,000 units, and 1 crore, that is 100 lakhs at 25,000 units. So similarly, we'll make calculation to Dhanbad also. So Dhanbad variable cost is how much, ma? Variable cost is 350 per unit. Okay, and fixed cost is how much? Fixed cost, it is 25 lakhs. So total cost for X number of units is 350 into X plus 25 lakhs. 350 into X plus 25 lakhs. So volume as usual, 5,000 units, 10,000 units, 15,000 units, 20,000 units, 25,000 units. So fixed cost is 25 lakhs. Each and every case 25 lakhs. Variable cost, it is a number of units into 350 rupees. 350 into X. So 350 into 5,000. Here I think I need to use calculator. 350 into 5,000. It is 17.5 lakh. 350 into 10,000 units, 35 lakhs. 350 into 15,000. 350 into 15,000. It is 52.5 lakhs. 350 into 20,000. It is 70 lakhs. 350 into 25,000. 350 into 25,000. It is 87.5 lakh. So total cost, variable cost plus fixed cost, right? Variable cost plus fixed cost. So total it is 42.5 lakh. 60 lakhs. Next 77.5 lakhs. 95 lakhs and 112, right? 112.5 lakhs. Now, out of these three, just make a summary. So I'm making a summary. Just observe: 5,000 units, 10,000 units, 15,000 units, 20,000 units, 25,000 units. So I'm just incorporating 3 units total cost. So first Patna, next Ranchi, Dhanbad. So for Patna it is 45 lakhs at 5,000. Just copy it, ma. Just copy it from the workings. So it is 60 lakhs, 75 lakhs, 90 lakhs, 105 lakhs. Whereas for Ranchi 60 lakhs, 70 lakhs, 80 lakhs, 90 lakhs, 100 lakhs. For Dhanbad 42.5 lakhs, 60 lakhs, 77.5 lakhs. Next one 95 lakhs and 112.5 lakhs. Now if you compare these 3 units total cost, these 3 units total cost, you can find out the minimum out of these 3. So minimum 42.5 and 60. At 15,000 units the minimum is 75 lakhs. At 20,000 the minimum is 90 lakhs. At 25,000 units the minimum is 100 lakhs. Understood? So by this I can conclude like this. The conclusion is 5k, 10k, Dhanbad is suitable. Sir, no, Dhanbad is suitable. Next one 15k, 20k, Patna is suitable. For 25k, Ranchi is suitable. For C, for the, okay, I can tell you like this also. So for 5,000 units, just wait, 5,000 units, Dhanbad is advisable. 10,000 units, both Dhanbad and Patna is advisable. 15,000 units, Patna is advisable. 20,000 units, Patna and Ranchi both are advisable. And 25,000 units, Ranchi is advisable. So the conclusion is up to 10,000 units, I'll go with Dhanbad. Let me write like this. up to 10,000 units. And between 10,000 to 20,000, Patna is advisable. And above 20,000, Ranchi is advisable. Now, if you look at the question, they're asking one more point, which one of the three locations is best location for a sales volume of 18,000 units? 18,000 is falling in the second category. So Patna is advisable. I'll show you. Let me calculate. At the given volume of 18,000 units. So for Patna, Ranchi, Dhanbad. So Dhanbad, the formula is 350 into 18,000 units plus fixed cost is 25 lakhs. So 350 into 18,000, it is 63 lakhs. 63 lakhs plus 25 lakhs, it is 88 lakhs. For Ranchi, the formula is 200x plus 50 lakhs. 200 into 18,000 units plus 50 lakhs. So 200 into 18,000 means 36 lakhs. 36 plus 50, 86 lakhs. And coming to Patna, just wait. I think I interchanged the names. No, coming to the Patna, yes, the formula is 300 into x. 300 into 18,000 units plus the fixed cost is how much? Fixed cost is 30 lakhs. So 300 into 18,000 means 54 lakhs. 54 lakhs plus 30 lakhs means 80 lakhs. So Patna is advisable. Just wait. 300 into 18,000, it is 54. 54 plus 30, 84 lakhs. Small calculation. It's not calculation error. Calculation I did perfect, but writing error. So 84 lakhs. So Patna is advisable. That's what I wrote here. Anything between 10,000 and 20,000, Patna is advisable. And you can compare the cost at Patna, at Ranchi and Dhanbad. So we got Patna list, that is 84 lakhs. Everyone understood this illustration? The most repetitively asked illustration, ma. I'm not giving any time for writing this point. Why? Because you already practiced these illustrations. This is just it's a revision. That's it. Everyone, if you want to copy it, just pause the video and copy it. Next to illustration is 20. Next one is 24. 24. 21 illustration was also asked more number of times, but 21st illustration is similar to illustration 1 and illustration 2. This is also important, but solve it on your own. Why? Because this illustration is similar to 1 and 2 illustrations. So now I'll go with the 24th illustration, ma. Illustration number 24. Yeah. So here you need to find out economic order quantity and reorder point. Very simple, but here there is a small adjustment. The adjustment is 95% probability of not stocking out during the lead time. So here there is one small point. Because of this point, the formulas are getting changed. And that small point is standard deviation. Standard deviation. I'll read the question. Just listen. So daily demand for a certain product is normally distributed with a mean of 60. Average demand per day is 60 and standard deviation of 7. That means some days the demand would be like this, 60 plus or minus 7. It is telling, the question is very clear with the range of demand. So the demand range is actually, if you take a year, in a year, average demand per day is 60 units. Sometimes, some days the demand is like 60 plus or minus 7. Standard deviation is 7. That means, the range would be like this. 60 minus 7 to 60 plus 7. 60 minus 7 means 53. 60 plus 7 means 67. So sometimes the demand is between 53 to 67. It may be 55 or it may be 65 or it may be 56 or it may be 64. Whatever it may be. But the range is 53 to 67. How you got it? So mean plus or minus standard deviation. So 60 plus or minus 7. The source of supply is reliable and maintain a constant lead time of 6 days. So here, the order time is fixed. It is not variable. Whereas demand is variable. Demand is variable, 60 plus or minus 7, whereas lead time, that is order period, is 6 days. Today, if I order product, after 6 days, I'm going to get that product. The cost of placing the order is 10 rupee and annual holding cost is 50 paisa per unit. 50 paisa per unit. This is per unit per annum. Holding cost is nothing but carrying cost. There are no stock out cost and unfilled orders as are filled as soon as order arrives. So there is no concept of stock out. That means whenever we start production, we will have sufficient raw materials. Assume sales occur over the entire 365 days of the year. So production is also, we need to plan production for 365 days. Now find out the order quantity. Order quantity, that is, economic order quantity. The formula for economic order quantity is very simple. 2 into annual output into holding cost. Sorry, order cost. Order cost divided by carrying cost. Formula is very simple. So let me solve this point here itself. So 2 into average demand is 60 units and per annum we are having 365 days production. So 365 into 60. I think place is not sufficient. Okay, fine. So illustration 24 EOQ. So square root of 2 into annual demand 365 days into 60. And the ordering cost is 10 per order divided by carrying cost is 50 paisa. Just solve it. So 2 into 365 into 60 into 10, that is 4,38,000 divided by 0.5 square root. So divided by 0.5, that is square root of 8,76,000, apply square root. So it is 935.94. So 936 units. Economic order quantity 936 units. So place order of 936 units at a time. So EOQ, okay, fine. Next, the reorder point. Reorder point. Generally, reorder point is, with how much stock we can place an order. Suppose today the stock is 10 units. So can I place order now or can I wait till next day or till next week or till next month? Understood? So if stock touches safety stock levels, then I need to reorder. I need to order the product. So generally reorder point formula is lead time into average demand into demand. So simply lead time is 6 days and demand for each day is 60 units. So 360. Actually, this is the answer. If there is no standard deviation concept, this might be the answer. But there is a concept of standard deviation. Standard deviation is, plus or minus 6. Simply standard deviation is how many units? 7 units. Yeah, 7 units is the standard deviation. So demand may go up or demand may come down. If it go up, we need adequate number of raw materials, then only we can meet a demand. Understood? So standard deviation is 7 units and the probability of no stock out concept, here probability is 95%. So value of Z at probability 95% is 1.64. You have to remember this number. Actually, this number will be given in question itself. So probability, where Z value where probability of 95% no failure concept is 1.64. In the question itself they will give, or else just remember this number. There is no other alternative. So 1.64. Now listen to me carefully. At this concept, in this concept, the reorder point formula is lead time into demand. This is as usual. But I need to consider that deviation, right? Since the demand is not constant, it is not fixed, it is variable in nature. If demand goes up, I need to maintain more stock. If demand goes up suddenly to 7 units, to 67 units, I need to maintain adequate stock. So for this, what I'm doing, I'm adding standard deviation of demand. Lead time into demand. So simply, what is the demand? Average demand. What is the demand? Average demand into lead time. So into LT plus for standard deviation, the formula is Z into standard deviation. You all know the symbol D square root of L and T. So demand into, square root of demand lead time. So now accordingly I'm making calculation, just observe me carefully. So D into LT, average demand 60 units, lead time is 6, plus Z, just now I told you, Z at 95% probability is 1.64, and for this I need to calculate now. I need to calculate it now. So here it is a square root of 1.64, and next one 1.64 into square root of standard deviation is 7, right? Square root of squares of standard deviation, like that. You need to make summation, 7 square plus 7 square plus 7 square plus 7 square plus 7 square. How many times? 6 times. Sir, why 6 times? Our lead time is 6 days, right? Lead time is 6 days, right? So that's what. So 60 into 6, 360 plus 1.64 into, let me write it like this. You know, lead time, how many days? Lead time is how many days? 6 days. And what is the standard deviation? 7. So square of standard deviation 7 square. That's what I wrote here. The formula to remember is like this, standard deviation. So 360 plus 1.64 into square root of 6 into 7 square. Calculate it. 7 into 7, 49. 49 into 6 is 294. 294. To this apply square root. So 360 plus 1.64 into 17.146 into 1.64 at 360, you're going to get 388 units, approximately 388 units. Understood? Understood. Actually, reorder point means lead time into average demand. Up to here, anyone can remember. Anyone can remember up to here. But in the question, it is very clear. The standard deviation is 7 units. Sometimes the demand may go up to 67 units. So you need to consider that factor, and you need to increase your safety stock levels. So that's why I'm considering standard deviation of the demand. So for that, what I'm doing, what is the lead time? 6 days. What is the standard deviation? 7. So square of all the standard deviation, summation of square of all standard deviation, 6 days into 7 square, and apply square root, multiply it with 1.64. 1.64 is the value of Z at a given probability of 95%. Understood, everyone? So with this 24th illustration also completed. Next one, last illustration of second chapter, 29. See, these are the problems most repetitively asked, and I selected those problems only. Illustration 29. A product is priced to sell at 100 per unit and its cost is constant at 70 per unit. Selling price 100, cost 70. Each unsold unit has a salvage value of 20 rupees. So salvage value of unsold unit is 20 rupees. So for every product which was sold, the profit per sold product is 100 minus 70, that is 30. Whereas loss per unsold unit, it is 20 minus 70 equal to minus 50. That means loss is 50 rupees. Understood? Demand is expected to range between 35 and 40 units. Minimum demand 35 units, maximum demand 40 units for the period. 35 definitely can be sold, and no units over 40 will be sold. That means there is no demand for 41st unit. Maximum demand is 40 units only. The demand probabilities and associated cumulative probability distribution for this situation is as follows. So number of units 35. So demand probability for 35 units is 10%. For 36 units 15%. For 37 units 25%. For 38 units 25% probability. And 39 units 15% probability. For 40 units 10% is the probability. How many units should be ordered? So after reading this question, you know, three things are very clear. If your demand is equal to production, then there is no loss from unsold goods. In fact, there is no opportunity cost. Suppose if demand is greater than production, for example, demand is 36 units, whereas production is 35 units. Now, one unit which you didn't meet customer demand, that one unit, from that one unit you are going to miss 30 rupees profit. This 30 rupees is not loss, this 30 rupees is opportunity cost. Opportunity cost, that is indirect loss only. Next, if demand is less than production, if demand is less than production, suppose 35 units demanded but you produced 36 units, so 35 units you can sell, but the point is one item, one unit which was unsold, one unit which was unsold, on that you will get loss of 50 rupees, that is 50 rupees loss per unsold unit. Is it clear? So loss per unsold unit. Now based on these three things, we need to identify the correct order where the loss would be minimum. We need to identify the point where the loss to the company is minimum. It might be opportunity cost or it might be loss per unsold unit. Chalo, let's prepare a table ma. The left side, units demanded. Units demanded 35, 36, 37, 38. We'll give one line gap. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. This is units demanded. Next one, units produced or available for sale. Unit produced or available for sale. So 35, 36, 37, 38, 39 and 40. Now if you observe carefully this table, if units produced and units demanded, if they are equal, that means if demand is equal to production, then there will be no opportunity cost and no loss from unsold goods. Yes or no? So at all those points I will write 0. I'll mark it as 0. So 35 produced, 35 demanded, 0 is the loss, no opportunity cost, no loss from unsold goods. 36, 36, here also 0. 37, 37, 0. 38, 38, 0. 39 and 39, 0. 40, 40, 0. So here my opportunity cost and my loss from unsold unit is 0. So it is very clear. Next one, units produced 35, whereas units demanded 35. Yes, this column is over. Next column, 36 production, whereas 35 is demanded. Now if you observe carefully here, one unit remains unsold. So one loss from each unit which was unsold is 50 rupees. So 50 rupees is loss. Next, 37 production, whereas 35 demanded. So two products remain unsold. So loss from two products which were unsold is 100 rupees. 38 production, whereas 35 is the quantity demanded. Now 3 units remain unsold. Loss from unsold units is 3 into 50, 150. In case of 39 units production, where 35 is demanded by the customers. Now 4 items remain unsold. So 4 into 50, 200. Next one, similarly here 5 into 50, 250. Second row, 36 is the demand, whereas 35 is the production. If you observe carefully, demand is higher than production. So this is the concept of opportunity cost. So on one item we are missing a profit. So profit, how much we are missing? 30 rupees we are missing. So 30 into 1, 30 rupees. Next one, 37 is the production, whereas 36 is the demand. One unit remains unsold. Loss from unsold units is 1 into 50, 50. Here it is 2 units, 2 into 50, 100. Here it is 3 units, 3 into 50, 150. Here it is 4 units, 4 into 50, 200. Sir, how you got 1, 2, 3, 4? Follow me carefully. 37 is the production, whereas 36 is the quantity demanded by the market customers. Now there is one product which was unsold. Loss from unsold product is 50. So 1 into 50, 50. Here 38 is a production quantity, whereas 36 is demanded by the customers. So 2 units remain unsold. Each unsold unit can be sold at 20 rupees. Scrap value, realizable value is 20. My cost is 70. I can realize only 20 rupees. So 20 minus 70, 50 rupees is lost to me. How many units? 2 units. 2 into 50, 100 rupees. I hope everyone understood this point. Next one, 37 is the demand, whereas 35 is the production. So we cannot honor two products. We cannot sell two products. Now opportunity cost from two products is 2 into 30. So 60 rupees. Now here production is 36, whereas demand is 37. So we cannot sell one product. We cannot meet a demand. The shortage is 1. And the opportunity cost, the profit which we are missing is 1 into 30, that is 30 rupees. Now in case of 38, excess production, less demand. 38 is a production, whereas 37 is demand. So one item remain unsold, loss is 50 rupees. Next, the 39 case, 2 items remain unsold, so loss is 100 rupees. Next one, 40 situation, production capacity 40. Here, yes, 3 items remain unsold. 3 into 50, 150 is the loss. Next one, yes, production 35 units, demand 38 units. So I cannot meet a demand. The shortage is 3 units. 3 on each unit, I am missing a profit of 30 rupees. So 90 rupees is my opportunity cost. Next, 36 is production, whereas 38 is demand. So I cannot sell 2 products. Understood? So profit over 2 products is an opportunity cost to me. 2 into 30, 60. So like that here, 1 into 30, 30. Okay. 38 production, 38 demand. So no loss, no opportunity cost, 0. Next one, 39 is a production. 38 is a demand. So one product remain unsold. Loss from that unsold product, 50 rupees. 1 into 50, 50. At 40 units production capacity, 2 items remain unsold. On each item, the loss is 50 rupees. So 2 into 50, 100 rupees is lost to the company. Next one, production 35, demand 39. So shortage 4 units. On each unit, I am missing a profit of 30 rupees. So 120 rupees is my opportunity cost. Like that here, 3 into 30, 2 into 30, 1 into 30. So 90, 60, 30. And here if you observe carefully, here 40 is the production capacity, production 40, demand is 39. So one item remains unsold. Loss from unsold item, 50 rupees. So how many items are there? One item. 1 into 50, 50. So 50. And coming to the last one, 35 is the production capacity, whereas quantity demanded is 40. So shortage of 5 units. On each unit, company is missing 30 rupees profit. So total 150 rupees is opportunity cost. Is it clear? Next one here, like that, 4 into 30. Next, 3 into 30. 2 into 30. 1 into 30. Here no loss, no opportunity cost. Just calculate ma. 4 into 30, 120. 3 into 30, 90. 2 into 30, 60. 1 into 30, 30. So I made a calculation in detail. Now I'm going to prepare a summary from these tables. Just summary. So total cost, like that. Total loss or opportunity cost. Units demanded. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Probability at this demand. Probability. Let me write probability here itself. 0.1, 0.15, 0.25, 0.25, 0.15 and 0.1. Next one, production. 35, 36, 37, 38 units, 39 units, 40 units. Just I am copying the total amounts from the above table. So 0, 50, 100, 0, 50, 100, 150, 0, 300, 150, 200, 250, 200, 250. Next one, 30, 0, 30, 0, 50, 100, 150, 200. Next, at 37 demand, 37 units demand. 60, 30. 60, 30, 0, 50, 100, 150. Next, 38 units demand. 90, 60, 30. 90, 60, 30, 0, 50, 100. Next one, 39 units. 120. It starts with 120. 120, 90, 60, 30, 0, 50. And for 40 units demand, 150, 150, 120, 90, 60, 30, 0. Now we need to total it. We need to total it. So each and every column you have to total it. But the point is, you know, this 30 rupees opportunity cost is there, right? This 30 rupees opportunity cost is there, right? This is not 100%. This is just the probability of this opportunity cost of 30 rupees is just 15%, 0.15. And next, coming to the 60 rupees, this is not 100% opportunity cost to the company. This is not 100% loss to the company. Yes, the happening of this event is just 25%. There is a chance, 25% chance, you know, company may lose 60 rupees. 25% chance company may lose 90 rupees. 15% chance company may lose 120 rupees. 10% chance company may lose 150 rupees. So blindly don't total these figures. You just multiply it with probability and then total it. Means 0.1 into 0 m plus. Next 30 into 0.15 m plus. 60 into 0.25 m plus. 90 into 0.25 m plus. 120 into 0.15 m plus. 150 into 0.1 m plus MRC. Just MRC. The total figures here it is 75 rupees. Next, at 36 units of production capacity, similarly here also 50 into 0.1, 0 into 0.15, 30 into 0.25, 60 into 0.25, 90 into 0.15, 120 into 0.1. Just multiply it and calculate ma. So 50 into 0.1 m plus 0 into 0.15 m plus 3 into 0.1 m plus 0 into 0.15 m plus 30 into 0.25 m plus 60 into 0.25 m plus 90 into 0.15 m plus 120 into 0.1 m plus MRC. This is 53. Now similarly, the other columns also you have to multiply with probability and you have to sum the totals. Just observe carefully. So 100 into 0.1 m plus 50 into 0.15 m plus 0 into 0.25 m plus 30 into 0.25 m plus 60 into 0.15 m plus 90 into 0.1 m plus MRC. This is 43. Next, 38 units level of production. 150 into 0.1 m plus 100 into 0.15 m plus 50 into 0.25 m plus 0 into 0.25 m plus 30 into 0.15 m plus 60 into 0.1 m plus. This is 53. Next, 39 units option. Production capacity 39 units. So 200, it is 200. 200 into 0.1 m plus 150 into 0.15 m plus 100 into 0.25 m plus 50 into 0.25 m plus next 0 into 0.15 m plus 30 into 0.1 m plus MRC. Here the total is 83 rupees. Next, last option, that is 40 units production capacity. 40 units. 250 into 0.1 m plus 200 into 0.15 m plus 150 into 0.25 m plus 100 into 0.25 m plus 50 into 0.15 m plus 0 into 0.1 m plus MRC. Here it is 125. Now if you observe carefully, out of the 6 options, so where is the least loss, minimum loss? That is 43. and here the option is 37 units. So corresponding figure, that is 37 units. Just wait. Oh God. So 37 units. At 37 units capacity, the loss to the company is minimum. So advisable option is 37 units. Is it clear, everyone? So what I did in this problem, first I identified three situations. If demand is equal to production, no loss from unsold goods, no opportunity cost. If demand exceeds production capacity, then there will be opportunity cost. If demand is less than production, then there is a loss per unsold unit. Next, evaluation of options. So yes, in a market, if a demand is 35 units, 36 units, 37, 38, 39, 40. At the same time, our production 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Now, just we compared these two options. So at 35 units production, if 35 units demand is there, then there is no loss. But if 36 demand is there, then 1 unit we cannot sell. So loss, that means, opportunity cost because of not honoring that one product is 30 rupees, 1 into 30. Understood? Suppose if production is less than demand, that's what just now I told you, 30 rupees is loss per each unit which we didn't produce, which we are unable to sell. If demand is greater than production, I told you, if production is greater than demand, then there is a concept of unsold goods. For each unsold unit, yes, company has to bear 50 rupees loss. Why? Cost of manufacturing per product is 70 rupees and the scrap value is just 20. So 20 minus 70, 50 rupees. So for each excess unit of production, company has to bear 50 rupees loss. Understood? Suppose units produced by company is 40, whereas demand is 35. So 5 items remains unsold. Now loss from 5 items, 5 into 50, 250. But this loss of 250 rupees, this is not 100%. The probability of loss of 250 rupees is just 0.1. That is 10%. So at the end, what I did, 250 rupees into 0.1, 200 rupees into 0.15, 150 rupees into 0.25, 100 rupees into 0.25, 50 rupees into 0.15, 0 into 0.1, and I totaled all those figures. I got 125 rupees. So if a firm plans for 40 units production capacity, 40 units production, then they have to bear a loss of 125. This is not advisable. The advisable option is 37 units because loss from unsold goods and opportunity cost is minimum at that option. Is it clear, everyone? Everyone. So with this operations planning chapter completed. Let's continue marathon with the 5th chapter of operations management, that is productivity management and quality management. Problematic chapter. As per institute material, the weightage of this chapter in your examination is 5 marks. And I expect 5 to 6 marks from this chapter. Definitely a problem will come from this chapter. So I selected few illustrations based on previous examination questions and I am going to solve those illustrations in this marathon lecture. So question number 3, important illustration. Many times it was asked. The following data is available for a machine in a manufacturing unit. Hours worked per day, 8 hours. Working days per month, 25 days. And number of operators, 1. Number of operators, 1. So every month 25 working days are there and each day 8 hours is a working hours. 8 hours is a working hours. So number of operators 1. So 1 into 25 days into 8 hours per day. So total we are having 200 hours time for production. So that machine is running for 200 hours. This machine is running for 200 hours. Next one, standard minutes per unit of production. Machine time 22 minutes, operator time 8 minutes, total time per unit is 30 minutes. So 200 hours time we are having. And for producing one product, we need 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So within this 200 hours, how many units we can produce? So simple calculation ma. So standard quantity. So 200 hours divided by 30 minutes. Don't write like that. Just write like this, half an hour. Why? Because numerator it is expressed in hours, right? So denominator hours only, or else do like this, 200 hours into 60 minutes divided by 30 minutes. Like that also you can solve. Okay, I'll go with the second option. So simply 200 hours I'm having, 60 minutes, and each unit required 30 minutes. So now standard units or capacity of the machine, it is 400 units. So normal capacity 400 units. Understood? Normal capacity is 400 units. Now let's read the remaining part of question. If plant is operated at 75% efficiency and operator is working at 100% efficiency, what is the output per month? See, even if operator is working at 100% efficiency, the plant is operating at 75% efficiency. So here the bottleneck factor is plant. So you have to consider 75% efficiency for overall capacity. Understood? You need to multiply 75%. You should not consider 100%. Why? Because machines are operating at 75% efficiency. Here the bottleneck factor, the minimum, the minimum capacity factor is plant. Understood? See, this 400 units is my normal capacity, but my machine is not running at 100% efficiency. My machine is running at 75% efficiency. So 400 units into 75% efficiency, so 300 units per month. So what is the output per month? 300 units per month is the output. Understood? Suppose if the question is like this, if plant is operated at 100% efficiency and operator is working at 75% efficiency, then also calculation remains same. Understood? So bottleneck factor this time is operator, not plant. So 400 units is my normal capacity into 75% efficiency. So obviously 300 units. As you all know, the formula for efficiency with respect to output. Understood? So standard output divided by actual output. Actual output divided by standard output, you will get efficiency here. Output point of view. Input point of view, the formula is different. Output point of view, efficiency equal to actual divided by standard. Are you all getting my point, students? So actual capacity would be 300 units. How you got it, sir? So 400 units is my 100% efficiency capacity. If I'm operating at 75% efficiency capacity, then 400 units into 75%, it is 300 units. Next one, if machine productivity is increased by 10% over the existing level. The existing level, machine time per unit is 22 minutes. If productivity is increased by 10% over the existing level, what will be the output per month? What will be the output per month? See, so observe this one note ma. Illustration 3, chapter 5, productivity management. So machine time, normal machine time 22 minutes, operator time 8 minutes, so total 30 minutes, right? And we are having 25 working days. Each working day we are having 8 hours, right? So total how many hours we are having in a month? 200 hours. So normal time for producing an article is 30 minutes. So normal capacity would be normal capacity, normal or standard, whatever it might be, standard, it is 200 hours into 60 minutes divided by 30 minutes per article. So 400 units or 400 articles I can produce with the given available time, Now, first question what they are asking, machine is operating at 75% efficiency. Machine is operating at 75% efficiency. So standard actual output divided by standard output is 75%. Actual output by standard output is 75%. We know standard output. Standard output is how much? 400 units. So actual output would be 400 units into 75%. It will be 300 units. So this is also very, very clear. So second question, what they are asking, second question, productivity of machine is increased by 10%. Machine is increased by 10%. So right now 100%. Imagine productivity 100%. Now it is getting increased to 110%. So what is the time taken by the machine per article? 22 minutes. So 22 minutes into 110%. So it will be 22 minutes into 110%. It will be 24.2. If you observe carefully, when your productivity efficiency is getting increased, when the productivity is getting increased, the time taken per article should come down. The time taken per article should come down. So if you are multiplying it with 110%, the time is going up. So this is wrong. You should not multiply. In fact, you should divide it. You should divide it. Then only you will get a correct amount. So 22 minutes divided by 110%, it is 20 minutes. Very simple, ma. When your productivity is getting increased, time taken for production per article will fall. Yes or no? So don't multiply with 110%, divide it with 110%. So 22 minutes divided by 110%. Or else, if you want to remember formula, you can remember it. Productivity equal to actual time. Let me so standard time per unit divided by actual time per unit. So here productivity is increased by 10%. So 110% equal to standard time, we know 22 minutes divided by actual time. That implies actual time equal to 22 minutes divided by 110%. Here also you'll get 20 minutes only. But it is no need to remember in this manner. You just remember this one step. So now if you observe carefully, the machine time is reduced to 20 minutes. Machine time 20 minutes. And operator time 8 minutes. Operator time 8 minutes. So total time per article, total time needed per article is 28 minutes. Is it clear? Everyone. Now 200 hours time we are having, right? 200 hours time we are having into 60 minutes divided by 28 minutes per article. So 200 into 60 divided by 28, that is 428.57. But this is not a conclude, this is not last answer. This is not a final answer. Why? Because machine is running at a 75% efficiency. Productivity increased, time taken per article got reduced, but efficiency is still 75% only. There is no change in efficiency rate. Understood? So finally multiply it with 75% into 75%. So 321.42 per 321.42 units. This is the final answer. So machine efficiency is 75% only. Productivity increased. Sir, what is the difference? If productivity is increased, that means time taken per article gets reduced. Or at the given time, we can increase our production. For the given time, we can increase production. It is all about productivity. Efficiency means how much time you are using it. Understood? Understood. So 321.42 units. This is the answer to B point. Next, C point. If operator efficiency is reduced by 20% over the existing level, what would be the output per month? Again, given information, machine time 22 minutes, operator time actually 8 minutes. But what happened here? Operator efficiency reduced by 20%. Operator efficiency reduced by 20%. Simply what I'm required to do here. So when efficiency got reduced, he will take more time to complete the operation. So simply 8 into 100 plus 20%. So 8 into 120%, 9.6 minutes. He need 9.6 minutes to complete the operation. 9.6 minutes to complete the product. So total time, if you observe carefully, it is 31.6 minutes. You can also make reverse calculation. So 8 minutes is the standard time, whereas he is taking 9.6 minutes for completion of the article. So 8 divided by 9.6. So 20% efficiency is getting reduced. Understood, everyone? So 31.6 minutes. So final time required for completion of an article is 31.6 minutes. Just wait. Oh, yes. So how many hours time we are having? 200 hours into 60 minutes divided by 31.6 minutes per article. Just calculate it. 200 into 60 divided by 31.6. So 379.746. But plant is not operating at 100% efficiency. Plant is operating at 75% efficiency. Multiply it with 75%. So the total will be 284.81 units. Understood, everyone? Fine. So next illustration. Fourth illustration is also very important. So some students had a doubt with respect to operator efficiency. Just observe carefully. See point one more time. See, operator actually is working for 8 minutes per product. Now efficiency got reduced by 20%. That means he need extra 20% time to finish that article. Previously it is 8. Right now he need 1.6 minutes extra time. Understood? Right now he require 20% extra time to finish that article. So it is very simple. Previously he is taking 100 minutes time to complete the operation. Now he need extra 20 minutes. So 120 minutes, like that, I made a calculation. So he need 8 minutes time. So you need to increase it by 20%. So it will be 9.6. So 22 plus 9.6, 31.6. And we are having 200 hours time. Multiply with 60 minutes divided with 31.6 minutes. So 31.6 minutes is per unit. Now within the given time, how many units I can produce? 379.74 units I can produce, but plant is operating at 75% efficiency, so my maximum production will be 284.81 units. So that is all about illustration 3. Next one, illustration 4. This is very important. Mark it. So high probability this question will come in the examination. Chance is very high. So illustration 4. Number of operators 15, daily working hours 8, number of days per month 25 days. So now total time available for carrying production activities, 15 operators. Each every day we are having 8 hours, and in every month we are having 25 days. Just multiply it, 15 into 8 into 25. So we are having total 3000 hours for carrying production operations. Standard production per month is 300 units. Okay. Standard labor hours per unit is 8. So per unit we need 8 hours labor time. And we are having 3000 hours labor time. How many hours we are having? 3000 hours labor time we are having. So that means just observe carefully, 3000 hours time we are having, and 8 hours is required to produce an article. So with this data, we can produce 375 units in a month. 375 units in a month. So how many units we can produce in a month? 375 units in a month. Sir, how you did this calculation? See, I am having a available time of 3000 hours. Each unit requires 8 hours only. So 3000 hours divided by 8 hours, 375 units. Next one, the following information was obtained for November 2015. Man days lost due to absenteeism. 30 man days. Each day, how many hours they are working? 8 hours they are working. So total hours lost due to absenteeism is 240 hours. How many hours I lost because of absence? 240 hours. Units produced just to 240. And idle time 276 man hours. Now I need to check percent absenteeism. So what is the absenteeism percentage? So follow me carefully. Percent absenteeism. So how many hours I lost, ma? Hours lost due to absent divided by available time. Available time, not our total time. So just follow me carefully. Total time. So hour lost due to absenteeism is 240 hours. And my total time is 3000 hours. In a month, I can carry production up to 3000 hours. So 240 divided by 3000 into 100 for getting percentage, it is 8%. So 8% I lost because of absence. Next one, efficiency of utilization of labor. Utilization of labor. See how many hours I am having and how many hours I utilized. So the formula is very simple. Utilized hours divided by available hours, you will get utilization rate. So let me calculate it. Efficiency, illustration 4, second point, efficiency of utilization of labor. Let me copy the question. Efficiency of utilization of labor. Utilization of labor. So for this, the formula is standard time for producing 240 units. For producing 240 units divided by total labor time. Total labor time into 100. Okay, into 100. Now standard time for producing 240 units. So each unit require how many hours, ma? 8 hours. And I'm having a total labor time. It is 3000 hours. So I'm having 3000 hours, but how many hours I utilized? So 240 into 8 divided by 3000. So 64%. My utilization rate is just 64%. So standard time for producing 240 units, 240 into 8 hours. And total labor time is 3000 hours per month. So 64% is the efficiency of utilization of the labor. Next, third one, productivity efficiency of labor. Productivity efficiency of labor. So for this, I need to calculate two things, ma. Just follow me. Standard time for producing 240 units. Just now I calculated. So that is 240 into 8. 240 into 8. 1920 hours. 1920 hours. Actual hours they worked. Actual working hours, in fact. Actual working hours. See, we are having a time of 3000 hours. Actually, we are having 3000 hours. 3000 labor hours are there. But out of this, you need to deduct absenteeism hours, right? You need to deduct absenteeism hours, yes or no? So absenteeism hours, 30 days, each day 8 hours, I lost it. And again deduct idle time. So idle time is also there, right? Idle time, in the question it is very clear. Yes, it is given that 276 man hours idle time is there. So it is 2484. 2484. So actually how many hours they worked? 2484. Whereas standard time for producing 240 units is 1920. Understood? So 1920 hours sufficient for producing 240 units. But they worked for 2484 hours to produce 240 units. So you can easily calculate productivity efficiency right now. So yes, 1920 divided by 2484. 1920 divided by 2484, it is 77.29%. 77.29%. So their productivity efficiency is 77.29%. Standard hours divided by actual hours. Standard hours 1920, actual hours 2484, and the percentage is 77.29%. Last step, last point, fourth one, overall productivity of labor. So they're asking overall productivity of labor in terms of units produced. In terms of units produced, let's calculate this. So 240 actual production, how much ma? Actual production 240 units, right? So 240 units, how many workers worked in this month? How many workers? Number of workers 16. So if you observe productivity per worker, productivity per worker, this is actual, so it is 240 by 15. I'm sorry, 15 workers are there, right? So 240 divided by 15, it is 16. Whereas a standard production, if you take standard production, so we need standard production. In the question it is very clear, standard production is 300 units. Standard production per month is 300 units. So let me take that one. So standard production is 300 units. Number of workers equal to 15. So productivity per worker, this is standard basis. So 300 divided by 15, it is 20. So productivity per worker should be 20 units, whereas the actual productivity per worker is 16 units. So if you observe carefully, there is a downfall of 4 units ma. So 4 divided by 16 units. If you compare downfall of 4 units with the actual productivity, 4 divided by 16, yes, 25% productivity falls. So how much percentage of productivity is getting reduced? 25%. Standard production is 20 units, whereas actual productivity, overall productivity per labor, on actual terms, it is 16. So how much rate of productivity is getting fallen, sir? So you can see the difference is 4. 4 divided by actual productivity 16. So 25% downfall is there. So this is all about illustration 4. So in illustration 4, we were asked 4 questions. Percentage absenteeism, very simple. 240 hours we lost. Available time, total time available is 3000 hours. So 8% absenteeism is there. Efficiency of utilization of labor, just now I calculated it. So how I calculated efficiency of utilization of labor? So from that first, what I did, so what is the standard time required for producing 240 units? So 240 units into 8 hours. And what is the total labor time available? 3000 hours. So only 64% we utilized. 64% of labor time is utilized. Ignore absenteeism, don't consider them, don't subtract them. So total available time 3000 hours actually. With 3000 hours you can produce more units, but you produce only 240 units, so 64% efficiency. Next, productivity efficiency, if you observe carefully, standard time for producing 240 units is 1920 hours, whereas company took 2484 labor hours to complete the production of 240 units. So if you observe productivity efficiency, it is just 77.29%. And productivity per labor, standard basis it is 20, whereas actual basis it is 16. So 4 units downfall is there. So if you ask me percentage with respect to actual basis, 25% downfall is there. So this is all about illustration 4. Understood, everyone? Next one, illustration 6. Compute the productivity per machine hour with the following data. Also draw your interpretation. So January month, number of machines employed 400, working hours 220. So 400 into 220. 400 into 220, 88,000 hours we are having. Production units 99,000 units. So productivity per machine hour. Productivity per machine hour simply. So what is the production and what is the machine hours we are having? So 99,000 divided by 88,000. So it is 112.5 percentage. Productivity per machine hour 112.5. Next, February, 550 machines we employed and 180 hours working hours is there. So 550 into 180, total machine hours is 99,000 and production units is 1 lakh. So productivity per machine hour is 1 lakh divided by 99,000 hours. So just one thing, I'll solve this illustration in OneNote. It's not, productivity rate, it's productivity per machine hour. So how many units? Productivity per machine hour means how many units we can produce with a one machine hour. Understood? So it is not, it should not be expressed in terms of percentage. It should be expressed in terms of number of units per hour. Okay. So let me solve this illustration in OneNote. So illustration 6. So copy the data. January, February, March. Machines employed. Number of machines employed. So zoom. Okay, number of machines employed 400, 550, 580. Working hours. 220, 180, 220. So total machine hours 400 into 220, 88,000. 550 into 180, just now I calculated 99,000. 580 into 220, 1,27,600 hours. Now actual production units, So January actual production, it is 99,000 units. February 1 lakh units. March 1,25,000 units. Now productivity per hour. The number of units per hour. You need to calculate number of units per hour. It's not percentage. Okay. So 99,000 divided by 88,000 hours. Yes, per hour we are able to produce 1.125 unit. Next one, 1 lakh units divided by 99,000. 1 lakh units divided by 99,000 units. So here the productivity per hour is 1.010. And for March, 1,25,000 divided by 1,27,600 hours. Here it is 0.979 units per hour. 0.979 units per hour. So the interpretation is January month productivity per hour is 1.125. Slowly it is declining to 1.01 and by the end of March it got declined to 0.97. So productivity per hour, it is getting declined from 1.125 to 0.979. So this is what interpretation of illustration 6. Understood? So don't commit this kind of mistake. The mistake is don't multiply it with 100 and don't express in terms of percentage. So productivity per machine hour they asked. So simply 99,000 units divided by 88,000 hours. 1 lakh units divided by 99,000 hours. 1,25,000 units divided by 1,27,600 hours. That's it. Next, illustration 7. This illustration is not that much important, but illustration 18 is important. For illustration 18, this illustration 7 is just a basic concept. Okay. Calculate standard production per shift of 8 hours duration with the following data. Observed time per unit 5 minutes. Actual time for production is 5 minutes. Rating factor 120%. And total allowances 30% of normal time. So standard time here equal to normal time plus allowances. And normal time, how to calculate normal time per unit, sir? So observed time multiply with the rating factor. So you need to give some 20% extra time for carrying production of unit. Per unit production, you need to give 120% rating factor. That means whatever observed time is there, you just multiply it 120%, then you will get normal time. To this normal time add allowances, you will get standard time per unit. So observed time is 5 minutes, right? So So 5 into 120% rating factor. So normal time is 6 minutes. And allowances is 30% of normal time. See, generally employees, do you think employees will work continuously without any break for 8 hours duration? No, they will take sometime, they will take break, lunch break or snacks break, tea break, or they will take some rest, or they may go to restrooms. Understood? So allowance time is 30%. Now allowance time 30% of normal time. So 6 into 30%, that means 1.8 minutes. So total time required per unit is 6 plus 1.8, that means 7.8 minutes. 7.8 minutes. Understood? Understood the calculation? So standard time equal to normal time plus allowance. Normal time, observed time into rating factor. So for each unit, the standard time required is 7.8 minutes. Next one, 18th illustration ma. This is also important illustration. I can expect 18th illustration in the upcoming examination. This is newly added in the new syllabus. Of course, similar model problem is already there, but this is a new problem. Just follow me carefully. Below data is collected related to work study of 150 hours on a floor shop employing 7 laborers having a shift of 8 hours in a day. Number of observations documented in total 3000 hours. Number of observations in which no working activity is observed 500. So this is idle time. No work activity is observed. 500 observations, there is no working activity. Total number of observations 3000, whereas 500 observations, there is no working activity at all. Next one, in total time, manual to machine hours ratio is 3:2. Suppose 10 minutes time is there. Sorry, 5 minutes time is there. 5 minutes per unit. Out of 5 minutes, 3 minutes for labor, 2 minutes for machine. And average rating factor is 120%. This 120% should be multiplied with labor hours, manual hours. You all know. Number of products produced during the period is 7,000 units. And company has its own policy regarding personal allowance, which is pegged at 11% of normal standard time to produce a product. So we are having rating factor. We are also having allowance time. And the floor shop produces 49,000 products per month for 24 working days. It has an absenteeism of around 6%. Now you need to calculate efficiency of utilization of labor, productive efficiency of labor. First of all, we will try to bifurcate machine hours per unit, machine time per unit, and manual labor time per unit. Okay. So work study, how many hours? 150 hours. Okay. Come on. Work study was carried for 150 hours. Recorded observations. How many units? 3000 observations. No working activity was observed in 500 observations. Yes or no? No working activity was observed in 500 observations. So by this you can calculate idle time. So if you know idle time, you can know actual time worked. Okay. So idle time. So 500 units divided by 3000 units. So sorry, 500 observations divided by 3000 observations into 150 hours study time is given. Yes or no? So 500 divided by 3000 into 150. So that is 25 hours. 25 hours idle time is there. 25 hours idle time is there. So total time 150 hours. Whereas idle time 25 hours. So time actually spent 125 hours. So if you observe efficiency, percentage of working time, that is 125 hours worked, available time 150 hours. So 125 divided by 150, it is 83.33 percentage. 83.33 percentage. Next one. So 125 hours we worked, right? So with this 125 hours, we are able to produce 7,000 units. In the question, it is very clear. How many units actual production happened? 7,000 units. Number of products produced during the period of study is 7,000 units. So per unit, how much time we require? Very simple, 7,000 units divided by 125 hours into 60 minutes. So 7,000 divided by 125 divided by 60. So it is, how much it is? Just wait. So just observe the equation ma. See, for 125 hours we can produce 7,000 units. Then per unit, how much time we need? Yes or no? So per unit, how much time we need? So how can we calculate it? So 125 hours into 60 minutes, right? Divided by 7,000 units. Understood? I'm calculating per unit time for 7,000 units. So we are having 125 hours time. 125 hours actually we worked. Now per unit, how many minutes I need? So 125 hours into 60. 125 hours into 60 minutes divided by 7,000 units. So for each unit I need 1.0714 minutes time. And you know, out of this time, 3 parts for labor, 2 parts for machine. So I need to make it into 5 parts. Out of 5 parts, 3 parts for labor, 2 parts for machine. So simply multiply, just bifurcate this time between labor time and machine time. 1.0714 into 3 divided by 5. So that is 0.64284. And with respect to machine, 1.0714 into 2 divided by 5. So that is 0.42856. So labor time per unit is 0.64284 and machine time per unit is 0.42856. Let's make it a round it off, 0.64 here, and here it is 0.43. So to make calculation easy, I'm making a round it off. So this is observed time actually. As per our observation, observed time per unit, labor time is 0.64. And in the question it is very clear, a rating factor, how much it is given, rating factor is given at 120%, right? Rating factor equal to 120%. So normal time would be 0.64 into 120 percentage. So 0.768. So ignore that fractions, ignore that fractions. Just make it a round it off. Maybe some fractional differences you can ignore. So actually what is the point? 0.64284 into 120% I need to consider. In that case, what will be the answer? Just I'll complete it. Just wait. 0.64284 into 120%, it will be 0.771. So previously I got 0.76, right now it is 0.771. Okay, this is normal time. Now coming to the standard time, you need to add allowances, right? Normal time plus allowances. So allowances percentage is 11% of normal time. So 0.771 plus allowance 0.771 into 11 percentage. So 0.771 into 11 percentage. So total it is 0.85581. So 0.85581. So this is a standard time per unit with respect to labor. And with respect to machine, it is 0.43 only. Why? Because machines will run without any breaks, right? So machines, you can run machines without any breaks. So rating factor not applicable, allowance also not applicable. This allowance rating factor is for labor only. Labor will take a rest. Labor efficiency matters, yes or no? So machine time is 0.43, whereas standard time per unit per labor with respect to labor time is 0.855. So with this, total time required for producing an article. So machine time it is 0.43. Labor time considering rating factor, and considering allowance factor. So we got 0.8581. So 0.856, I'll take round it off. So 0.856 plus 0.43, it is 1.286 minutes per unit. And in the question, if you observe, they're asking you what is the time required for producing 49,000 products. 49,000 products. So for 49,000 products, the time required is 1.286 minute per product, right? So into 49,000 into 1.286, it will be around 63,014 minutes. Fractional differences ignore. So this is in terms of minutes. So converting into hours. So 63,014 minutes divided by 60 minutes. Divided by 60 minutes is 1050 hours. I'll make it round it off, 1050 hours. Actually 1050.2333. So I'll make it round it off. So 1050 hours. Understood? So 1050 hours I need for producing 49,000 units. Up to here, is it clear? Everyone. See, this is a standard time. Let me write here. Standard time required for producing 49,000 units. 1050 hours. Now let me calculate available time first. So how much time is available? How much time we utilized? Okay. So in the question, if you observe carefully, we are having 24 working days in a month. And coming to the number of operators, operators, 7 laborers, and a shift of 8 hours in a day. So with this data, let me calculate total available working time. So total available time. So how many days are there in a month? 24 months in a day. 24 days in a month. 24 days into how many operators, how many laborers are there? 7. Each labor can work 8 hours per day. So 24 into 7 into 8, that is 1344 hours. So this is the available time. And actual hours they worked, actual working hours. If you observe actual working hours, in the question it is very clear that there is a absenteeism rate. The absenteeism rate is around 6%. So actual working hours equal to available time minus absent time. So available time is 1344 hours. Absent time, it was mentioned very clearly that 6% is lost. So 1344 hours into 6%. So into 6%, 1344 into 6% is 80.64. So 1344 minus 80.64. So 1263.66 hours. 1263.66 hours. Okay, just 1 second ma. Small 1344 into 6%, 80.64. So 1344 minus 80.64, it is 1263.36. 1263.36 hours actual working hours available. So total available time is 1344 hours, whereas actual working hours it is 1263.36 hours. Now if you observe these three numbers carefully, 1050 one amount, 1344 another amount, 1263.36 another amount. Now what they are asking us, efficiency of utilization of labor. Efficiency of utilization of labor. Next, productive efficiency of labor. See, my available time is 1344 hours. Whereas I need 1050 hours to complete this order. 1050 hours is sufficient to complete this order, but my available time is 1344 hours. So utilization rate would be simply 1050 divided by 1344. Calculate it, 1050 divided by 1344. It is 78.125 percentage efficiency. Efficiency utilization of labor is 78.125. Next one, actual working hours is 1263.36. Whereas standard hours required to complete this order is 1050 hours. Now, if you ask me productive efficiency, you can observe here carefully. So 1050 is a standard, but you took 1263.36 hours to complete this order. This is actual time you took to complete this order. So 1050 divided by 1263.36, it is 83.12 percentage. 83.12 percentage. See, this is very clear. First, you need to observe standard time required to finish the order. Standard time required to finish the order is 1050 hours. 1050 hours. But your available time, if you observe, your available time is 1344 hours. So out of 1344 hours, 1050 hours is sufficient to complete this order. That means you are going to utilize only 78%. Only 78% of available time. That is one point. Next point, coming to actual working hours, here you need to deduct absent time. The absenteeism time is 6% of available time. So 1344 into 6%, you have to subtract from 1344. So actually you worked for 1263 hours. Array, 1050 hours is sufficient, but you invested 1263 hours. That means you are not 100% efficient. You are just 83.12% efficient. Understood, everyone? So with this 18th illustration also completed.